I'm here with Clyde Fontaine, captain of Goldrush Boland, and Clyde, very even Stevens at the end of day two. Couldn't be more even, 266 all out both teams. And yesterday at tea time it looked like you were on the verge of getting a really big score.
Yeah, I think we put in the hard work from lunch to tea. I think we were top of it, nearly had a breaking point. But we know what happens with Boland. There's always a bit of a cluster that falls, we lose a couple of wickets. And I think they bowled well. I think a little bit disappointing on our side, we nearly had the game, so definitely something to learn from going forward.
Yeah, it was just those 4 wickets, wasn't it, from sort of 192 to 205. It was falling in a cluster, as you say.
Yeah, it's something we're aware of, it's something we try to avoid. Yeah, something we definitely try to avoid in the past. We put in a lot of hard work. And yeah, I think it's all things that's got a parcel of the game. It's not the first time it's happened, it probably won't be the last time, but definitely something we want to avoid.
You must be very happy, despite that, in terms of Gavin Kaplan, first time out, getting a 50 for his new team and yourself. That was a good partnership for the two of you for that 83.
Yeah, I think we know the quality that Kaplan has, and he's a quality player. We know it, now things showcase it. Yeah, a good little partnership. I think those in the partnership, so you want to extend to as long as possible. Again, like I said, something that's happened before, something that we know we try to achieve, something that probably will happen again. But yeah, definitely something we want to learn from here we are.
And now looking forward to today, the overhead conditions perhaps a little bit better than they were yesterday morning when you did come out to bat. What's the plan for you for today?
Yeah, I think to look at the lines and the lengths of bowl, I think, yeah, like you said, there's a bit of overhead. I think we know the lines and lengths we've got to bowl. We know if all of ball to control that way, make it hard for them to score, then it does fall in the cluster, and it shows throughout the game, so it's definitely something we look to do.
Okay, well, we wish you all the best for the day today. It's very, as I say, even Stevens, both of you scoring 266 all out, and really a one-inning shootout now.
Yeah, definitely. So we can just pick as possible and then chase it down whenever. So yeah, it's all to play for, as you say, even Stevens. So excited to pick it in.
Yeah, wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thanks for having a chat with us. And now we're going to have a chat to Sia Mahima, the left-arm orthodox spinner for Goldrush Boland. Sia, great to have you with us. And good bowling performance in that first innings. You had them 129 for 6. I know good batting from Pangi and a couple of the tail that took them to 266, but felt like you had a lot of control there in the first innings.
Yeah, obviously it's a bit tougher to bowl on day one, but yeah, like we always speak about, we should always give the best opportunity by bowling dots, keeping the run rate low, and obviously that brings wickets. Yes, Pangi did have a good innings, but I felt like we bowled well for day one pitch.
Yes, you certainly managed to restrict those scores, and now for today, have you had a look at the pitch, and what are you feeling about how it's going to play for you today?
Yeah, obviously it's a ground where the pitch on day 3 and 4 is obviously going to take more turns, so I'll back myself and Sean Van Berg to actually get a few wickets today. Hopefully we can roll them out quickly. But yeah, I think today is a good day. It's not too hot. lovely day. But yeah, I think we should just give ourselves the best chance and probably just give 15-20% more than we did on day one.
Yesterday, from a batting point of view, you came in right late in the innings, but the team had it there. Second session belonged to you, and third session it sort of fell away a little bit there.
Yeah, that's obviously something we don't want in any team, but yeah, they did bowl well, so we should actually give that to them. But yeah, like I said, it's all about application. We are tied with the score. I think they just got one last night, so
yeah, just the one,
technically the same thing. So it's going to be a good game. I think whoever has the most patience is going to probably get a win out of this. I don't think both sides are looking for a draw. We're obviously not looking for a draw. But yeah, whoever has the most patience in this game, I think is going to have the win at the end of it.
Well, wish you all the best for the game today out there, and all the best for your bowling effort. I hope it goes very well. Thank you very much for chatting to us this morning.
Party, good morning to one and all, and welcome here to Boland Park for day 3 of this 4-day clash here between the Goldrush Boland and the Knights. And it's as you were, basically, after 2 days of cricket here, both teams scoring 266 and being bowled out. And then the Knights managed to bat a couple of overs there, and they are 1 without loss. And before we get to today's action, we're going to talk about the upcoming T20 series, and that is against the Indian team there, and it's going to be 4 days of scintillating cricket, starting there in Durban on the 8th of November. Then it goes to Kabeja on Sunday the 10th, and then we're up there in the Highveld of Centurion and Johannesburg for those 4 T20 games there, and it's going to be brilliant stuff. Seeing our Proteas back in action, they've just come back from a successful test tour over there in Bangladesh, winning that series, and well done to Shukri and his boys there, as well as Aiden Markram. And there is a squad filled with big names making their way back. David Miller, he's back, and also the big hitting, the dangerous Donovan Ferreira, he's back, as well as the left arm seamer there, Marco Jansen. So I shouldn't call him a seamer, I should call him an all-rounder, as well as Tristan Stubbs, a big hitting man. And Sapamla, he gets a chance again after a good performance in the domestic T20 competition, and it's good that these guys are being rewarded for performances during the T20 competition here in South Africa. My name is Eugene Molly, and with me to start us off here is Zahir Adams. And Zahir, there we have it, the sort of summary that we've had for 2 days of cricket, and it, as I said at the start, is as we were.
Good morning, Eugene. Good morning, viewers. It's 1-1 at halftime here. You can literally could have had the toss this morning and said, guys, ooh, let's have a bat and let's have a ball and let's restart this all together. So it's all to play for. Everything even, Stevens, as even as you could have liked. So just depends on how much has this wicket deteriorated. Eugene, I don't think you were out there this morning. I don't think it's deteriorated that much. It's going to be the same. There are plenty of the same that we've seen over the last 2 days. And we can see already Sean van Berg, the leg spinner, he's marking out that run up. I'm sure he won't bowl a no ball first up like we had yesterday. So should be a fascinating days of cricket, and hopefully we can see a decent target being set.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that front foot no ball. Has been an issue for both teams here, but yeah, that pitch still looks a very, very good one. Not much cracks, not much rough. The rough that's there is very, very close to the bat, so it shouldn't play too much of a part here. So interesting with the new ball, because this ball's only 2 overs old. They've turned to Sean van Berg to bowl his leg spin, and I'm sure Clinton Steerman, he's going to be bowling here from the Nederburg end, and I think this is an interesting call. Zahir going to the spin. He's an experienced man. He's bowling with a hard new ball. So Van Bergen is on the money. So he's got a short leg in place. He's got a slip. He's got a short cover as well. And just the ordinary orthodox field with deep square on the boundary there, just in case he does get one to sweep. He's bowling to the captain, Senakwane. He's on 1. With him, he's the Khale, yet to get off the mark.
What I like about this is the fact that we have seen both teams being quite reluctant, to say the least, to take the second new ball over the course of the 2 days, and whether that shows the lack of faith in the seamers on the surface. What I quite enjoy now with Sean van Berg is he's going to make them play. He's going to make every ball will be played at, whereas we saw quite a bit with the seamers, ball just going through to the keeper, not testing the batsman outside the outside edge very often. So Sean van Berg will definitely bring the outside edge into the equation.
Here's the first sweep, straight to the man at deep square. Oohs and ahs, hands on heads, but well played there by the captain, Senakwane. Yeah, I was probably going to say something after we see the over here from Clinton Steeman, who's potentially going to be bowling the 4th over here of the innings and the 2nd of the day, if there's any movement. Yesterday, I thought the solitary over he bowled, there was a little bit more movement than what we saw previous 2 days. And will that continue? It's a lot cooler today. Mind you, still in the 20s, but I mean, the players will enjoy the temperature out there today. But who's going to make the play here? Knights, they won the toss. They don't want to bat last in this pitch. So are they backing themselves to give them some time to bowl the other team out? But they have to lay a good foundation here, especially these two, for that first wicket partnership.
Yeah, I think it's all about occupation of the crease. That's the first over done of the day. Just one run added, two after the 3 overs. Do think though that it's going to be about the Knights feeling as long as they can bat. They will not have a target in mind as per se right now. It is more about occupation of the crease. How far can we push our second innings?
Well, I think that's the last we're going to see of Sean van Berg, because it's going to be Keith Dudden who's going to be bowling here from the Nederburg end, and I'm sure it's going to be Glenton Seaman is going to be bowling from the stables in, and seeing that he bowled the last over last night. So, yeah, that Sean van Berg was just to change the bowlers around. I feel this was the end I felt that Keith Dudden should have operated from. Although I will say the breeze that's there outside, mind you, it's a very light one. He's blowing behind from his back, but from left to right. So I'm not sure if that's going to help his sort of shape that he wants to get, where the ball's coming away from the right-hander. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. They've decided they're going to switch their two men who bowls with a new ball, switch ends.
It's a good line from Keith Dudgeon. Staying into the Seko Senakwani, having moved Unions over the winter. Quite prolific down up at Northwest Dragons in Potchefstroom. Decided to further his career in Bloemfontein. It's also has the extra responsibility of leadership as well. So big little innings here for Seko Senakwani.
That's an excellent run. And that is good communication early doors. That's what you expect from your opening pair. Good communication, calling them through for a quick single. And what we saw from Dikali in that first innings, he plays a lot of balls. He's not shy to be out there for long periods of time. He got 40. What he wants to do is really kick on from there. He needs to get off the mark first, yeah, but he has the capability of batting or facing up to quite a number of balls. What I would love to see here, especially if you're Knights, just to show a greater intent in scoring, trying to put the pressure on Boland.
Haven't seen either team really look to take the game forward. It's been very much attritional. Yes, the surface is not overly conducive to attacking stroke play, but you've also got to come with a mindset of wanting to score, wanting to move the scoreboard along, and that's and often that can just be the difference later on.
Just going to straight that one's played down to the onside, and yeah, I can't agree with you more. And we would like to see the game moving. We would like to see more results. You got to come with a positive mindset as well. You can't just say right out we'll just bat and meander on. That's why I asked you the question about run rates and what we've seen in the modern day cricket, especially in the longer format of the game. And I spoke to Justin Anton just this morning, and yeah, he was very disappointed, but especially the play after tea yesterday. And that concludes the second over of the day. In total, 4 overs gone. The score remains 4 without loss.
I listened to a interesting podcast overnight, and it was great. Ian Chappell was having a chat, and he was asked about baseball and what is the theory behind baseball. And he absolutely lost his mind. He absolutely lost his mind. He said, I've never heard such a load of ellipsis
Yeah.
in my entire life. And his reasoning behind was that the what England have now put forward as this new age version of red ball cricket. He was saying, but that's what we've been playing all along as Australians. And the one difference, he says that where he agrees with what Ben Stokes, the English captain, is trying to do is that you're trying to win the ball, win the game from the very first ball. And that is key to playing red ball cricket, where in the past teams were very defensive. You weren't thinking about winning the contest. But he's Clinton Steelman back into the attack. Just a changeover. So I found that quite interesting because teams have approached red ball cricket of let's see how it goes, let's see where we at, and eventually we'll make a play. Whereas the one thing he agrees with baseball is that, and that's the way Australia have always played, the fact you're trying to win the game from the very first ball of the match. And if you look at this contest, you didn't get that feeling. You felt that teams were just easing their way in. It was the first game of the season. So let's see how they go in the second knock.
It's a beautiful shot there by Khale. Hitting that through the covers. I'm not sure if it's going to get to the boundary. And Kamane is the man out there. He's very quick out across the field. So just the 3 runs. Yeah, I've got a tendency to agree with you. I don't often agree with you. I have to say that, and I'm going to make that known. I'm going to make that known.
Not mine.
I want to make that known.
You're not agreeing with me. You're agreeing with Jaffel.
Yeah, because I've got a feeling teams were just trying to get themselves out. We don't want to lose the game. We just got to try and build get a good first innings, and that has sort of been the thought pattern of most teams. We have to say, let's just go out there, get a good platform, good first innings to ball again there from Clinton. And that's, as you say, it could be a little bit negative and not just going out there and say, right, this is how we're going to win it and be like that, show the great intent from ball 1. Yes, sometimes I think I asked you the question and I said, look, in South African conditions, it might be a little bit difficult with the pitches and our conditions here. And sometimes that does play a role. I just think, however, we've got a makeup of trying to get the game moving forward a lot quicker. Just beating Grant Rullison there at about a 4th slip, not a proper gully. Jima, he tidies up and gets the ball in. So 2 more runs added. So that's 5 coming off this Steerman over. He's first for the day. Yeah, just on Justin Antong's point there, he said he went in at tea and he said, guys, we in a very good position. Yeah, you're praising the boys and everything, and then he says we can't afford to have a bad session, and he says his words weren't cold. That's beautiful. That's beautifully bowled. And this is something that Stearman was talking about as well. And I mean, with this game, you get time to sort of talk to players and find out just their mindset. And he felt like maybe he should have bowled a little bit more from the stables end, because this is where the ball looks like coming back off the deck. And he has got that capabilities of attacking those stumps. That is where you want to be. I mean, what that puts in the batter's mind now is, oh, the ball's coming back, so you might play it a few more, and you just need 1 to hold up.
Good little passage of play here for Clinton Steerman. We spoke yesterday about the great Werner Verlander and how he basically learned his craft here at Boland Park and some steaming hot days in the summer. But the key to Vernon was always being able to take the ball away and bring it back. So he was testing the outside edge, and when putting players into the shot and then bringing it back for the LBWs. And Clayton Steelman does have that ability. He does. He said it many times that growing up, Vernon was his idol. He's really looked up at Vernon, and without wanting to be condescending, but virtually the poor man's Werner Verlander in terms of this. I say that as a compliment because he does have that skill. Werner was just on a whole different level. He was among the world's best, but he does have the ability to go past both edges, and he will ask questions from that stable end.
Ball again there, but doesn't. Yeah, that's a few very interesting points there. I mean, Vern had this capability of having the ball move off the deck, off the seam both ways, and he troubled it you might call it wobble seam, whatever, but he was at you all the time. I mean, some of the Aussies, I was listening to some of the documentaries that's floating around, and Vern's name keeps popping up just about how accurate he was, how he tested you. You said testing both sides, the outside edge and the inside edge. I mean, he was magnificent.
Who will ever forget that wonderful test debut at Newlands, dismissing the mighty Aussies for 45, and Vern Philander playing in his first test, asking for reviews, not even referring to the umpire, just turning the arm, giving the big T out there. Those were magical moments.
So I think it cost him a fair penny. You've got to turn around and ask the umpire politely, how was that, sir? Not run down like Alan Shearer after he scored a blinder.
Actually, brings me back to something James spoke about yesterday, and I'll continue after this delivery. James, you mentioned the fact that you had a good chat with somebody who took a hat trick for South Africa. Mr. Charles Langeval was in here the other day, and during that hat trick, it's famous over when he picked up the final wicket, he ran down to third man celebrating, and he actually got fined for not turning around at the umpire for the LBW.
Well, I think they should have forgiven for that because it was a match-winning hat trick.
But he did the full-on Alan Shearer. He was down at third man, never turned around once. And I think the best time, I think was the only time Charles Langeval was very happy to give away his match fee. Because not a man would give out a penny anytime soon.
No. In that clip, there's a certain national prince that was trying to run on the tail life, hanging across his neck. They're holding on as he's giving it the old big one.
Remember, put that tip and running in from short cover. Everybody was going. It was manic scenes. And I think all the boys chipped in for that match fee, to be fair, because that was a spectacular performance.
Well, Dutton has won a couple of balls away here from a maiden. He's put a nice over together, and this is what you have to do. Keep stringing maidens together if you can. Not if you're going to go there. Nicely played there by De Gale.
Have been some legends to adorn this Boland Park over the years. Some wonderful cricketers. Roger Telemarcus comes to mind.
If you talk about Roger,
I think 438.
He's going to talk long and hard about that 6 here.
I prefer to remind him of his 40 ball over. That's the one that and he was very fortunate. 3 hits weren't around that time.
We spoke about that last night, actually. Swabble, that concludes the 6th over. 10 without loss. Yeah, it was Herschel Gibbs' son's birthday yesterday. We had a little bit of had a little bit of a braai, and obviously people were asking, listen, what was actually going on in the dressing room after you boys walked in, and knowing that you got to score over 400 in a ODI. I mean, I think that was the first time a team got to 400, and now you guys had to be the second to try and get past it. And Herschel said, well, a few boys choked. Callis being one of them said, I think they're 10, 15 runs short.
Yeah, that is the magical line, yes.
But the other thing was, Mickey Arthur came in and said, listen, boys, we can try and plan for 250. We can try and plan for 300, chasing 300. It's on the money again from Clinton. You can plan for these things. I mean, boys, I'm not sure how we're going to plan for chasing 400. So if we're there about 200 with 200 left with 20 hours to go, we probably there and thereabouts. And he sort of looked at him and Herschel just said, okay.
Yeah, but I do enjoy reminding Roger about that over. He has admitted at one point he felt he was never going to get out of it. Just got the hips for a moment.
Oh, he's asking questions here. Glenton Stimmer. He's at the batter all the time here. Hands on head.
That's exactly what we spoke about. He went, previous one moved away from the right end, and that one was going straight back at the pads. Brought the pads into the equation.
Just a last comment on that fabulous game there at the Bullring that day, and a certain
Where were you at the time?
we were
That's the famous question. Where were you?
we were
on the
actually
12th
we
of
were
March?
playing a 4-day game against the Knights in Bloemfontein. That's beautifully played, cut away beautifully by De Gale, and he gets a boundary. That ball raced away, so you can't afford to give any width here because he's going to latch onto that.
Getting a little bit over eager was Glenn Stearman. Carly, just a good transfer of weight onto the delivery.
Yeah, so we were busy with a 4-day game out in Bloem that day, and on those days we had a bus go from Johannesburg through to Bloem, and
First class travel.
yeah, first class, mate. And then the game finished, and we saw all the scores coming up on the big old scoreboard there, and we were like, oh my word, what is happening at the Bullring? But then every time we come off, you get a glimpse of it on TV. See Glenton steaming in here. It's a lot harder. Deck. And then, I mean, I think both captains were happy just to shake hands early doors because I think both teams wanted to go watch the end of the game, and we went to go watch the end. And it was a fascinating thing. But the thing is, when we drove back to Johannesburg, drove up Caller Drive, the amount of beer cans and everything leading up to that, 'cause the party must have continued down
Deep
outside,
into the night, mate.
down Caller Drive. I mean, we just got a sense it must have been such an experience. Nicely played off his hip again by De Gale.
The Bullring has certainly served up some specials over the years, and that ranks very, very high up there.
But yeah, certain Mick Lewis, that was the
End
end
of
of him.
his
That
career.
was his career done and dusted. Was the first man to go for 100.
First man. Go for 100.
A lot of firsts in that game. Yeah,
Just remember Nathan Bracken putting a chance down at mid on. He's an accountant these days. Is Nathan Bracken?
very good. What's old Buddha Dibbana doing these days?
He's flying helicopters down there up in
he-
Bloem. Best the best single ever, basically. Got out for
Second
one.
best, second best.
Oh, the one was at the end, wasn't it?
No,
Makaya.
Makaya.
Yeah.
Makaya's one was the best.
Yeah, so good memories. Good memories down at the ball.
Well, this game is moving here. 7 overs into it now. This innings, 15 without loss. So far, it's just been very, very miserly from both teams here. Wonder how long they're going to keep this plans ahead. Goldrush Boland, maybe see something again outside of the ordinary on what we've seen. A few catches in front of the bat.
Feel like I think we're going to see a lot of spin today. I think Siabanga Mahima, he'll come into the equation. See, Ayagopmani, he's warming up there.
But one thing I liked about when Graham Smith, he was a young captain when he captained Proteas, he was very innovative with his field placing and field positioning, especially when wickets were docile, nothing happening, and he would make something just to put something in the mind of batters. And I think that's what we should try and see here if we want to see some wickets. If you're a Goldrush Boland supporter, at the minute these boys are just bowling good line, good lengths, not offering much. Dodging into his third over here. Only conceding the 3 runs. It's well played again by De Gale. He's going to come back for 2 again. Nicely played through the offside. You reckon spin is going to be the order of the day today?
I do think spin's going to be the order of the day. It's Shulman Berg was quite successful that first innings. He got through the tail, and Mahima, he's left arm spin. He'll ask a few questions, get men around the bat. Also, it's a little bit different bowling in the second innings, knowing that every run you've got to chase a little bit later on. You're caught between how do you attack or do you spread the field? Is chasing anything above 200 here might be a challenge later on tomorrow.
Yeah, but we're a little bit far away from that. So I would like to see a little bit something different here from Clyde Fontaine, just to put a little bit of doubt in the batter's head. Minute these batters are coping with everything that has been dished up so far. The pitch still looks a good one.
First short we've seen of the day. So Joe van Dijk, he peppered the Boland batters with quite a few he spelled yesterday. So not quite the ball of choice for the Goldrush. Boland seems they looking to find the outside edge more often.
We haven't seen the short ball be as effective in terms of, I know they got a couple of wickets from it, but what I mean from having batters being uncomfortable with it. We see a leg slip going place now. That is Mahima. He's moved from mid on over to that leg slip position. I mean, there's been a few bounces bowled, especially by the Knights and Jan van Dijk, but it's been easily swayed away, I thought.
Certainly he's tough on a surface that doesn't really offer you that much to get to really trouble the batters. But Joe van Dijk coming from the stables in yesterday towards the tail end, as he did give old Sean van Berg and Clinton's team a bit of a rush up. Both caught at good catching down at fine leg and square leg yesterday. But he does have that extra yard, so he can push it through with it. But I think both Dudgeon and Steeman are more looking to bring the slip cord into play, bringing into the pads.
Yeah, what I mean by that short ball is being effective. It's got to trouble the batter. It shouldn't just be, yes, it is a surprise ball that you want to bring in, especially if you're Clinton Stearman and Keith Dudgeon, but it's got to trouble the batter. Oh, it's well bowled again. That is excellent bowling. I tell you what, that was as close as what we've seen thus far today.
That's where Clinton Stearman's dangerous. He has the ability to bring in, seeing the ball back. And there's actually a good leave at the end.
Yeah, well, that helps with his guard being on off stump, so he knows anything outside this line, he's not going to be playing at. I've seen a number of batters operate with that sort of guard there today, and even yesterday, going up to off stump saying, listen, I know where my off stump is.
And it's the one that Clinton is looking for. So this is where, Eugene, where I want to, you're asking about field positions and innovative field positions. So there's a deep square. Would you not rather have a short one wicket if that's what you're looking to try and do?
I think that is because if you see the man at deep, or apologies, at mid wicket, you're obviously going to try and miss him and try and play around a little bit, maybe to square leg, and that's where you could be in trouble. And I feel that's what I mean, being just a little bit outside the box. You know he's going to target the stumps here. I mean, you can even take one of the slip side and stick him at square leg if you're really worried about
that.
that.
Have a deep point. I'm just
Still very early for that. Very early, mate. I mean, just be careful what you say. And this is just a little bit too straight because then they know it's going for the stumps because of their off stump guard. They know they just have to play straight away. So just out of the box a little bit smarter. We did see two catches go to the slips. Actually, Makjima there on the first day. Other than that, there hasn't been anything going in that region whatsoever.
He's asking questions. Yes, he's in the middle of A really probing spell.
And that's why I feel that Clyde should just help him out here. Stick one out, stick him on there, make it a little bit more difficult for them to score. He's played some nice shots off his hip here, off his legs, as the Khali as well. But again, you see he's 12 of 32. He knows how to bat for long periods of time, but can he turn the long periods of time into a big score for himself and his team?
Pulls back his length, it just becomes really easy off the surface. It doesn't zip through, has enough time to get behind the line. It's a tough task here for the Boland team.
I think it's going to be a tough task for everybody here on this pitch here at Boland Park. As we said, we're going to say it for I think the majority of the day. That pitch looks very, very good. Hardly a crack on it.
We have seen no batters just give the wickets away just when you felt they were well set though. So perhaps they've taken the lessons from the first innings and are willing to graft away.
Well, that's another over. Done and dusted. 9 gone. 18 without a loss. A run rate of 2 to the over. Yeah, you say they've gifted it. I still say, listen, it's been such a quick turnaround from the white ball T20 stuff to the 4-day stuff, and sometimes mind you're still over there, you still want to play some more shots, and yeah, this is just going to be fascinating to see how, in this case, the Goldrush Boland team are going to prize wickets, and how the Knights are going to go about their business, trying to score and score quickly, potentially in the latter parts of this game. As we see now, I mean, you got your wish. You said there's going to be a lot of this. We've seen the man from Sherwood Forest, CSA Mahima, coming into the attack here from the Nederburg end.
I think we saw Aaron Pangiso. He changed the game yesterday for the Knights. He's left arm spin, and now turn of Sinabunga Mahima. Talking about hat tricks, I've seen him take a hat trick at franchise level for the Cobras.
Is that right?
In the T20 Challenge.
Oh, I think he's going to get some encouragement after that first ball.
I would advise all the listeners to YouTube his celebration.
No.
Search for his celebration. It was one of a kind. It was legendary from the big guy. The T20 Challenge played down in Kingsmead during COVID break.
Oh, there's an appeal. There is an appeal. Shake of the head there from by Andre Willerfield. It looks like there must have been a little bit of a scratch on this.
It's off the face of the bat, mate.
Everybody got excited, including myself.
Got to build the pressure, let's see about Mahima. That was the key to so he bowled plenty and plenty of dot balls. Just build pressure. Nicely thrown up there. Just dangled the carrot, push the mid off a little bit further back.
Well, that's the captain, so he's doing that decision himself there. Glad for 10. Again, going on a little bit of a sweep there, just around the corner. Comes back for 2. Well played there by Sinakwane. They're trying their best not to let Mahima settle here. Now we're going to have a little bit of a chat here. Are they thinking of trying to tie that end up there? And this is good because you're trying to sort of manipulate the field a little bit, testing the patience of captain and bowler here. Here we go. And he's going to go around the corner. He's Gavin Kaplan, still in the catching position.
Should possibly take 2 yards back. It's 2 yards back.
Small ball Well, that's 4 overs done and dusted.
Just did a twirl in my chair, just getting ready for the next over. It is the Knights who lead by 22 runs here. They are battle to try and get some form of a target. And it's all going to be about the start. Halis and Kwani, both batters, Joy batting time, spending time at the crease, and they'll be faced with a new challenge here in Ayagamani. He'll come down from the stables in.
Yeah, and we hope that he's got his no ball issue sorted because he bowled a handful of that. He bowled 4 in his very first over that he bowled yesterday in one. Oh, apologies, on Thursday. I mean, he kept the umpires busy. So he's got a man at wicket there catching now, and he's got a man at square leg. So in fact, that man has moved a little bit straighter. It's actually, in fact, it looks like Clinton Stearman, sort of a silly mid off the, or middle on position. He's on the money. And the good thing for him this time round, after the first ball, umpire Maria Erasmus has not moved to that front line, and that's a good indication he's got his footing sorted. It's a big spell this for Ian Kamani. Obviously, another one that made the move down here to Boland. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, that would have been such a play. The man that was moved to Suleiman on, Clinton Stearman, looked like he's put one down.
Have another look. Oh, just didn't stay down long enough, Clinton.
It's a tough chance, though, tough chance, but a chance nonetheless.
That is why he's there. That is exactly why he's there. So, Boland creating the chances.
That's the Khale. He's dropped on his score of 13. Yeah, maybe you're right there. He could have stayed down a little bit longer. His hands were about knee height there. Yeah, he knows it as well, Clinton Stearman. But he nearly pulled off a good catch.
Gene, I'm going to ask you a question after this delivery.
Now, Squealing, is he going to go back? No, he's not going back. He's been kept in his position. It's beautifully played, nicely played. Just sort of played it late under the eyes and just guided it through that vacant gully area for a single.
Yeah, so you being a big fast bowler in your day and fairly tall man, how often did you find yourself in the slips?
In the latter part of my career,
Quite
more
a
often,
bit.
yes.
But not fair enough. Okay. Just wondering if you're choosing specific players to put people in positions, would Clinton Stearman be your first choice at Goodman?
I don't mind that. I don't mind seeing that whatsoever. I think he's one of the senior men in the team, and I like that he put himself in this position. It's not the first time this game. Short ball, that's going to be one for the over. You can bowl 2. Well, actually, in fact, it's been given as wide, but it will still remain as 1 for the over. I tend to like that. You know, the senior men step up. It's not a case of, I'm a bowler and I'm a senior man, I'm going to start just grazing somewhere else. I like to see his involvement whenever there's a field position or if there's needed to be somebody in close. He's always been the man that's put his hand up, and I tend to like that. I mean, I think fast bowlers are athletes as well. I'm not going to shy away from that, and I think he is. And from what I see, I think I like what I see when it is Clinton Stearman. Oh, there's the noble. There is the noble, and there was oohs and ahs, and we won't ever find out whether there was any bat on that. But that's another noble, or should say, that's his first, and that's the second innings. I don't know. What's your take on it? And I know back in the old days, they would have said, what's a fast bowler doing out there? And
Just, well, you see Marco Jansen, he is 2.02 meters. We see him in the gully, so nothing wrong with that. Just want your best catches in the key
whoever it
positions.
is, yeah. I mean, New Zealand have got what
Tim Southee, yeah.
Southie. Nicely played there.
Yeah, so you just want your best catches in the best
100%.
to give yourself that. And it's, to me, it's key. It's key positions. Whether it's first slip, second slip, gully, or short wicket.
I think I was privileged enough to see when I was at Western Province as a youngster, at the likes of Jacques Callis and Brian McMillan, two of the best slip catches you ever used to see.
Buckets, man.
And those two don't drop anything.
Yeah.
And then you still had the likes of HC there, had good hands, John Cummins. I mean,
Jono?
yeah. Oh, that's a good line. But it's been a good opening partnership here for myself and Zahir Adams. He's departing the scene, and we're going to be joined now by the Cape Fox, James King.
Thank you very much, Eugene. Good to be here with you as we get news here from Hollywood Bets Kingsmead that Western Province have won that match against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins by 51 runs and bowling out the Dolphins in that second innings for 190. And it was Marcus Ackerman who didn't come out to bat in the second innings at all, so they were 9 down there. Good effort from Ramashin Pillay as Sia Mahima again into captain of the Knights, Sefo Senakwani. Very interesting first half an hour or 35 minutes of play, Eugene, listening to you and Zahir talking, just very interesting comments that you're making. Too short, and he's going to get punished for that. That's a lovely shot from Senakwani through the extra cover region for 4. Time just too short. You have to go back, rock back, and play that with a nice straight back. It looked like not quite so straight, but played it very nicely through the offside.
Yeah, just sort of a slow ball and missing his length, and was a little bit short. And Senakwani moved his feet quite nicely there and allowed him to hit that ball through cover. Yeah, it's been very interesting. I'm sure the Knights would really want to sort of set themselves to get a good total on board, but they need a good first session here.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, in the first innings, 12 for 1 they were when Senakwani lost his wicket for 8. Both these batters now on 14. So spin is in early, and that again is short, and it's dispatched over the wideish long mid-on area for another 4 from Senakwani. Just not getting his length right at the moment. It's Sia Mahima, and just sitting up on the pitch.
Yeah, that's a second short one, and he latched on that very quickly. Good foot movement once again there from Senakwani, the captain. Now then, if Mahima can't settle here, this could bring a little bit more pressure for Clyde Fontaine and the Goldrush Boland team. They need somebody just to tie up an end so that it can rotate these seamers potentially from the stables in, it looks like today.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly does seem as if that is going to be the plan of action from Goldrush Boland, but they can't, as you say, Gene, you don't want to let the Knights get off to a flyer here. It's just one inning shootout over the 2 days here with both teams scoring 266 in their first innings. And they need Sia Mahima or Sean von Berg to apply the pressure.
It's going down.
Yeah, it is.
Just going down for me, Cape Fox. And
yeah, it did look like it, didn't it?
maybe bowl that one a little bit quicker. Maybe just keeping him intact. He's been hit for 2 4s already this over. That finishes that over with 8 runs coming off it. 34 without loss after 12. I think from Zahir and ourselves' point of view, we just want to see somebody just take the bull by the horns, whether it is the Boland team or whether it is the Knights here, and really just try and move the game forward a little bit. You know, as we said, these games are very important in a one round robin game where you're only going to be playing this team once. There's 7 games in total that you're going to be playing, and really got to try and get many bonus points as you possibly can, and then force your way into getting into position to try and win the game.
I mean, absolutely crucial. I mean, no disrespect to either of these two teams, but certainly they would be expected to be teams either in the middle or lower down in terms of the rankings. Good delivery again from Amani.
I'm not going to be saying that there, James. I mean,
No.
we want to see all our teams, all our first division teams really compete well. And yeah, I hear what you're saying, and it is very important. As we've seen there, the Western Province already got a win under their belt, so well done to them. And I mean, with the way other games go, I mean, there could be results in other matches.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to be left behind in that regard.
I mean, certainly there in Quebec, you've got the Warriors that were rocked back a bit in their second innings. I think they are now 3 down there, but they have got a lead of over 100. So again, it's Kamani just played that very nicely as the ball strays down the leg side. Easy for him to play it down there to Dudgeon at long leg. So Dekale moves on to 15. Senekwani also on 15, and has been a good opening partnership from these two. So yeah, that result there, very important one for the World Sports Betting Western Province, and the Warriors against the Northwest Dragons is looking like a very interesting game as well down there in Quebec.
Interesting. None of the teams have got to 300 in their first innings.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that was the casing point when Zahir was on, like, how to play, and they want a good. I think the way South African teams play is we want to have a good first innings.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, and if that's being said, I mean, none of the teams in this competition have got to 300 in their first innings. And the Warriors were close with 298, but
it was a very low-scoring game, relatively, in Durban. I mean, nobody, you say, just some scores just over the 200s in both occasions. The Dolphins not managing to get to 200.
the tide must have been in all day.
I think
Over there in Durban.
Today. And yeah, started the day in 88 for 4 on Romesh and Pillay. It got a very good 60 odd there, and he was really holding the bottom of the innings together. And Dile Similani with a good 20 to try and assist him there. And they were really playing very forcefully, trying to get those runs as quickly as possible. Yeah, not sure what happened to Marcus Ackerman. Maybe but somebody is listening that maybe I'll send us a message and does know what happened to him, but didn't come out to bat for the second innings. First time he's got him really to play away from the body there. Senekwani.
Yeah, it looks like he had a little bit of a plan, throwing one outside, just saying, listen, have a go at that. Just couldn't manage to hold his shape a little bit, so got the inside half of the bat. Still very much orthodox out there. They've got sort of a wideish first slip, and then a man at sort of a third slip, which is Grant Rulofson. Just a ring on the offside. 2 men saving one on the onside with deep, with square and fine leg on the boundary. Actually play it again.
Yeah, was good. That's the end of the Omani over. His second, better one from him that time. No extras in that one, and he's conceded just a 5 in his 2 overs so far. And I'm assuming it will be once again Sia Mahima, as you were saying. Yes, we're just having a look there at the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20 series. Fantastic initiative and sponsorship there from Hollywood Bets. And this is really fantastic cricket. South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League, made up of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. and it started already the beginning of October. And for more information, visit www.cricket.co.za. And just to give you more information around that, so 2 matches this weekend in that Hollywood Bets Pro 50 series today and Hollywood Bets Pro 20 tomorrow. It's the Fidelity Titans. They're at home to the DP World Lions. It's a Supersport Centurion. It's well played by Dukali, and it is the Titans who are at bat at the moment, 46 without loss. And then in Bloemfontein, the Mangong Oval, the Knights women are playing against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. They're 44 for 3 in their first innings there, and you can watch both of those matches on the CSA YouTube channel.
And coming through for a single. It's such a great initiative.
It
And
is,
seeing where the women's game is going in South Africa, isn't it? And I think it's all based on or backed off from or backed on from the women's team,
Yes,
the national
absolutely.
women's team, and their successes that they have sort of reaped over the last few years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a bit of oohs and ahs for that one. The inside half of the bat. And it's something here potentially for the spinners. A bit of a harder new ball. Still only 13 overs and some change old. The one that's varying at that one, just a different sort of angle that he was bowling with Tia Mahima. He's going to use those variations. We saw that from Aaron Pangiso yesterday. Very good bowling from him. And you were saying Clive Boutain. That one, he just strays down the leg side and easily picked off and then go through for 2. So 38 it is for the loss of no wickets after 14 overs.
I think it's just going to be keeping your concentration if you're a batter, because I think some of the wickets we saw has been really soft and has been sort of self-inflicted from the batters himself. And it's really hard work for the bowlers to go out there and really try and make something happen. It's a patience game from them. They're trying to make things happen, but as I said earlier, I just like to see a little bit something out of the box, just for a few overs. I think sometimes you can change plans, and we spoke about this on day one. Just have something for 3-4 overs. It doesn't need to be all day.
Yeah, just to try and, from a bowling point of view, just get the batter to think a little bit more about what's going to happen. The Knights certainly yesterday afternoon with Joe van Dijk did try that, was successful to the lower order of the Boland team. It was he came in and he broke that partnership which was developing for Goldrush Boland for the 8th wicket. And yeah, they were asking here, they are obviously asking Ayad Kamani to bowl straight, sort of stump to stump, wicket to wicket, which we know is pretty much what the bowling coaches all say on this pitch here, is that's what you need to do. And he's got the field set for that at the moment.
Yeah, he's just got to be consistent with that, keep plugging away, and eventually, hopefully, he can get through the defensive guard here of the batter. And you just get your foot behind the line when you do that.
Absolutely right. That's the one no ball so far today.
Oh, no, there's a chance.
That was a chance.
That could be a chance, Cape Fox.
Yeah, and just the reaction of the bowler tells you that that was a chance. And Engelbrecht has put Senekwani down, and that is a huge miss. You have to take your chances. Engelbrecht got there. We'll have a look at that again as we see Kamani coming in from the old stables end. Yeah, that certainly was off the bat, and he didn't manage to take that. Engelbrecht, that could be a very expensive drop catch. That is absolute heartbreak there for Goldrush Boland. He's done the work, hasn't he? He tried to, he's been going stump to stump. That one just got the face of the blade. It looked like it came down quite quickly to the leg side. You've got to take them.
Yeah, firstly, bowlers don't necessarily try and look for wickets down the leg side, but there was an opportunity there, and Did try and make the yards. He got a good glove on it. We have to say that as well. Nathan Engelbrecht.
So
Saw him hard at work there with Ezra Pule, fielding coach this morning. And wow, are we going to be talking? Both these openers now have been dropped.
they have, yeah, both off Ian Kamani as well. He will feel a little bit aggrieved for that. And yes, as you said, wasn't necessarily the best at delivery, but it still was an opportunity created, and he would wanted to have made sure they took that one. He was already reeling away in the celebration, wasn't he? And you just feel for the bowler in that situation.
Especially on a day in a
Yeah.
pitch like this, yeah, we're just hoping that you can prize a wicket any which way you can.
Yeah, doesn't matter how you get them, does it? And is though it's not as hot today as yesterday, still hard toil out there. That's all the way along the ground, and man at square leg, deep square leg will come round, toss that one in. Just the one delivery left that he'll be bowling to either Dikhali. And yeah, this Dikhali dropped by Stearman when he was on 13 at that short mid-on position, which is where he's still at now. And then that one to Engelbrecht in this over as well. So opportunities created. I mean, chatting with Clyde Fortain this morning, he was saying that they lost those wickets in a cluster. It does happen here. Can happen anywhere, but it's about the application from that is the no ball, the obligatory no ball for the over. He's just bowled that now, and he'll have to bowl that one again. It takes a total of 41 without loss.
He's been giving so many warnings, I tell you. Whenever the umpire walks to the line, you know you got to bring it back. I mean, well, how difficult can it be? Just bring your foot back a little bit.
Yeah.
Just start your run up a little bit further back.
And that is the sign when the umpire goes and looks at the front line. Because he may have given you, might not have given you grace, but you're getting very close from that point of view.
100%.
But it was interesting to hear, say, Clyde Fortain talking this morning. I mean, clearly they didn't want to lose those 4 wickets that they did for just 15 runs, and it was 7 wickets for 74 in the end that they lost. It would just be an easy single for Dikhali. So the last couple of deliveries spoiled probably what was up until that stage a very good over, and Ayab Kamani is just tapping his cap against his forehead there, feeling, I think, a little bit aggrieved that he didn't get a wicket in that over. And Goldrush Boland, on a day where they really want to be able to restrict and create opportunities, they have created 2 already, which they haven't been able to take.
No, they haven't. And those men there, the Knights, they'll be well pleased with their morning work so far. 42 without loss. They're setting themselves a good platform here to really keep building. They've had lifelines, both these men. Definitely, the Khale, Senakwane, Amaz had a little bit of a bat on that there. Down the leg side was dropped by Engelbrecht. But what they need is they need somebody to tie up here. Mahima going at 4 runs to the over. I don't think that was in their script.
No, I mean, we saw him and Pangiso.
That was a chance.
That was a chance, yeah. And that's to the captain at mid-off. Go through for 2 in the end. Just a chance to pick that one up cleanly and perhaps throw down the wickets here at the bowler's end. Quick running, good running, it must be said. In the end, it turned out to be forcing the misfield from Clyde Fortain. This time, Sia Mahima decides he'll do it fielding off his own bowling. And that's he's still got the 5-4 offside leg side field, which you would expect for the left-arm orthodox spinner.
It's where they're going to create pressure. They need to build pressure.
They do.
Just when they bowl a couple of dots and they just let that off the hook a little bit, they got to create pressure, get maidens.
So good delivery, targeting the stumps there, just getting that one to straighten or maybe move away slightly from Dikhali. 2 runs off the over so far. He's very much bowling that straight towards the middle and off stump.
I can't believe how this game has just gone from one day to
Yeah.
the next. It's like Groundhog Day.
It is, absolutely. It almost feels like it's almost exactly the same type of situation. And they perhaps think he'd hit the pad first, but he was outside the line of the off stump anyway, and that ends an over. It's just gone for the 2 runs this time from CSA Mahima. Going to need to keep building that pressure. That's what will bring wickets.
It's just fascinating to see as we look at this. Yeah,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't bat there, it was outside the line, as you called it there, the Cape Fox, and yeah, maybe an ounce of desperation there, but
Yeah,
it looks
I
like
think so.
the Goldrush men.
Amani into his 4th over now. 2 no balls and the 1 wide. The wide going over the batter's head. It's in towards us now from the stables end. That is too short, played out to the man sweeping on the deep square boundary. I think that's Gavin Kaplan out there. Clive Dudgeon at a long leg position. You've got the 2 slips in play. It's a man at point, an extra cover mid off. That's that short mid on. Just where Glenn Stearman did put that one down. Very sharp chance given to him by Isaac Dikhali.
Yeah, I don't think I would have the deep square back. I understand why, because when I have the short ball, I don't mind where Glenton Stearman's feeling right now, but anywhere to Glenton Stearman's right, or to the left hand side of, as we look at it, I mean that there's acres of real estate out that side, so he can literally just maneuver the ball in that area. The reason why I say that, the bowler's going to go straight.
Yeah, absolutely.
So why not try and stop the single at least?
Yeah, because you don't want them to get away. You don't want them to be scoring runs. This is the idea. You want to be really just drawing those runs up. And that is in the air. It does take the top edge, but it's very fine, and it'll come down to the fine leg boundary here for 4. Wasn't quite the shot that he intended to play, but that will. I think it should be. That doesn't bring up the 50. It takes them to 49 without loss, and that's just a little bit of a false stroke there from Dikhali, but he gets away with it in this instance and comes down here to fine leg for the 4.
Yeah, we just spoke about that. He's gone for the shorter ball. Maybe he got the better of him as well, but we're going to be operating on every time as you're going to be able to try and hit the stumps, and still no change to the field.
Yeah, just trying to get something out of almost nothing here. It's looking like at the moment that absolutely nothing in the pitch for the bowler. It's coming through gun barrel straight. If there may have been movement there may have been early on this morning with the new ball is now certainly disappeared. Overhead conditions are not as humid and moist as they were earlier on. And we saw this yesterday. I mean, the opening bowlers, and for quite some time, there was absolutely nothing in it for the seamers from the Knights yesterday. I just thought their plan of attack later on in the day, even with the old ball. No, we felt they should have taken the new ball. Their plan of attack there certainly did work in the end to Sean von Berg, and now we're seeing another change of plan here, perhaps from Kamani. It's bringing in a man at what sort of position would you call that? So it's a short, long leg position.
He's behind square as well. So they've got 2 men behind square on the leg side. One is that fine leg, and then a very fine leg at that. And then there's got one, just a deep backward square leg. There's also got a man in front of square on the leg side as well. That's Gavin Kaplan. He's also on the boundary. So this is what we'll see. We'll see a barrage of short deliveries here now. And someone like Kamane is probably a little bit more difficult because he's such a short man as well. Sometimes it skids through and doesn't get up. So you got to be mindful of that as well.
Yeah, and can probably, in terms of sort of surprising you with the shorter one, he does possess a pretty good short ball that we've seen, and that one was a pretty well directed and very well dealt with. It must be said by Dikali, but with this field set, he is certainly going to be bowling it short of a length into the body of the batter.
Again, his thumb breath. He's not having the best of mornings out there today.
And that is a buy, and that buy will bring up the 50 for the Knights, and that 50 coming off 17 overs, so just under a shade, under 3 runs to the over, so 17 overs exactly, and off 70 minutes, 105 balls with just the 4 boundaries, and score has been shared pretty evenly between the 2 batters out there, Dikali and Senekwani. And we've seen a lot of batters get starts in this match so far, and nobody really progressing. The highest score 73 from Pangisa in the first innings, 250s in the Goldrush Boland innings, and just a smattering of 20s otherwise. And just wonder if that trend is perhaps going to continue. It's Mahima away from us now.
That's a beautiful shot by Dikali through extra cover. Over pitch there by Mahima. That was classically put away, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. Just weight transfer was very good. He came forward towards it. Eyes over the ball as he hit that one. Head very still. Played it beautifully through the covers. Probably the shot of the morning so far from Isaac Dikali.
Yeah, comfortably the shot of the morning.
Got to bring that lens slightly back. Another one, and the same position, and it's the same result. Just over pitching it again, and not going to miss out there, Dikali. And it is CM. He's just not been able to apply the pressure today. Let's look at this one again. Another same shot, basically.
Yeah, that it was, but this is problems now for Goldrush Boland, because if your left-arm spinner, who you ask to just tie and end up, he's going above 4s. Yeah. He's going to be troubled. He's going to have to make a change here. Clyde Fontaine, they nearly had drinks. There's probably going to be drinks at the end of this over.
Just then gets himself off strike, does Dikali, and nicely played down to Dudgeon at mid-on. And this is wasn't in the playbook this morning for Goldrush Boland, and wanted to come out to all guns blazing and try and knock over at least 1 or 2 of these before the first these batters before the first drinks break. Hasn't happened. It's a quicker delivery, a little bit of turn it looked like on offer there, but very slow and easily dealt with because it was a little bit too short.
Well, it's going to be a very important drinks break coming up here for Goldrush Boland, for them to get back in the sway of things to try and create pressure. He chases a wide one. Oh, he didn't want to get out there before drinks, I tell you. The captain himself manages to get that ball to the sweeper that's in place now. But, I mean, it's been a really good morning for the Knights.
It has.
They've batted nicely, these two. Looks like they're going to take the team to drinks.
Yeah, it was better from Siamahima, but 10 off the over is certainly not what was asked for from him, and he's finished his 6 now. He's going at over 4 to the over, and a welcome drinks break, I think, just to try and reset for Goldrush Boland, and for the Knights it's going to be very much more of the same, as they're 60 without loss after 18 overs, batting at 3.3 and over. We're going to take a bit of a refreshment as well. We'll be back with you after the break in about a couple of minutes. Session. And a reminder there that we have the inbound tour from Sri Lanka coming up, and that will be 2 test matches taking place between South Africa and Sri Lanka between the 27th of November and the 9th of December this year. And those 2 test matches taking place at Hollywood Bets, Kingsmead, and the Dapperbet St George's Park in Gqeberha. And visit www.cricket.co.za for more information. Hashtag Wazanawe, hashtag be part of it. And those ticket sales are available now. That's going to be a fascinating test, 2 test series that are coming up this summer for South Africa, looking to get into that World Test Championship final at Lords next year. I'm joined here by Zahir Adams. And Zahir, it's going to be a very interesting series that against Sri Lanka.
Absolutely, James. And just thinking about it, South Africa in a WTC final at Lords would be amazing. Just the growth of their team over the last 12 months under Shukri Conrad, really something to look forward to.
So we see a change of bowling. It's Sean von Berg from the stables end replacing Aya Kamani, and he's bowling to a 6-3 offside leg side field, as you would expect for the leg spinner. They need to make something happen here, Goldrush Boland. So yes, nothing had been happening for them in that first hour and 10 minutes.
Saw a couple of missed chances of Angamani. He had his head in his hands, thought he had his man at short mid on, then also a little flick behind the wicket, behind the stumps. The wicketkeeper couldn't hold on to it.
And as a result of that, it allowed them, with Sia Mahima not being able to apply his normal control, meant they've moved on quite nicely to that 60 without loss into this second half of the first session. Certainly the first half belongs to the Knights.
Saw yesterday the Boland openers starting in similar fashion, putting on 50-run partnership, and then just shortly before the luncheon interval, picking up 2. That's what Boland will be hoping they can manage here, because both Tikali and Sinekwani settling in nicely.
Yeah, it was then. And that one goes through absolutely everything. And he tried the sweep shot. They'll come back for 2. And that no doubt will be buys, you think? No, leg buys. So it's just coming off the pad. Missed the stumps, probably by a whisker. Have a look at that one again.
Just going past.
It was really close to that leg stump. Maybe it was just that pad. It flicked to prevent him from being bowled around his legs. Again to Sinekwani. All defense this time. Yeah, it was after the drinks break. Yesterday morning it was, and Aaron Pangisa came on that he induced Grant Willison to play at a slightly wideish one, and he was caught well by Rowan Cronje at backward point, and that then was really the introduction for Pangisa to make his impact on the game, and very, very economical bowling. And Peter Malan left the scene quite soon after that. It was 53 for 1, 65 for 2, and then 109 for 3. And so they went to lunch at 71 for loss of 2. So just looking at the game this morning, the Knights have been able to advance it a bit further than the Goldrush Boland were yesterday, and in fact the Knights were on day 1. Much faster scoring rates. We're going to see pace from this end. Not a surprise that Mahima's been taken off, Zahir.
Not a surprise at all. James hasn't been able to create the pressure that Pangisa did yesterday for the Knights, and it's been forced on the skipper to bring back the seam of Dudgeon. I thought he was impressive in the new ball spell, just a little bit unlucky.
Just the 3 overs he had first up.
That is a nasty bouncer. That is Arguably the quickest delivery we've seen all 3 days. Really bending his back there, did Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, a nice quick one to say hello to Isaac Dikali with his second spell. Going to need to try and make something happen here, Keith Dudgeon. His team needs something to happen if they're going to get into this batting lineup of the Knights, and certainly advantage to the Knights at the moment.
I think the key to that delivery, James, was the fact that Isaac Dikali likes leaning on that front foot. He just lunges forward. So that's just a little reminder to let him know that just get back there, young man.
Yeah, so a couple of really, played some lovely shots off the spinner in the previous over through the extra cover region for 4. Got into the 30s with those shots. That stump to stump line once again from the bowlers here, and we've seen that pretty much from the pace bowlers over the last 2 and a bit days. That's just that bowling wicket to wicket. There were a couple that stayed a little bit low yesterday at from this end. Seemed to be one patch there just outside the off stumps, perhaps too wide to make it really difficult for the batters. Something to be looking out for.
And he does go again. So he's certainly been tasked. He's been given a license here by his skipper. Asked to throw the ball to Keith Dudgeon and said, charge in, sir.
Yeah.
And really try and ruffle up a few feathers here to get that much needed breakthrough.
And now he's going to be coming around the wicket to Dikali. And no doubt it's going to be into the rib cage of the young man. We saw Dikali just practicing the ramp shot. Potentially looking at that as an option for him if that one's coming wide outside the off stump. That is into the body, and he's able to fend it off to the man who's in a catching position almost 2/3 of the way to the boundary on the leg side. It's almost quite a 45 position. So, last ball of the over will be to Senekwani, keeping the same line of attack. 2 slips standing a little bit wider. He moved his deep backward point around as well.
It's well fielded in the second slip.
My goodness, that went very quickly through to Grant Rulofson. He took an absolutely outstanding catch in the first innings at extra cover. One-handed effort diving to his left and to get rid of Patrick Butcher was absolutely brilliant, and certainly that's the kind of fielding that you want your bowlers will want from the fielders to back them up. And fortunately, there's 2 chances going down this morning for Goldrush Boland. Both batters being dropped off the bowling of Kamani.
Flagged by Sean van Berg. What point do Boland start worrying, James? At what point do they start wondering, how much are we going to chase over here?
Yeah, I might be wondering that already, actually. Just looking at how this game is playing out this morning. It's and they're still trying here now. Sean van Berg, he's in for his second over of this spell. He bowled the one over this morning just to get Glenton Stearman to change ends. And they will be looking to him. He took 4 wickets in the first innings. That is one that goes past the outside edge of Dikali. Going forward, as you say, just onto that front foot, just beating the outside edge. So some encouragement there for Van Berg.
The R's get louder.
Yeah, he goes back. He has been doing that as well a couple of times. Did that in the first innings as well.
I haven't seen Sean van Berg ball any googlies as yet. It should be in the stock delivery. Could be setting him up here.
Yeah, most certainly. 4 standard leg breaks.
And that's the one,
That
as
is
we
the
called
one.
it. That is the one.
He handles that pretty well, does Dikali. Yeah. I suspect that he might have been thinking it was going to be coming. It's one thing knowing it's coming, and the other one is playing it, isn't it? So.
Greatest,
Yeah.
the greatest saying is of Mike Tyson. You know he's coming, but what are you going to do once you get the punch against the jaw?
Yeah, it's very easy to know it's coming. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, the variations that the spin bowlers do have, very, very important. I mean, then Sean von Berg, a man who's taken after his first innings effort 484 wickets in first-class cricket, he has certainly been around the block and a few times there. He knows his trade very well. Said called up to go to that series in New Zealand. South Africa sent a team of players who weren't playing in the Betway SA20. Outstanding effort from him. Yeah, it's a good delivery from Dudgeon.
Boland certainly tried to be aggressive here with ball and in the field. Just letting both Dikali and Senakwani know that they're still very much in the contest.
And talking about a contest, there certainly was a contest there at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead today. And the Hollywood Bets Dolphins going into day 4 of that match on 88 for 4. Talk about that just after this delivery from Keith Dudgeon. It's Ramesh and Pillay who held the innings together with some assistance from Andile Similani, Jason Smith going a bit earlier this morning, and they were bowled out for 190. Marcus Ackerman not coming to the crease at all in that innings, so he was absent, hurt. Not sure what happened there, but so they were 9 wickets down, and Western Province picking up their first win of the season away at the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Been a bit of a bogey ground for them in the last couple of years.
It's a big blow to the Dolphins. Marcus Ackerman, the leading scorer in the CSA 4-day series last year. Dolphins Player of the Year. To not have him in a run chase, hope he's hasn't done himself too much of a harm, because you really want to see the best players out, and particularly with such a short red ball season, you don't want to see guys missing out in games. Particularly, I thought he was could be a candidate to push for the place in that test squad.
Absolutely right. His form has been outstanding, and say last season he's got a good delivery from Dudgeon. And he picked up a very nice SA20 contract.
800,000 Rand from Pretoria Capitals.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a bidding war for his services.
Yeah. And he is a busy cricketer though, isn't he? Marcus Ackerman, excellent in the field as well. Short of stature, but he's really a greyhound between the wickets. Really good man to have there, and he's been an outstanding performer for the Dolphins.
A few years ago, he was down at the Cape, playing for the Cape Town Blitz in the old Mzansi Super League. Certainly a short pitch barrage at the moment from Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, line of attack is quite clear. The batters haven't been tempted. It was one in the from the other end, from the stables end, when Kamani was bowling, one that Isaac Dikali did go for. Got a bit of a top edge, but it flew down to fine leg for 4. Now Dudgeon's coming around the wicket again, the last ball of the over to Dikali. It's been a quiet over so far. Oh, he just gets that one off the thigh pad. He's got bat on that one in front of his thigh pad and down to fine leg just for the single. And he'll keep the strike at the end of the Keith Dutton over.
I kind of feel though, James, that with what I know it's a little bit behind the point, but if you are bowling short, it's very clear that Keith Dutton's going to run in and bowl short, and that is the line of attack. We have seen the leg slip being utilized, and you feel that you might have been in the game there in the balance. So,
and
just got to do something differently. You've obviously you've chosen that's the mode of attack, and now support the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, bring in that man that maybe that you've got at that 45%, just to change things around a bit. Bring your fine leg that is pretty fine into a maybe long leg position. See Van Berg towards us again. And yeah, Mahima anticipating the sweep shot, but he's not able to stop it from being just a paddle from being applied there by Dikhali. And he's into the 37 now. He's got 79 deliveries, and he's certainly been batting a lot quicker than he was in that first innings. He's 40 in the first innings off 100 with 126 deliveries. And he's given him, and not able to, he backed away to play that one that was shortish on the line of the stumps, and umpire Maria Erasmus has given the decision, and that is the breakthrough that Goldrush Boland were looking for.
That is absolutely what Goldrush Boland were craving. They were desperate for a breakthrough, and it's that man, Sean Van Berg. We said he was setting it up. He was the previous over. It was 4 leg breaks in succession, and then the straighter one. And this occasion, it was the quicker delivery that just caught us the highly unawares. Just going backwards when he could possibly have been on that front foot. He's been lunging all day, and this is the one that traps him plumb in front. Maria Erasmus having no hesitation in raising the finger.
Yeah, and that is the breakthrough they were looking for. Very good opening partnership, 67 for the Knights. They certainly got off to a better start than they did in that first innings, as it'll be Garnet Tar coming out to the crease, and he only got 4 in that first innings. He was a victim of he was a victim of Aya Kamani, caught at second slip. But this is a very different proposition for him now, batting against Sean Van Berg, and he'll have his tail up after that delivery, most definitely. Be looking to work another one of these Knights batters out as quickly as possible, and it will be up to Tar and Senekwani now to build another partnership. So 67 for that first wicket. 22 overs and 2 balls it took, so batting at a 3 and over.
On Tar, just a young batsman from St Andrews in Bloemfontein, making his way on the professional circuit.
And that is a very big appeal. When they were appealing for the catch or for the stumping, there was certainly a big appeal for the stumping. Not given by Andre Olivier.
Really like to have another look at that one. Nathan Ingebrink, was he quick enough? Tar just managing to keep his foot behind the line.
Excitement very much here for the Goldrush Boland. Sean Van Berg starting to weave a bit of magic here for them. Does it again. It's just
Sean Van Berg, he's welcome. Garnet Tar to the crease, and he's not knowing which way the delivery's going, and Senekwani's skipper just calls him and just tries to calm the young man down.
Yeah, it's 2 leg breaks you would expect that were just missing the outside edge of the bat. In both instances, he was lunging forward there to try and negate the spin. It's like he must be getting a little bit of purchase here off the surface. And he plays the sweep shot quite effectively there, and he'll come back for 2, and he's off the mark with that shot. The 1 ball left in the over now.
Paarl is very much a white ball cricketer. He likes bat on ball. Looks to be play an expansive game. It's a different test when you've got men around the bat and a wily old character like Sean van Berg running in.
Yeah, absolutely. That off the outside half of the bat down to the backward point position. Captain Clyde Fontaine Fields to the end of a successful over for Goldrush Boland. It's 69 for the loss of 1 after 23. Batting exactly 3 and over. Good breakthrough there. And Van Berg, not only has he been able to extract get the wicket of Dikhali, he's been bowling very economically. So he's the one who's been able to put that into play there. The economy rate, as we look at the information there on your screen, just giving you an indication of all the competitions that are being played in our domestic series this year. The 4-day competition that we're busy with at the moment, T20 Challenge, which is already over, won by the DP World Lions, and then the One-Day Cup coming later in the season, and then the Hollywood Bets Pro Series for the women. The Dudgeon continues to Senakwani, keeping the same line of attack. They have brought that man at from that sort of deepish position at backward square. They brought him up a little bit closer. I think the point about the leg slip, if he's going to come around the wicket, you would want to have the leg slip in place. Still going to be bowling. Sure, he's got a 3rd in position as well now. Ooh, that's swayed away well. Did Senakwani.
Let's see how Tar fronts up to this. He's been faced with some leg spin on the one side, and now he's got a seamer with his tail up on the other. So good little passage of play here by the Goldrush Boland side, just engineering the breakthrough.
Yeah, very much so. And it was that wily old campaigner, Sean van Berg, who got that wicket. Yeah, that one not as well directed from Keith Dudgeon. Probably had to ask Eugene what it's like to be given this task to come. He's really he's been asked to bend his back here and really get that ball up into the rib cage of the batters, and seeing him change now for 3 balls. It's previously only been like 1 or 2 balls at the end of the over. He's got 3 balls that he's going to be bowling around the wicket to Senakwani.
This looks like a big, strong man, though, that he
is.
really charge in, does Keith Dudgeon.
Exceptionally fit young man. And it's played neatly. It's 2 full this time, and easily played to Peter Milan at that deep square position.
He's another one that has been recruited by the Paarl Royals, so he'll remain here at Boland Park for season 3.
Yeah.
For Betway SA20 season 3.
It's going to be very interesting. Quite a few changes of personnel for the Paarl Royals. No Josh Butler and Jason Roy this year.
Yeah, they've been replaced by. It's not a bad replacement, Joe Root,
No, not bad at all, is it?
former England captain and leading Test run scorer,
yes.
and also the experience of Dinesh Karthik, former India T20 World Cup winner. So, heard Kumar Sangakkara, the director of Royals Cricket, say the other day, Josh Butler is such an integral part of the side. He bats up front, he keeps, and he also bats at the end.
Yeah.
They needed to find 2 players to replace Josh Butler. So in comes Root and Karthik.
Tars nicely in behind that. Still have the 1 delivery left, and just changing the tag. They do have the leg slip in position here for Garnet Tar. And 2 slips and a man at almost 4th slip, sort of gullyish type of position.
There's also be a change in coaches down here at Boland Park for the Paarl Royals. For New Zealand fast bowler, he's moved on, Shane Bond.
Yeah.
And Tweeny has come in
Okay.
from. He's taken over.
That's going to be interesting. That will be quite a change. I mean, Josh Butler and Jason Roy both here for the first 2 seasons of the Betway SA20. Be really good to see a Paarl Royals team captained by David Miller, who certainly had a very good start, I think, to the last tournament. It just fell away a little bit towards the end. Oh, it's a very good delivery from Keith Dudgeon, and didn't deal with that one quite as well as perhaps he could have done Garnet Tar. So no damage done to the Knights, and very good over from Dudgeon comes to an end. Just a single off at 70 for 1 now after 24, and it will be no doubt Sean von Berg to continue from the stables end.
An excellent over there by Keith Dudgeon. He to get the ball to raise at that on this placid surface, you really needed to be charging and bending your back, and certainly responded to his captain Clyde Fontaine's call to just change up the length and ask a few different questions from the Knights batters.
Yeah, really good from the young man. I say young man, certainly a young man to me. He's been playing first class cricket though for the best part of 11, 12 years. Keith Dudgeon, making his way down here to the Western Cape, and really good to have him here at Goldrush at Boland. Man who played for many seasons up there in KZN. Von Berg here on the money. First delivery to Senekwani. This bowling from the stables ends, the end that he mopped up the tail of the Knights in the first innings. He's just got the important breakthrough in his previous over. Dikhali caught LBW. That one too full this time. There's only going to be the single, so it's going to get a chance to bowl it, Garnet Tar again. It's going to be interesting to see how this over plays out.
I think Garnet Tar, he's going to try and sweep Sean van Berg. That he might be his modus operandi.
Would you then look at perhaps bringing your fielder in a bit closer on the leg side, maybe even putting in somebody at the leg gully or short? Yeah,
definitely. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see what the young man has got to offer against Sean van Berg. He just stops in his run up there.
I think Sean van Berg, he's setting him up. Yeah, he's rubbing his hands with glee there. Every ball you can see, it just takes a little bit longer to walk back. Has a few words with the young man.
Yeah, certainly you feel something's going to happen here, and either be a release shot or something is going to go down. Yeah,
look at the stare. Look at the stare. That's the beauty of 4-day cricket. The little battles within the battle, within the contest. That's what makes this game fascinating. Can labor along and can go all, and then suddenly there is a little bit of action. And that's also key from the fielders. They're not letting Garnet Tar get to the other end. They want to keep the pressure on. And Sean van Berg, he'll appreciate that work there at mid-on at least.
Yeah, very, very important to keep, as you said, just keep him there. Got to keep him guessing. Want to try and get a couple of wickets to fall in a cluster here. One just outside the off stump, and another good over from Sean van Berg comes to an end.
Thank the Cape Fox. He will be having an early lunch. Yes. He's off on his way. Big Genie. He joins the bottle once again. What have you made of the last few overs, Eugene? Where Boland just seem to have had a plan. Seems like they They have pulled the plug on it now. Keith Dudgeon, he's done his job. He's tried to ruffle the feathers with a few short ones. And it looks like they're going back to Glenton Stearman.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, again. So here, it's true to form, you and the Cape Fox have picked up another wicket. You guys just keep bagging them, don't you?
I think you need to stay at the back, mate. You need to stay at the back there.
Game seems to be moving forward when you guys on comms. Yeah, there's certainly been different game plans and plans in place there from the Goldrush Boland after drinks, and this is what we've been asking for, and something a little bit different, a little bit of hostility shown there by the Dudgeon. And they prize the wicket there as well, and they've got Sean van Berg bowling very nicely as well, keeping them a little bit pressure, and this is what you wanted, and this is what Clyde Fontaine wanted. Now then, got a field set here. Looks like there's 2, 4, 6 men on the leg side here, 3 on the off. That's, oh, here's going to be trouble. Yeah, he's going to be trouble. That's a run out. Can you Adam and Eve it?
What has happened? We have said that the game meanders and suddenly it explodes, and it seems that there has been a major miscommunication there between Senakwani and Tor. As we have another look into the offside. Should have been a single. Should have been a single. Instead, they ended up next alongside each other. And the youngsters just run out his skipper.
Every day of the week, that's a single, all day long. I mean, the fielder had to run around to his left and side. Even the throw wasn't a good one. But, I mean, what else can you say?
Easy one every day of the week. The fact that they landed up alongside each other just shows could have got out to the other end. So now, the Knights just gifting Goldrush Boland with an opening here. Seemed they had the session in control. Had a good little partnership. Opening stand. Suddenly 2 wickets fall, and but a chaos that's being created.
Well, tide must have come in there at 11 o'clock because things have certainly sort of bumped up here from 11 o'clock from drinks onwards, because that's 2 down and you've got 2 men now. Yeah, Forrester coming to the crease, the left hand, and I can tell you what, so here they're going to go around the wicket straight away here because they found a good line, a good length there to him from around the wicket. It just seems like the bowlers' tails are up now as well. I mean, let's have a look at this here. Let's not forget, it was a 3-6 field with 6 men on the leg side, so there's plenty of gaps on the offside. Senakwani thought he hit it into a gap. He came down, and Tar wants nothing to do with that, and that's all she wrote. And here it is, around the wicket, straight away. And everybody is now a traffic officer out there. Even Ayakamane has pointed the finger. Clyde Fontaine, he is directing traffic. Sean van Berg, he's applauding every man, pointing in the right direction. I mean, it's all happening here at Boland Park. Finally, something to get us through to lunch.
I think the chatter out there in the middle is going to be quite intense. Now they will be finding the youngster gone at top. You've just sent your skipper, who's done all the hard work. You just sent him back to the pavilion.
He's on the money. He's on the money. And this is an area where Forrester was struggling. There they come in. There, a few words. There's the experience of Nakajima. Oh, he's smiling.
Look at this. This is theatre at its best here. This is what it's all about.
Mahima's come from Sherwood Forest. He's shown his face there. He's having a few words. He doesn't. He's just happily standing at mid-off. He's just maybe supporting Glenton Stearman.
Avim Makajima, he's taken the role of cheerleader. He is definitely the number one. Even taking 3 steps up at second slip. He wants to be that close to the action.
Can you believe how this game has turned on its head here? Beautiful shot, but there he comes.
There he comes over again. Oh, it's a no ball. Glenton says, I want another one. I want some more.
Oh, I think everybody will be saying that till nothing happened. They're just trying to get into the youngsters' bubble here. Oh, this is what we've come to expect of 4-day cricket. You're being challenged, not just with your skills, but mentally as well. You've got to focus, you've got to stay concentrated on the job at hand. And a good ball outside the off stump there. That's where he's going to hover. He's been found wanting a little bit just with his technique from around the wicket here, has Forrester. He's just got a tendency to open up a little bit, especially when he's being brought forward. That's where Stearman wants to get this ball, just getting him coming forward to a delivery. Round about there.
Just shows the beauties of this game. It was meandering along. The Knights were piling on the runs, and you were starting to wonder what would they be comfortable to chase, and suddenly wicket brings another one, a run out, and Boland. But it was also, though, to credit of Boland, they did try to hit something. They got Keith Hudson to run in, brought the leg spinner on. So that's the reward you reap when you try something different. Can't just allow batters to plant their front foot and bat for days.
No, but this has been the nature of this contest from day one, where the game is just sort of, as you said, meandered along, and then all of a sudden these wickets are plenty, and then one team is under the pump a little bit, and then they find their way back into the game, and then all of a sudden another cluster of wickets, and it's just been the story of the day here, or the story of this contest. Now, 1 ball to go. 7 men on the offside now. That's where you want to be, because he plants that foot and then he just gets the hands to come down. No real movement towards it, but that's a successful over nonetheless there from Linton Stearman, though it doesn't go down as a wicket for him. However, Goldrush Boland, they wouldn't mind that.
You speak about the game meandering and then Boland picking up wickets. You can see there's a lot more smiles there in the Boland support staff. Ezra Paarl.
Ezra Paarl smile, please.
Look at that. He's happy. That's a much bigger smile than he had a couple of overs ago, that's for sure. I feel that do the Knights now counter attack by trying to score it a little bit quicker?
I think if you look at the clock, and they're going to again have one eye on the lunch and break. That's what they got one eye on. I'm telling you, they do not want to lose a third wicket here before lunch. And if they do that, you play in the hands of Sean van Berg, who's just going to bowl ball after ball after ball. And you said that ball is coming. That googly that he has, he bowls it quite well, a little bit quicker. Turns. Is that what you said? You know it's coming?
As Mike Tyson said, as I spoke to the Cape Fox earlier, everybody has a plan until you've been punched in the face. So that is how you feel.
You are very extreme. I mean, you just from one extreme to the next, you are. Oh dear, man. Oh dear. Now, there is gaps aplenty on the leg side. There's only 2 men, one of which is a deep square or even a fine leg. And the other one is at mid-on. For the rest of him, he's got 3 men around the bat, all on the offside from slip, second slip, and a silly point. Oh dear, every ball seems to be an activity.
Everyone is an occasion with Garnet thought. Those men, particularly that second slip up here by Kajima, he is reminding him every ball you sent your skipper back to the dugout.
Oh, Zaz, there's Avi back in. Another word. You don't want to be going back to the dressing room yet. Garnet, you got to stay out here for a longer time.
I don't think they'll be sharing breaking bread at lunch. All gone at time, the skipper.
Oh, just short. Just short.
That was the chance. I mean, can he get even closer? He's virtually on the square already there at second slip. He had a helmet on it, mate.
Oh, that's what Gavin Kaplan did for most of the time. He tried to anticipate that, but the ball was long gone before he got to where it was supposed to be.
Inches away.
Well, there's a different prospect now. Left hand on strike, and surely there has to be a leg slip. Surely you got to put one in there.
He's moved. I'm with Kajiman. Where's he moving into? Skipper's coming into mid-wicket.
Yeah, he wants him close to the action.
Got to have him in there, mate. Got to have him as close as possible.
Stick him at leg slip.
Yeah. Got to have him as close as possible.
Well, can he get a little bit of the rough that's on the outside there? That off stump. There it is. There it is. Oh, he's not running back for two because he wants to stand on the other side. That was a ripper from Sean Vonberg.
And threw everybody the batter, the keeper, and missed the stumps. Just enough rough on that off stump. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, not hitting the timber, but he'll be back.
And again,
Will be Clinton Stearman from the leader again.
well, this is a good spell here by the Goldrush Boland. That is squeezed there, pass back with a point. Kamane, he's doing the chasing, he wants to keep it down to two. That he does. I mean, how things have turned around here, and we going to be heading towards sort of the similar things that we saw at lunch on day one and at day two.
I think the one positive aspect for me is that you have two young Knights batters, Dean Forrester and Garnet Tor. They're both making their way in senior provincial cricket. And if you get through this period, a real testing period here before lunchtime, that is what you take further into your career and prosper and build from that. So hopefully, from a Knights point of view, they can.
Tell you what, whatever Kajima had for breakfast, you need to chat to him and say, listen, I need to have some of that because he's certainly up for it.
Been in the drinks, mate. I think it was the drinks break. They were quiet before drinks. It was meandering along.
What do you reckon? Jelly babies then?
I reckon plenty of
Super C's.
Super C's.
Well,
But a slow mag, off you go.
but just coming back to your point, I think you make a valid point there. Oh, that's going to be hit over the slip region there, and that's going to go down to third man for a four. What an offer again, just went with it. I think you make a valid point there. Is that in 4-day cricket, you get this sort of transferring of pressure from one to the other. Sometimes we spoke about it on day one. You just got to soak it up. And then when it's your chance, you sort of take it away then from the opposition. And I think that's the learning here because it's a sort of longer format of our game. And And that is the difference. You just got to keep biting it and really accept the pressure on offer and then really just sort of reap the benefits of it later on.
So I also feel though that young cricketers today, they won't just sit back. They'll look to counter attack. Saw one the previous delivery, just a little bit of width, and Forrester threw his hands at it.
There's a lot to there's a lot of factors you need to take into consideration for that. You know, the surface, the bowlers, the opposition as well. But also how long you've been in the game and are you trying to put your foothold threshold on a position within the team? We're not sure what the makeup of teams are, and we're not sure whether these guys are under pressure to try and get a score. So they don't want to give it away. I agree with you. Sometimes it's good to take the game back and transfer that pressure by scoring. You also got to understand, as you said, these are two youngsters there trying to find their feet here in the game, and that plays its own role.
Got to remember, it's also both of them. It's their first Division One, first red ball game. They have been, yes, both have been successful in Division Two. Ian Forrest and also garnered top one, nominated as one CSA one day cricketer. Just to take the step up, suddenly you're playing against players who've represented South Africa, both Steedman and Van Berg. And that alone is a test of your credentials. You might have dominated at the level below, and suddenly you're up in the big time, playing against guys who've played international cricket, and that's when you find out who you really are.
Also, that's where the coach finds out who you are. That's a summary so far. The Knights lead by 80. They got 8 wickets still in the hutch there. And I mean, it's just been the same old story, Groundhog Day here. However, things have come to light here leading into lunch on day 3. We're about 15 or so minutes away from that. And still, Goldrush Boland, they are trying to prize another wicket here. If they can get 1, maybe 2 here, they might feel, listen, we're in the business end here. But still, I think there's a lot of chat out there around that bat with a certain Mr. Tar.
He doesn't want to give it away right now. A little bit of confusion there once again. And the last thing Garnet Tahoe would want is another run up. Fortunately for South and the Knights, he gets safely to the other end.
I'm sure that's something obvious. Just reminding him there, listen, you can't run yourself out after running out the captain. And that's just ridiculous. Still no leg slip in place here.
Got to put it at the back of his mind, though. Got to think about how's he going to go forward.
Well, if you get full tosses bowled like that, it's a little bit easier. That's well put away by Forrester.
Just a bit of a freebie there. Just breaking the shackles. There was a bit of pressure being pulled. Sean van Berg let himself down there with a nice juice. He fully dispatched over the leg side.
So if there's one man that can get that out of his head, that's Sean van Berg. Just focus on the next ball. Yeah, why not a leg slip, Zahid? Why not?
There's been peculiar things all week, Eugene. You're lost for words, some of these decisions.
Yep, and then she said I could stop that, just that lunge going forward like that. There's a ball could bounce from there. We saw a little bit turn there out of the dust ball that has been created there by the bowlers' footmarks. Better take that time from Engelbrecht. Better feet. Move swiftly down the leg side here. Sean van Berg having another few words and saw that rip. Didn't you see that leg spin rip there, didn't you? Well, Just be careful. I've got the other one in my locker as well. Just don't be turning it against the spin. I mean, all sorts of chat he will have, eh?
Absolutely. Sean Berg is a library of knowledge. You've played the game as long as he has. Certainly built up a few chips over the years. So that is the end of the over. And the Knights survive another one. They lead by 85 runs. 2 wicket start after 29.
What has been your sort of best chip, be it at school, club level, wherever? What's the best one you've heard?
There's been a few, mate. There's been a few. There has been a few. Actually, again, not involving me, but just again, maybe I need to get some sleep, but I've been listening to some fantastic podcasts overnight. And Nasser Hussain and Ricky Ponting had one going, and the question was posed to Nasser Hussain, and it was Ian Healy behind the stumps, and he said to Nasser Hussain, "You got to just bring him, just get under his nose, mate. Just got feel under his nose." Sent it over to David Boone, and Boone said, "Mate, if his nose is so big, I might have to feel it from long on."
No, no, man.
That was Nasser himself.
Well, Nakajima is into the attack, and he's been a little bit of a golden arm for Goldrush Boland. And I think the reason why he's on is to bowl a little bit of tweakers away here from Forrester, the left-hander. Same thing here for him. He's got a little bit of rough outside that off stump. It is the bowlers follow through. That's all he's got to work with.
I think Avi's just asked for the ball to have a few more words. He said just before the lunch, and Skipper, give me the ball. I've got my tail up here.
It's a good line. Let me see, once it's on the straight, there's not much happening there. It's only when it's gone outside that off stump.
Remember the days when Avi was very much a bustling medium pacer.
Nakajima.
Bustling medium pacer.
Well, he's tried to be a medium pacer there because there's a short ball that's been deposited onto the banks here at Boland Park. Well played that time by Forrester, all the way for a 6.
Put away.
I'm very surprised about this seamer lot that you're talking about. Maybe he's got his wits about him now as a experienced man. I'll just come off 3 or 4 yards. That's much better. That suits me better. I can chirp more. Won't be as tired.
Do like the option of the off spinner to the left hand and taking the ball away.
100%. Short again. And that rough that he's got to work with is a little bit just too much outside that off stump. He's really got to prize Forrester to come forward into that area. In a short ball. That time, Gamane does well at backward point.
That is excellent work by Gamani. He's a little jack in the box, and he certainly threw himself around the field there. To see Gamani have a little burst before lunchtime. He was full of energy. Not likely, though.
Yeah, I hear what he's saying, but I don't think with just 7 minutes to go, won't be the case. What will be the case is Sean van Berg is going to be at Garnet Tar once again. Nicely played. And there's your jack in the box once again. Kumane. She's down to 1. But I don't think it's a bad signal given away. And I think Sean van Berg, he can hit this rough here, but no, he's got a short leg there, but I'm still of the notion. I mean, with about 7 minutes to go, why not? I mean, you can chance it before lunch, get somebody in there behind the batter there, just in the catching position.
Certainly has been a good little recovery from the Knights. At least, sorry, from Goldrush Boland. I seem to be streaming along.
That's flattened up into the rough, but that's well put away again by Forrester. Hitting that through extra cover for 4.
Seemed like Ian Forrester, he's just finding his way a little bit. It's his 3rd boundary of the innings. Certainly looking to pounce on anything remotely full.
You see the idea there from Sean van Berg. He wants it to go in those foot marks. But that time, the youngster Forrester was well up for it. Run rate is good, though. Much better from the Knights. Going at above 3s.
See 100 runs in a session. Has been an anomaly thus far.
Yeah, we had one session where it was 111 runs or 112 runs scored. And that was a good session. Haven't seen too many of those, though.
A little bit of slow turn, allowing him to adjust.
Yeah, come over the wicket for 1 as well. I mean, you've got 2 balls left and it's over. Just a line change sometimes is as good as anything. That's going to be the end of the over. 31 gone. 97 for 2.
Have 1 more before the luncheon interval. As look like Avi Nakajima, he'll take on that responsibility.
Oh, why not? Why not? He's going to, will he tempt him up? Will he flight it up there? Yeah, in his first session, that has probably kept things very evenly poised in this contest. Bit of movement there, or bit of turn there, I should say, a bit of grip from Kajima into the right-handed top. Oh, you don't want to miss that, but he didn't. That was well played. Jack in the box. Can't stop that one. Kajima. So it's 4 runs.
Money on Aya getting across there. Unfortunately, just not able to prevent the boundary. It also brings up the 100 for the Knights. 101 for 2 in the final over before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, they've done well. As you said, 100 runs in session. Oh, this one is sort of just paddled around the corner. Kajima again with the long, long yards that he's going to make. So that's 3 runs to the total. What do you make of that first session then on day 3, Zayed?
I think the Knights, they'll be very, very happy with the way they went. It was a little bit of a stumble midway through. They recovered here, counter punched here with Forrest and Tar, the two youngsters. Tough little period for the youngsters just about a half an hour ago.
But you said it rightly at the time as well. I think they're going to reap the benefits of it. There's a lot of learning out there. It's tough. First class cricket. You're being tested in so many ways. Yeah, you can ODI. Apologies. White ball cricket is sort of bludgeoning your way through it a little bit. It's transferred here. You've got to knuckle down. You've got to show you want to bat for longer periods of time. And that's going to take us to the lunch break. It's a session that again seemed to have even things out between these two teams. Been good stuff there by the Knights. They finish on 104 for 2 at lunch with Tar on 12 and Forrester, he's on 21. Two men that departed the scene. Was in a corner through a run out. A little bit of miscommunication there with Tar and also Isaac de Kale. He left sort of pad bat to Sean van Berg. It's been very, very probing stuff here. And I'm sure the plans will be put in place at lunchtime. So please join us in a few moments. In fact, in about 35 minutes or so after the lunch break. We hope to see you then.
Welcome back to Boland Park as we see the umpires Maria Erasmus and Andre Olivier coming out into the middle, and we just want to remind you that the Proteas women have got an all-format tour coming up. England are coming out to South Africa, England women, and they'll be playing the Proteas women in 3 T20 internationals, 3 50-over internationals, and a test match. And part of those 50-over internationals is the 2024 Black Day, and that will be taking place on Sunday, the 8th of December at Hollywood Bets at Kingsmead. It's a 10 a.m. start there. It'll be the 4th Black Day, which you'll see the Proteas women taking on England, and all that in the course to end gender-based violence, and very much a huge day there in the ladies' cricketing calendar. I'm James King here at Boland Park. With me is Eugene Molian, and Eugene, as we see the players come back after the luncheon break, certainly probably would be the Knights that would be the happier of the two teams. 104 for 2 it is, putting on 103 in that session. 30 overs bowled by the men from Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, maybe just slightly a little bit happier than the two teams, but we saw a little bit of a fight back in the last sort of half an hour where there seemed to be sort of plans in place that Boland were trying, and they managed to get a couple of wickets, albeit through and a run out as well with miscommunication. But I feel it's sort of, again, Groundhog Day. We've probably been saying the same old story around lunchtime on day 1 and day 2, and it's how they capitalize on this now in the Knights now in bowling on this 104 that they've got here. And if you're in the Boland department here, is how can you sort of just create a little bit of pressure by bowling maidens and maybe keeping these batters quiet, because I think what they're going to try and do, I think, is trying to bring that run rate down from 3.2, and then that way try and see if they can hit and strike with some wickets.
Yes, trying to build the pressure. Certainly was early on in Garnet Tarr's innings. He's going to be facing up to Sean van Berg again, that he did seem that he was a little bit at sea against the experienced leg spinner. And immediately he beats him outside the line of the off stump after the luncheon break.
Yeah, that's a ball that he left before lunch, and now you see him just trying to get back on the ball, and this is him just trying to start matters again. And I think you get a tendency that batters just want to feel back on ball, just to feel they are back out there in the middle at times.
Oh, that goes through him again, and there's oohs and ahs, hands on the head. That must have missed the off stump by a whisker, you feel.
Again, not taken by Nathan Engelbrecht. He hasn't had the best of mornings by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not sure if that got a tickle on it that time, but however, he still didn't take it cleanly. It's 3 now. That is 3.
Yeah, it's just, it was a challenge for him as well. When he first came in, he did look all at sea. That trend continuing now after the lunch break. Just again, as you were saying, very clever, experienced bowler Sean van Berg. Just he has that googly as well that he can bowl. He's up in the air. Is Komani going to get there? No, he isn't. Just falls out of reach. But a release shot there from Garnet Tarr, not a comfortable one either.
Oh, he used his feet that time, came down the pitch a little bit and just sort of went with the shot. Very, very fortunate for the youngster. That ball landing in no man's land. 2 runs to him. Now he decides to go for the sweep, and this is what happens here when you get bogged down with a few dots bowled. And I mean, that's a brief indication about how much you can get out of it if.
And he's going to hit on the head, yeah. So.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, if you can just create some pressure by bowling a few dot balls here and there, he's just going to have a little bit of a concussion test as he's been hit on the helmet. It's just relevant protocols that all the teams need to abide by here. but that was a brief
Yeah.
indication that Cape
Yeah.
Fox, if you dot balls all of a sudden comes down the wicket, tries to play over the top, lands safe, and then the next ball tries to go for the sweep.
Yeah, missing that one, just coming up onto the helmet, and already think there would be no issue here with the slower pace of Van Berg. But right, Eugene, it's certainly not the easiest, is he, to play here. If you not able to pick him that easily. Just looking at this one again. Yeah, down for the sweep, and it just comes up, looks like into the grill there, or maybe on the nose. And yeah,
straight on the grill that was. That's why he got a helmet on. He looks like he's ready to go. Fizzy has done her job.
and you remember very early on when we had to help Merrick Pringle getting a ball that went through, doesn't it, between the visor and the lid of the helmet. Terrible injury that he got there.
I think that was Javier Srinath bowled that ball.
Yeah,
I think it was the Indian series
yeah.
over here. I'm not sure, but I think it was at the Wanderers.
Yeah, it could well have been at the Wanderers, but that hit him on the face. Really terrible situation. Remember that. It's well fielded there in the covers, and that is 106 for 2, just 2 off the over. Garnet Todd not looking that comfortable against Sean van Berg, and I'm sure we're going to see Sean van Berg just continuing with his attack from that stables end. Was not been too many boundaries hit off his bowling so far. His 9 overs, 1 for 20 has been quite economical, and going to be Aya Kamani, I think, going to be coming on from this end. Is it?
Yeah, he's going to be bowling here from the near to big end. And straight away, he's going to go around the wicket. Now, what we saw from Ayakamani was a lot of energy. He tried to bowl with a little bit more pace. He was bowling a few more bounces. Now, the end he's bowling to here doesn't necessarily offer a lot of bounce at times. So the batter has to be aware of that as well. You can't just sort of go out the way. You've got to see if it has got enough bounce to do that.
And we have seen 1 or 2. It's keep it a little bit low at this end, and it's been seemed to have been a little bit of a patch outside the right-handers off stump, quite wide. That where the ball did keep it a little bit low yesterday. Haven't seen anything too much untoward today yet. He certainly will be attacking the stumps, you feel, Aya Kamani. He's got 6-3 offside leg side field, so he's not going to be bowling it too straight potentially.
Oh, and he starts with his normal no ball, and this has been a problem for him all match.
Yeah, it has indeed, and that's his second one, I think, third one for the day today. Not yesterday, the first innings 2 days ago. As you said, every day sort of seems to be the same as the other day. He did bowl 8 no balls, and his first over he bowled 4 on the trot. So, going to just change his angle of attack now to the right-hander. So, but yeah, wholehearted cricketer, Aya Kamani.
I remember when I was in that Western Province change room with all those very good players, and then Duncan Fletcher was the coach there, and he just brought in the fine. Says, right, listen, you're going to get fined for every no ball, and then if you get a wicket off it, that could be your match being gone and dusted. At the time, Merrick Pringle was there, and he was always testing at front line so many times.
Yeah, it's
I just find it fascinating that once you put the color clothing on, these boys are nowhere near the front line, and because they know there's going to be a free hit. Don the white ball, white clothes, and then it's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah, got it on. And they're not going to be taking that quick single. It was pretty much an identical single that he turned down from his captain, Lesego Senekwani, which led to the run out of Senekwani earlier on today.
One day they sat next to each other at the lunch table there, sort of discuss what sort of calling we're going to do next time round.
Yeah, just did not respond to Senequani's call and sold him completely down the river. Kamani is going to continue to tar. And these two put on 37 so far for this third wicket, and 67 the opening partnership, and had done that at a reasonably good rate. That opening partnership, 3 to the over, which has been better than they did do in the first innings. Almost 2.7 it was in terms of the end of that innings, but they seemed to struggle to really get that going. I mean, until Pangiso came in.
Well, there's a discussion happening here. Glenton Steenman saying, listen here, umpire, I want to be fielding here, so the batter can go on the outside of me.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think it's more the batter that has to move, not the fielder.
Yeah, most definitely. The batter's got that crease runs all the way to the boundary. He can stand as far away as he likes.
I'm not sure what Forrester was sort of arguing the point there, and he was still standing behind Glenton Stearman there. And Glenton Stearman indicated, listen, you can run around me if you want, but I think your best bet would be if you run past me on the right-hand side. That's where he's taken up that position.
Yeah, makes complete sense. That's is a position there that he did actually put that catch down. And that's a huge appeal. And that, my goodness me, that looked very adjacent from here.
I'm looking at where Forrester is, and he's still in his crease here. The ball went all the way towards a third man region, and he still stood there. I mean, there was a single all day long.
It was a single there. Let's have a look at this one again. Huge appeal from them. That's going down the leg side. Yeah, definitely. Hit him in front of the leg stump. You could see middle and off. Good decision by Andre Olivier.
Good decision, but not the best of cricket from Forrester there. They've missed an opportunity for a single, and it's things like this that if a wicket falls here, that you might say, right, okay, he shouldn't even have been on strike.
No, exactly right. You need to be very aware of that. As you're building your game, you're talking about it's game awareness, very important. And how often do we see that where you're either ball watching at the non-striker's end, no damage done, but seen that quite often, and was in fact in the T20 match that the Western Province played in one of the qualifiers against the Titans, where that happened with John O'Bird, Daniel Smith, when the caused a run out there. John O'Bird just watching the ball and not listening to his partner, and the ball had already gone past him quite significantly before he started running. Just part of that whole, isn't it? You really need to learn as a young cricketer.
Well, again, and he looks like he's up for the fight here. Yeah. Another over comes to a conclusion. That's over number 34, 108 for 2. And I'm just going to go back to that. I mean, yes, it is a longer format of the game, but you still got to take the singles that on offer. That time the ball was going down the leg side after it hit the pad, but there was opportunity for a run, and Forrester wasn't moving anywhere. No. And yes, maybe sometimes the striker could have given him a shot and say, listen, you can come through. But there was a game, I remember a game in Boland at the time, and certain James Shannon was going so well. He represented Ireland at the time as well as James Wall, and we were playing a game against Hampshire second. James Shannon, he got hit against the head on about 99, and was from Griffins, who had some serious pace, serious wheels on it. But the ball went all the way to fine leg, and James Wall just stood in his place. Next ball, James Shannon obviously got out.
Yeah.
Oh, the coach wasn't happy.
No, he wouldn't have been happy.
No. Well, change of angle here for Sean van Berg. He's decided he's going to bowl over the wicket here to Forrester.
You asked for this a bit earlier on as well. Just to change it up a little bit, get him thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah, well, now you bring LBW into play. Yeah. The ball will sort of straighten up more over the wicket, around the wicket, could have a tendency to go down the leg side. I'm actually surprised they haven't had a leg slip to him.
yeah, we mentioned that quite a lot during Sean van Berg's spell, as he plays the reverse sweep, and that's very well executed by Dean Forrester down to the cover, or sort of say point boundary for 4. Excellent shot from the young man.
Yeah, well played by him. He's a little bit of a risk, but these modern day cricketers, they play this for fun these days, and that's well executed.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the reason why he didn't want to go down the other end. He wanted to face some of Sean van Berg again.
Yeah, he's happy to take on the slower pace bowler. Just tickled down to the man at 45, leg side, Keith Dudgeon. Yeah.
Words. There's going to be words here from Sean van Berg. Clinton Stearman also staring. Mahima's in the background, giving his 2 cents.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be, I think he'd be probably quite happy that he's trying to reverse sweep him. Yeah, you know, he just those type of shots that could make a mistake.
Here we go, paragraph 3 again.
Yeah. All very much of a muchness in terms of the playbook here. 26 off 37. He's in the danger zone, isn't he? Dean Forrester. Again here, players that have got a start in both the 2 openers got a start, weren't able to carry on.
Didn't want to say it. I'm just pointing it out to you,
No,
James King. I mean, you can tell the folks at home there. This is a danger zone in this match.
Yeah.
From what we've seen over the past 2 days, and it seems to still continue here. He needs to get to the 30s very, very quickly.
He does indeed. It's a big feature of the Boland innings yesterday. Just not going on, and that he doesn't quite get hold of all of that. He will turn for the second. And Rulofsson coming around to field that one, but was in the air for a little while. But no danger to Forrester.
And this is where the experience of Sean van Berg comes through for me. And he's bowled a lot better, as we probably expected he would do in the second innings, because that's when he comes more to the fore with the wicket sort of drying up a little bit. He gets more perches. He's certainly doing a job here for his team. Then he just needs a partner in crime on the other end to also do a job. Kamane, he's going at 3 runs in over. He's pulled 3 no balls as well, yet to get a wicket.
Yeah, just you need somebody to keep it quiet, don't you? You want somebody to just get those runs to dry up, give them nothing at all to hit, and because they're wanting to build their innings to get themselves to a point where they can either comfortably declare or they're going to be able to. They might be bowled out, and seems unlikely at this stage.
Oh, that's another thing we cannot say, James King, from what we've seen over the past 2 days. It's been a case of, this game is just meandering on, but then all of a sudden,
bang, bang, bang.
Bang, 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 with the tide coming in, the moon making an appearance. I mean, it is Halloween season after all.
Yeah, it is.
But I mean, these two have got a nicely 43 partnership between these two.
Yeah, they've done well. I mean, they were both at the crease after the loss of those 2 wickets, and both of them coming to the crease, building a partnership together. I think Garnet Tar was on 2 or 3 runs when Forrester came to the wicket, so certainly been able to build something here. 43 so far, if you say. The partnerships, best partnership we had of the innings was that for the 3rd wicket from Goldrush Boland yesterday, 83 only. So no partnership's been able, no pair of batters have been able to get together and put anything significant on the board that's going to take their team or take the game away from the other team.
Hence why we see the scores that we have seen in this game.
Oh, that's a gimme down the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Just erring with the line and length on that occasion. Kamani. And the pitch seems to it's just holding up exceptionally well. Nothing really for it in the bowlers really too much in it for them. And the batters, if you are able to get in, you can do well.
Really got to work hard for your wickets if you're a bowler. Like you said, we haven't seen anything untoward. Other than a few no balls being bowled.
That's right.
There's another one going the way of Ayar Kamani.
Fourth of this innings. And fifth overall. And both teams have been guilty of this. It's not as if it's just a sickness for one of the teams. They've both been guilty.
I'm going to go measure these creases tomorrow morning before the start of play to see if they are regulation. Because there's been a number of nobles bowled.
Yeah, the Knights ground staff, perhaps they're going to be looking to maybe extend it a little bit next week for the next game. But they've got, are we going to have that's under the eagle eye though of match referee Lawrence Matruss?
No, this is international ground. Those things now don't happen. We only bantering about that, folks. So don't worry about that.
No,
it is a beautiful ground here, and it's always well presented. As well as this pitch is well presented here. It's made for these players to work hard with bat and ball.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. It's been a contest throughout the 2 days and one session already. And
I've got a question for you, James, and I don't know, I'm just going to be sitting on the fence with this one a little bit when I ask the question. I mean, you've got Clyde Fontaine there, who's the captain of this Goldrush Boland team, and he is captaining, and he's a very good keeper. He kept wicket for the Proteas as well in the test down there in New Zealand. Thought maybe just to change things up a little bit as well, he might have decided, okay, let me don the gloves for a little bit as well and give Nathan Engelbrecht a little bit of a breather. But I'll come back to that point in a second. Beautifully played, and that's going to be the end of another over. 36 gone, 117. And the reason why I'm saying that is he gets a different sort of feel from behind the stumps as well. You can see different angles. You get a feel for how the bowlers are sort of hitting his gloves as well. You get a feel for how the ball is turning. Maybe it will just give him a little bit of a different dimension, potentially from behind the stumps there as well. No disservice to Nathan Engelbrecht as well. I'm just thinking of how else they could maybe try something here, and with their captain being in a very good position behind the stumps, he might have a better outlook of things.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you do raise, and we did have some discussion around that earlier on, just in terms of saying, when you have a keeper of the quality of Clyde Fontaine, and again, not taking anything away from Nathan Engelbrecht, but why would you not want him to be keeping? And so Forrester just defends another one from von Berg. It's and as you say, directing the traffic almost, and trying to just get a sense of what's happening closer to the pitch. I mean, he has been pretty much close to his bowlers there in either mid-off or mid-on position. That's a very good shot played by Forrester, and he takes on von Berg, and a couple of bounces into the boundary at a straightish mid-wicket. And that is another good shot from the youngster, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. 50 partnership of 70 balls with 6 fours and 1 6. Forrester been by far the most aggressive partner. 32 for him, 14 for Paarl, just 4 extras, and 121 for the loss of 2. This partnership now starting to become a little bit problematic for Goldrush Boland.
Come at a good click as well between these two. Just off the 70 balls, as it said there, picked that up nicely, made a good sound off the bat. But I think we should just talk about that point. And I just feel as a keeper, and he's a very good keeper, is Clyde Fontaine.
Oh,
Down the leg side, and oohs and ahs. We're going to wait to see what umpire Maria Erasmus does here. He's got the sideways.
Yeah, it looks
Look like it, so it could be leg bias. That it is. I mean, I just feel he can get such a better sense. And I mean, keepers love to get into the batter's bubble, and he's got the gift,
definitely.
the gift of the gab, as they say.
No doubt about it.
So maybe something for them to think about.
Yeah, I think it's certainly would be changing it up a bit. Just give him a chance, as you say, to see exactly what the bowler's doing with the delivery. And that's another one that he takes on, and he's hit that one, I think, even better than he hit the first one in the same region, same result. And this is not what Goldrush Boland were looking for after the lunch break, but it's exactly what the Knights were looking for from this pair. And Forrester looking impressive here against the spin of Von Berg in this over. 2 boundaries in the same region, just picking them up. And with the spin, looks like.
Oh, we've already had 23 runs scored at the end of this over. It will be 5 overs bowled. So that tells a story of its own here. Now then, is a team going to be taking this game by the scruff of the neck, finally trying to put the other team under pressure. They soaked up a lot of pressure there before lunch, and Zaire and myself were talking about how to soak up that pressure. Now they're reaping the benefits of that.
Yeah, he turns around to go around the wicket again. That over the wicket line not working for him there, and perhaps just not being able to ask the questions of the batter that he wanted to. And certainly it is a pair that are asking the questions of the bowling attack. As we look at the graphic there for the Pakistan inbound tour, and it is going to be a fascinating summer of cricket, as we have the 3 T20s and 3 one-day internationals, as well as that 2 test series, the Boxing Day test match at Centurion Park in Centurion, and then we have the match here at Newlands. World Sports Betting Newlands is going to be hosting the New Year's test match on the 3rd of January. And if you're wanting to get tickets for those matches, which that ODI series includes the Pink Day at the Wanderers on the 22nd of December, go to www.cricket.co.za. And just going to be 1, is it, or 2, just the single there for Garnet Tar, and it's just looking again a little bit too easy here for the men from the Knights. And I suppose the question that will be asked if they're not going to be losing any more wickets, if we're not going to see a repeat of what's happened on the previous days where there've been wickets lost in clusters, is what sort of target would they be looking at here to set for the Goldrush Bullets, and how long do they want to give themselves to bowl them out? Because it's defense is probably something you can do reasonably easily on this pitch.
Yeah, and that is a question potentially we'll look at probably around drinks and see where they are and how many wickets they have in the hut still. At the minute, they're just trying to be a little bit more positive, showing greater intent.
Oh, and that is the edge from Forrester, and goes down past the wicket keeper. I think it bounced probably in front of where he's standing, and goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
So you saw that, didn't we, on day 1 as well?
100%, and I'm surprised they haven't done this a lot more. Finally, they get a ball where we feel that that's a little bit of trouble. You've seen Veet going absolutely nowhere, staying in the toilet, as they say, and he just puts the bat out, gets the edge. But as we said countless times here, the ball, when you bowl from the net over again, just got a tendency to keep a little bit lower. It just skids on. And that time it did there as well. Sean van Berg is wider there. He's almost at where second or third slip might be.
Yeah, and that one just going away from Nathan Engelbrecht. Trying hard here, isn't he? Ayat Kamani trying to get something happening. Something did happen of that previous delivery. Maybe just having a bit of a chat there to Deanne Forrester.
Yeah, just got to bring him forward on that line. You've got to get him coming forward. You saw there the reluctance of him doing that once you hit a good length. He just sort of puts the bat out there. He's trying here, Ayat Kamani.
Yeah. And that's what they're going to keep having to do. It's going to just keep plugging away as best as they can. We know Forrester's shown a little bit of a weakness, certain delivery outside that off stump.
So you got to be for Forrester, I feel. Again, running up to him, just giving him tips. Now, I think he played that one fairly well. Full face of the blade. I saw the maker's name.
Yeah, just keep doing that. Yeah. Certainly will want to have something to say to him. You were talking earlier on with Zahir about what are your best, the best chirps you might have heard on a cricket field, or what was the best. It's really are some absolute classics. Oh, that's really well played again by Forrester. There is a man in the deep. That's Gavin Kaplan. And he gets through for the single. And whenever you ask about the church, which reminded me when I was standing in a second league game as an umpire in the border.
Yeah.
And Cambridge at that stage they just actually laid a new pitch and they got a new field. They had a leggy came on to bowl for them. And he didn't pitch a single one of them in the over. There were 6 full tosses in the entire over. The captain comes across to him and says to him, I forget what his name was. He says, Charlie says, you paid a hell of a lot for this pitch. Please, put it on there. Make it bounce. So.
Turn around there to the leg side. Yeah, these guys look a lot comfortable there. I don't think any chirping is going to get them flustered at this stage.
No.
But Dion Forrester has played nicely. He's moved to 41. Garnet Tar, he's playing his role as well, just anchoring. He's on 18 of 41.
And he's doing the right thing, isn't he, now, Garnet Tar? He did struggle a bit against Von Berg particularly. He's going to be facing up to him again now. But he did look a little bit uncomfortable that first over after the luncheon interval. Von Berg hasn't really had much of a chance to bowl at him for an extended period of time since then. And he's going to want to try and keep him on strike here, see if they can get a breakthrough. Once you get one, we've seen it is very possible that you can get a couple more.
Yeah, just like the wind blowing a deck of cards over. Yeah. Sometimes it's been that easy.
They just won't want to give anything away now. And by far the best position of either of these teams has been in their batting innings, 134 for 2. Bit short from Von Berg, gets away with that one. You don't want to be Gavin Kaplan standing in there when he's bowling it short like that.
He's been jumping around as well, but he loves it in there.
He plays that very, very well. Does Garnet Tar, comes down the wicket this time, and he's got most of that. It's gone down to the deep mid-on boundary, long-on boundary for 4.
Well, these boys have come out with greater intent here after after lunch. And again, this time Tar making good use of his feet, coming down the wicket and hitting that over mid-on. And certainly now he's the one asking the questions of the bowler. This is fascinating stuff now for me.
Going to have to respond, isn't he, somehow, Von Berg? Oh, and he cued that, didn't he? Looked like it came off either the back of the bat or the toe end of the bat early on the shot.
Yeah, there's only 2 men on the onside, that being mid-on and the other man being at short, fine leg. There's a lot of real estate out there for him to have hit that into. That's what the thinking plan was. Another man getting into the 20s.
Yeah. And defensively forward to that. It's a pity that we're actually not able to see, from behind the arm of Sean Von Berg here exactly what might be happening there. And a bit of a change to the field now. Gavin Kaplan coming out of that silly mid-off or silly point position. Going to grab his floppy hat. It's going into the leg side, mid wicket.
You know, when things just doesn't seem to go your way of a team, you see all the coaching staff making laps around the ground,
Yeah.
as you see the Goldrush Boland team doing now. And that is all just so superstitious. They're trying to walk wickets, as they say.
Yeah.
And that is a very much a dead giveaway. When things are just not going the way of your team, you see the coaching staff making their way around. If it's batting, I think you'll find the same thing happens.
Yeah.
That has sort of been the cricketing superstition from most teams.
I like that. Walking wickets. I like that one. That really sounds very good.
Oh, say walking wickets, but these two have really shown the intent that we were asking from both these sides from day one, and they certainly shown that now. Partnership of 68 between these two now. So he's on 23, and it's going to be Forrester. He's on 41, and I mean they've been in total control.
Now they have looked very, very good out there, and that is now the highest partnership for the Knights in this game, as we see a change of bowling from the Niederberg end. It's going to be Glenton Stearman coming on, so replacing Ayat Kamani. He's finished that spell that he had, just 3 or 4 overs from Kamani. Did get the edge of Forrester's bat, and we know it was indeed this man in the first innings that really gave Forrester a few problems outside that off stump. Going to be bowling to Garnet Tar initially, though. 6 overs so far for Stearman.
Oh, probably the first one that sort of leapt off a length. But I was just looking at that. They scored 35 runs in the 7 overs since the lunch break. It's going at some click, and that shows who the ascendancy is here at the minute, and it's with the Knights. As you look at that ball, just real at towel for length. First one, really.
Yeah, I haven't seen any. It was probably one yesterday that might have done that. So in the spot there, see what he can get. That one just a little bit shorter of a length that time. Just rushed it onto him a little bit. So Stearman a little bit more pace than Kamani, taller man as well.
See the walking wicket men there, the trio, coach Justin on top, the S&C man Jude, and then the fielding coach Ezra Poulet. They're in deep discussion. Will they be walking quickly, or will they be just taking a gradual stroll? Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, looks like a very casual stroll at the moment. Another good delivery from Stearman. He started off well in this spell. Looks like they, checking out some of the rest of the ground. They go away from around the boundary.
I'm not sure. I mean, Ezra Poulet can talk about everything. He could be talking about the clouds in the sky at the minute.
Or we could talk about how beautiful this ground is, and it's surrounded by mountains. There's another one that's defended nicely by Tart. Doesn't want to give it away now, does he? 23 he's got.
So this is potentially the thinking here of the Knights. They brought back Stearman here. So how do we play him? Do we just play him, see what's on offer, or do we try and force the pace against him? I think they're just going to see what's on offer against the experienced man, Glenton Stearman, and then maybe just be a little bit more attacking from the other end. They're in the ascendancy here.
They most certainly are. 139 for 2, and just a reminder that both teams in the first innings scored 266, and was the Knights that did that in just over 97 overs, and it was the Goldrush Boland just over 87 overs. So even Stevens at the end of day 2, that was just 1 without loss after 2 overs at the beginning of today's play. So whatever is on that board over there, or you see in your scorecard, is what is going to need to be chased down by Goldrush Boland.
And that's a maiden to start with on his return here to a spell. Clinton Stearman, 7 overs. He's bowled for 19 runs, and this is going to give us an indication of how they're going to see this, and maybe that's part of that discussion that's happening there with Forrester as well as Garnet Tar. Tar really being the one, he's just sort of playing it away, playing balls on merit there. Saw him use his feet the over before. But both of these are taking a liking to Sean van Berg.
Well, they are indeed, and his figures are not looking anywhere near as good as they were earlier on. I mean, he bowled 4 overs, 1 for 5, van Berg, and it's really been taken a liking to him. Forrester particularly. He's getting an easy single there into the offside.
Well, there was no one there because they moved the man out to the point boundary. So now the right-hander, Garnet Tar, he's going to be on strike.
And they're going to still employ the field they had at the end of the last over. Kaplan going out to that mid-wicket region. Still got the 2 slips in place. Was one earlier on that bounced just short of that second slip off the outer edge of Tar's bat. That's into the offside, no thought of a run there. Dudgeon comes around from his position at backward point. And it's been really good from this pair, hasn't it? I mean, Deon Forrester, he's been the aggressor, more of the aggressor. We did see some aggression and going down the wicket in the previous over from Garnet Tar. Now he just moves around and makes that into a ball he's going to be able to play onto the leg side. He moves across the offside and plays that very comfortably over the boundary. A couple of bounces for 4, so square leg.
And this is what I was thinking might happen. They'd be showing a greater intent here to Sean van Berg that time. Sort of shuffling across his stumps there to get into position to play the sweep because he knows there's no one there on the square leg boundary that you normally get the sound of fielding there with the spinners. But I mean, these two have been really impressive. The partnership moves to 73 now. But what they have done is they've accelerated the run rate to the overall run rate of just 3.6, and it's been very, very good from these two.
Yeah, very impressive from them, and really coming both of them here to this match with Garnet Tar a little bit more experience. Deon Forrester only the 7 first-class games. Garnet Tar 16 first-class games. Made his debut Tar in 2018-19 season, playing for Northern Cape, and Deon Forrester made his debut last season and playing for the Knights. And yeah, a pair of youngsters here who are really setting out their stall and wanting to play long, big innings here to get their team into a position where they can perhaps force victory on, well, I don't know about later today, but definitely on day 4 of this match.
Well, the game is moving now, folks. It is moving. So we've had, what is that, about 40 minutes since lunch. And
yeah, 40 minutes, 40 runs.
They scored 40 runs. It's been a run a minute.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that acceleration in the run rate. 8 overs only, so batting at 5 and over for those 4 overs. Been by far the best run rate of the match so far.
Oh, very close. Very close. He just had to get the bat down in time. Looked like that was the googly from the experienced van Berg.
And we saw earlier on today, he got that LBW decision against Isaac Gikalik. Was also going back, trying to force him through the offside. It's a reverse sweep brought out by Garnet Tar, and that's played very well. Keith Dudgeon, I don't know if he's going to stop it. No, he's not. And it comes over the boundary, and they're through. It's 4 signaled by Maria Erasmus. A valiant effort there by the Goldrush Boland all-rounder. And it's another 4 to Garnet Tide, bringing out the reverse sweep there. So something different.
9 runs off this over again. Just seems to be a pattern here that they are comfortable to take on Sean van Berg with sweeping, reverse sweeping, and the use of their feet as well. It's causing problems here for Goldrush Boland.
They've taken the slip out now. The second slip is gone. It's got a man deep on the square leg boundary. It's brought the second slip into mid wicket.
Yeah, mid on and mid off, they are fairly deep.
Plays out the over nicely just to make sure he is staying there, and he's gone into the 30s with that boundary, that reverse sweep, and really has been very good from this pair. As you say, after the luncheon interval, it scored 44 runs, and we are not even 45 minutes after the resumption of play. And it's Jimmy Glenton Stearman to continue. So yeah, we see the coaching staff of the Goldrush Boland there. We say shooting the breeze, no?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but maybe it is a little bit hot out there. They're finding a little bit of shade, and yeah, it would be love to be a sort of fly on the shoulder there of those three, just to find out what's happening. But it's this man here that's got to find a way. He's got to try and find a way how he can stem the run flow at the minute. Clinton Seaman, they're happy to sort of play him out, but we see again what's going to happen here. He's come around the wicket again to Forrester.
And starts off with a shorter delivery, and it's 1 for the over so far, signaled. So you have seen that line outside the off stump and has presented sometimes presented difficulty. It was particularly Clinton Stearman that gave Forrester some difficulty in the first innings, and he's going to be away from us again, Stearman.
That's the line. That's the length. That's where you got to stay. We've been thoroughly sort of treated here with a little bit of a cold ice.
Yeah.
But now,
It's going to be Stearman.
Oh, you're gonna take
The attack here. The delivery was over.
Okay, all right.
And that's nice and straight, that one, too. Ian Forrester.
Yeah, there's again 77, the partnership. They are building towards something substantial here for the Knights. 2 away from 115. What they would have done to have this in that first innings.
Absolutely. I mean, 129 to 6 they were before their rescue act from Aaron Pangiso managed to get them to that 266, and showing that the nature of this pitch, it is quite docile. In behind it again. Stearman has been able to do in these his 1 over and 4 balls so far is not given anything away yet.
Yeah, I think they've identified that he could be the danger man here. We first saw it from Tar, the previous over. Stearman came on, and see it again here from Forrester. Happy to just see the big man out, because they know he's probably not going to bowl a long spell.
He's again just straying onto the pad that time, but Forrester not able to make anything of that. Yeah, he's just again kept it quiet here. He's just having a look at his front foot again. Maybe umpire Olafia there. Just maybe a little bit of a word to him.
Yeah, 1 ball to go. This would be 2 maidens in a row from him if he can get another dot. Well, in fact, it's going to have to re-bowl that. All that talking has led to a no ball.
And he was looking at the line before he bowled that to delivery, and that's now 6 no balls. I think 2 of those to Stearman and 4 to Amani. Almost preempted that no ball, didn't he?
Well, they had a brief discussion about that, and then they're obliged by just bowling a no ball. That's short and wide.
Gets away with it, doesn't he? Played to Dudgeon in the covers. Into his second over back in that spell.
Well, that's the end of Sean van Bergen. Looks like Keith Dudgeon's making his way across. He's going to hand over his cap there to Murray Erasmus, as he's now going to have a berth here from the stables in. And I'm sure that was going to be the case. Yeah, the cricket is not that boring, folks, that you need to have a little bit of a nap. However, the Knights have been a lot more, or showing a lot more intent here this time round since the lunch break, especially these two. Tell you what, it's been really refreshing to see that type of play.
Yeah, it has. I mean, coming down the wicket to the spinner, we didn't see in the Goldrush Boland innings. I mean, they definitely didn't take Aaron Pangiso on at all. Yeah. And they were able to score some runs off the younger Rohan Cronje, the leg spinner. But, I mean, he only bowled about the 12 overs, but allowed Pangiso to bowl at them and to them and didn't really take him on. I mean, what we saw even in the first innings when Pangiso did come into bat, he did actually take the spinners on as well. So it's been a very good work from them. They've now been able to get Van Berg out of the attack.
And into the attack, greeted with a full toss, as it is the Cape Fox who departs the scene. A few hunters out. He needs to go and find some hiding. And in comes Zaire Adams from his little rendezvous, wherever he was. I must say, firstly, thank you very much for the lovely cold beverage, the lovely ice cream. It was beautifully well presented. And
only a pleasure, sir. Only a pleasure.
But yeah, things are moving here. Things are moving. Well, there's some other things, yeah. It's well bold. I'm greeted with a fresh look here.
It's a very, very productive lunch, sir. Very productive. Got a bit of a trim, and we're ready for the long haul this afternoon. Seeing that you are departing us at tea.
I'm curious. They didn't have jet black or something like that there to get rid of some of the old
Mate,
wisdom?
it's all about the salt and the pepper. The salt and the pepper, man. God, we can't all be the silver fox behind us. Gotta try, mate. Try.
Yeah. All right. I want to ask you. Well, things have moved forward quite swiftly here. The Knights have shown greater intent. See this ball from Dodgen. He's on the money there, and I for one have.
For dust there.
Yeah, it has shown that. But what I've liked from the Knights here is they've shown greater intent. They've taken attack here to the Goldrush Boland team, and the scoring rate has up. They're certainly putting themselves in a very good position here to get a good push along here.
I think when we speak before the lunchtime, I said they endured quite a bit of a baptism of fire, particularly from Haviwe Makajima. He let them know that it's going to be tough out there. But we did say once they get through that passage, that's when they will be much stronger. Remember, it's the only first Division 1 game for both these youngsters. But they come out and the way the modern cricketer works is he is not going to sit on his back. He's going to counter attack. That is, I speak to a lot of young batters, and it's all about how do we transfer the pressure. And they've done excellently well.
Yeah, that they have, and we might see balls a lot straighter and again a lot shorter now from Keith Dodgen. It's a straighter one. The reason why I say that, they've only got 4 men on the offside, and 2 of those men find themselves at first slip and then a widey second slip. For the rest of them, they're all on that onside. Need something here. They need something to just lift the spirits here of the Goldrush Boland.
Been to walk around Boland and the Knights players during the lunch break, and it's quite a lot of words going around at the lunch table, just about coming hard at the youngsters. Are you?
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you are that type of reporter. You know where to go.
It was all about. Don't worry, these lads, they've had their fair share in their life. They'll come back at you, and they certainly have in the best possible manner. Yeah.
Well, that's a maiden over from Dudgeon. Comes to an end. 43 gone, 149 for 2. I thought you sort of left those things on the field. Why do you take those things with you at the lunch table?
I think it was more just standing up for the youngsters, the older
Oh,
lads, just saying, "Don't worry, you please carry on, see how far it goes. We'll have a look at the scoreboard this evening."
yeah, I like that sort of thing. I just like to see it more on the field. When it's your turn to be out there in the field, you can say whatever you want. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Stearman going to continue around the wicket here to Forrester. He has certainly been the aggressor. He's on 42 there, 57 deliveries. Thank God, he's up to his scoring rate as well now.
Really like the look of Dean Forrester. He's a youngster that, yes, he's a bit loose at times, but that's the way the youngsters play. It's see ball, hit ball. Certainly moving towards that maiden Division 1 half century.
You just saying things, but that's beautifully played by the Jack in the Box once again. Come on, it. Boys about moves very quickly, as we said, and that brings up the 150 for the Knights, coming off 267 deliveries, 17 fours, and 1 6. This has certainly been a lot better second time round, and this adds to the nature of the 4-day game. You get another crack at it, another chance to see if you can rectify the wrongs of the first innings.
Hard toil for the seamers. Wickets only getting flatter and flatter. A little bit of dust maybe to the odd one keeping low that could assist them. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard slog here for the likes of Steelman and Dudgeon and Kamani.
That it is. And yeah, this definitely tests you as a bowler, also as a batter. God, there for longer periods of time.
Goldrush, well, they would have been banking on Siabonga Mahima to deliver the majority of the overs today, but unfortunately, just not hitting the lines or the lengths required, and it's forced Clyde Fortuin to go back to his seamers.
Yeah, not just any seamer. He's sort of experienced man in Glenton Stearman, and then obviously the man that shows a great deal of energy out there, Keith Dudgeon. Had a chat there with the Cape Fox, and I want to have your views on it. And you've obviously watched a lot of cricket from all walks of life, let's just say that. But we said, yeah, take nothing away. Let's just make that clear, and I just want to hear your views on it. And sort of want to ask you the question at the end of this delivery. Good ball there, and yeah, Nathan Area could keep it. That's not what we're saying, but they've got an exceptional keeper in Clyde Fortuin there, who kept for the Proteas as well, and he's captain of this team. yes, I know he's out and out to be the keeper for this game, but why not change it up? Just say, right, Clyde, we want you to go for keeper, just to give you a different viewpoint of things. It's a different feel. You can see as a captain a lot of things different. You know how the bowler's hitting your gloves. You know how much the ball is turning from the spinners. I mean, you can also sort of get in the bubble of the batters as well. I just want to hear your viewpoint on that, as your favorite position has gone out there to deep point.
I'm all about out of the box thinking, but that takes me a bit back to my under 12 days where I took off the pads and had to have a bowl. And
No, I'm not saying it's at
I'm
that.
not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I'm
it's
not
just
saying at that point in time. I just feel as a captain, you get a feel for things, and will you get a better feel maybe behind the stumps? Um, it,
do you not take it a bit further and we look towards the next game and you go, Clyde Fontaine batting at 5. Can he not take the gloves
100%. I
and
mean,
possibly get a specialist batter in there?
I had this talk with the Cape Fox as well, and that is certainly another question that obviously the selectors and coaching staff, they've got to decide what the best outcome is going to be. And like I say, folks, this is just speculation and talks, and we are not sort of saying that Nathan Young is not a good keeper. He is a good keeper.
Just look at the balance of the side, and when Sean van Berg walked in at 7 yesterday, you were thinking, are they a batter light? Fantastic cricketer, Sean van Berg. He comes in at 8. Wonderful.
And then we are being told there's also other factors that also contribute the makeup of teams, and we leave that for another.
All teams have
Yeah,
those
but we
factors.
leave that for another discussion. The one I'm saying now is, as a captain, I want him to be involved more in the game. Where can I find Clyde Fontaine more involved in the game? And for me, that starts by behind the stumps for me, and he can get a greater viewpoint from that. But they've decided to go as it is, and again, could be a barrage of short balls here. That
That's
one,
good cricket. Good
it's just been,
cricket.
yeah, it's been
That's
played
good
nicely. There was only 4 men in the offside. 2 of men were in a catching position behind the stumps. Well, both these men have gone out of the 20s, so you should be happy with that. And then Tar, he's on 31, and Forrester, he's on 44. Partnership has now moved to 80, folks. Best partnership is 83, I think the Cape Fox told me. 83 in the whole match.
Kaplan and Fontaine.
Oh, was a big appeal. Ave, he's there having a discussion with Maria Erasmus. Keith Dudgeon threw the ball up in the air. Ave is still appealing.
Ray Erasmus not interested at all.
Man, that matters. You probably won't see from this viewpoint. Definitely came off the pad and just goes back in the pocket.
Just love the way that got Tar just like moved his leg, saying like, "Oh, that really hurt on the knee there." That was fantastic. Could have deserved an Oscar, that acting there.
The batters, they've got every trick in the book, eh?
Dudgeon turns again.
That's beautifully played that time by Tar. It's only going to bring him a couple, I'm sure. Sad Jack in the box. I come on it. Ties up again. But he's been miserly, as Keith Dodgett, into his 8th over, only conceding 11 runs. He's shown great energy out there. He's trying his best to see if he can make a breakthrough, because a breakthrough is needed here by the Goldrush Boland team. Again, going gun barrel straight.
It's been a really good spell from Keith Dudgeon. He's tried his heart out, he's bent his back, and now he's really zoning in on the stumps. Everything that his skipper has asked him, and you almost feel that a little pop off the pad, thigh pad, possibly could even, can you say, deserved a little bit of a wicket there?
Don't just give wickets away like that.
Is that a bowler speaking there, mate?
Oh, you've got to work hard for your wickets, mate. Listen, you're talking to the wrong kettle of fish here, man. I tell you,
You toiled away, did you?
mate, Potch was flat.
Like a pancake.
I had to ask very nicely what you can get at the Wanderers because that could also be very different.
You played in the era where they played at both venues, didn't they?
Yeah, that's correct. So the 4-day game was moved there, but we also played the odd 1-day game there. And I remember when it just started and still 45 over cricket then with a white ball, and Shukri was a coach then. And I mean, I can't remember what we played, but they amassed a big total of over 300. And we walked off, and Shuk just said, they're way short.
Did a callous, did you?
And let me tell you, well, that's just played around the corner.
I'd like to ask you. So,
And just to complete that, we ended up winning with about 10 overs left. It was ridiculous batting. That's it over. Comes to a conclusion. He's toiling out there. He's Keith Dudgeon. Sporting figures of 8 overs for 12 runs. He got 2 maidens with that. Stearman, he's 9 overs for 21. They've moved to a different tree. Hopefully this tree will bring them more success. The coaching staff there of Goldrush Boland. They've got 2 men with walking sticks out there now. And then once the team that is doing well walks around the field, then you know they are in a good place as well. I mean, the superstition of these teams are something different. But in fact, they're going to have a drinks break where it is the Knights on 154 for 2. Really batting well here. Garnet Tar, he's on 34. Dion Forrester, he's on 44. And that have contributed to a partnership of 83. So join us in a few moments after the drinks break to continue on of this players still enjoying their drinks break. And that is the match that's currently happening out there at Supersport Park Centurion, the match between the Titans and the Lions. That's the women's game out there early on. The Titans ladies, they put on 231 all out, and the Lions are currently 23 without loss in that encounter. That is interesting stuff heading in that encounter. Some of the players still to watch there have really stepped up their game, as well as the Hollywood Bets Dolphin ladies. They are currently 23 without loss as well, against the Knights women that amassed 187 for 9 in their 50 overs. And again, thanks to Hollywood Bets for their continual support of women's cricket as well. And I think these sponsors are very much needed for us to progress in all departments, and I think the success of the national team has certainly contributed to that as well. But over here, we have the Knights certainly well and truly on top of this encounter, and finally we can say that it's been a little bit of a tight encounter until maybe after lunch. We've really seen the Knights really stamp the authority on scoring very, very quickly, and especially these two, Forrester and Tar, who've amassed 83 in the partnership. With me, Zahir Adams, and I mean, finally, I think sort of a bright spark of this game has finally reached us here at Boland Park, where a team has decided, no, we're going to stamp our authorities on the game and take the attack to the other team. In this case, it's the Knights batters taking it to the Goldrush Boland bowlers.
Yeah, so we're approaching the middle of the second session on the third day. Goldrush, Boland, at least the Knights leading by 154. Do they have a target in mind? Is that the period we now start saying we're going to need at least 4 sessions to bowl the Boland out if we're wanting maximum points from this, or are we just happy to take the draw?
Ball down the leg side. Well, I think sometimes you have to work your way backwards and see how much time do you need to bowl out a team. And yeah, you said there 4 sessions. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. I think if all goes well here for the Knights, they'll be looking to maybe just give them about 10, 15 overs maybe at the close of play if things have really gone well. Is that enough time? I don't know, but just looking at the nature of how this game has gone, I think both teams would be very reluctant to just gift an opportunity for the other team to go and win a game. So I think that's the first call.
So that takes us back to the conversation we had this morning about wanting to win the game from ball 1. So is it a case of we've got a young side, we're playing in Division 1 for the first time, let's just see how we go. We got out a bit of jail in the first innings, fought nicely back with the ball, and if we take it deep enough, and then we'll be okay. Where do you go if we have 280, which is 130 runs away, in let's say the next 30 overs, next 30, 35 overs? Looks like Ian Forrester just got got something in his eye. Could you add 130 runs to that in the next, say, 35 overs? We got how many overs left for the day? 20 overs.
There's 55 overs left.
55 overs left today. So let's say we got 30. Take 35 on. Leave them with 20 for the afternoon. 280. That's a game, surely.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not going to happen.
I know. I probably think it won't. But is that not what the thinking is meant to be?
I think anything under 300 would be probably a dead giveaway, depending on how long you give them. As the Cape Fox said there, he says basically it's easy to defend out there, potentially, with fielders that you could put out. I, for one, don't think it's going to be anything like that. If you want to move the game forward, if the pitch was deteriorating as well, a greater deal, that also could play in the part. Then I would say I would agree with you, 280 maybe.
But that brings me back to that brings me
what
to
he's
more
saying.
up
Yeah.
in terms of you're going to struggle to take wickets, and scoring doesn't come easily. So if there's a total that looks fairly achievable, suddenly you're going to get batters who might want to take it on, who might want to look to play. And that's also how you get wickets.
Yeah, and there we look at it. We're going to come back to this point. Key dates there in the Division 1. We've already had the T20 Challenge. That was won there by team up there, the Lions. And then we see we're busy with the 4-day competition now. And that's going to take us right up until the 14th of April. And then in between those, we'll have the 1-day Cup starting on the 15th of February next year and runs for a month up until the 16th of March. And please make sure to keep an eye out on all those fixtures that will be happening and make your way to the grounds to support your local teams. And he looks like his eyesight has improved a great deal as he gets another single out of the way. I'm not agreeing with you, or disagreeing with you, I should say. I'm not disagreeing with you at all in trying to get the game moved forward. And you're able to sort of say, look, I'm prepared to lose the game, but I want to give myself the best opportunity to win a game. And I think that's where you're going. I just feel with the Knights coming back into Division 1 and sort of the Boland team as well, I think the position where this game finds itself, it's in the hands of the Knights here. They're going to dictate matters where we're going to go. They are at the minute of saying, right, it's in us. We're going to decide when we declare, when we're going to make a big push. So more of the play is going to come from them.
When that gets run down there, running away, might go all the way. Rulston just pulls it in, but that takes me exactly to my point. JP Trekker and Seku Sunikwani, do they go, guys, it's our first game in Division 1. We were under the pump with a bat in the first innings. We managed to get out of jail. We hauled it back with a ball. And now we are in the ones making the play. So do we go, we content with the draw? We've come here, it's our first game. We can build for the rest of the season. If we lose, we go back and suddenly we under pressure for the remainder. I'd like to see them go. This is an opportunity. If we get a win here, how do we build from here? How do we play the brand of cricket that entices people to go, there's something happening at the Knights?
Well, that's a very good point you make there. As an over comes to a close, 46 gone, 159 for 2. And the point you're making, the point you're raising are very, very valid. I just feel being the first game of the season, I don't think that any of these teams will want to just gift a win to somebody. I'm not saying they will. I'm just looking at what has been present here today, as well as the previous 2 days where the pitch has been very placid. If the pitch was breaking up, like we might have expected and might have done a lot more, then yeah, so be it. I think maybe even around about 250 and really putting a team under pressure. You've got the likes of Aaron Pachiso and you've got the likes of Jan van Dijk, 2 men that can really do something. Yeah. So I would agree with you. I just think the nature of the pitch, the conditions are dictating matters as well.
I feel it's very much a wicket where when you try and force it, it's easy to stay in, but when you try and force it, that's when you possibly get out, and that's how you get wickets. So if the target is too big, the batters won't be looking to try and score. They'll be looking to survive, and that you can do. If there's a target that where Goldrush Boland feel we can actually get there, you might get someone like Clyde Fortuin, Aviwa Mikajima coming out and maybe looking to play some shots, and that also creates opportunities, and that's where I'm thinking.
It's played with the hip nasty again. I just feel sometimes you don't want to open the door too much for other teams just to waltz in. I mean, the Knights have played exceptionally well since lunch here, and you don't just necessarily want to give that away by just saying, look here, we'll set you a target of 300 or whatever the case may be for that. I mean, it goes for the attack as well. There's so many things for me that sort of leads to what that final decision is going to be. The conditions of play, firstly, your bowlers, who is going to be very much more sort of able to get you or prize you wickets on the surface. Short ball there again. So those are the contributing factors for me, that who can do the business for you. And now I'm going to ask you the question, who can do the business for you if you're the knight with the ball in
With the
hand?
ball, it has to be Aaron van Gieson. He'll hold it tight. He'll keep it. He'll really keep it quiet. But you got to look at that man, Joe van Dijk. He is the strike bowler. He is the one that's going to charge in. And we have seen from the Needham again, it just keeping a little bit low. So if he could get it just to skid through, could get on a bit of a roll.
Haven't seen enough of that, though.
That
That's the
is
question.
true. That is true.
This pitch has, I think, has surprised many, including myself, as to how good it has played. It hasn't shown anything other than just nice ball coming on, not as much as you want, but it's been very consistent. Yes, when you bowl from this end, as you rightly said, the ball has the tendency to keep a little bit lower. But it's allowed batters to play, and that's when it's going down to the third man boundary, and that's going to be a 4. And he moves to 49 now. That man, Deon Forrester.
Like the way he allowed it to come to him, and he has been wafting on a few occasions, but the longer he's batting, he's finding his little bit of a bubble where he knows he's comfortable, and that allowed him just to run it down and pick up another boundary. And if you look at his strike rate, it's really been one of the better strike rates in this entire match, 49 of 65. And that is a very, very well-deserved 50 for Deon Forrester. Well played, young man.
Excellently done there. He was a little bit under the pump there before the lunch break, but then since lunch, he's come out and played extremely positively. And him with Garnet have certainly established a good partnership here. Partnership of 94, but it's all about the 50 there of Deon Forrester coming off 66 deliveries.
Certainly take plenty away from this innings. Came in, there was, as you said, there was pressure, but also we cannot harp on it too much. But the fact that it's their first Division 1 game, you've done the business in Division 2 and Div 2. Now you're coming up playing against Proteas, guys who've taken the new ball for South Africa, bold leg spin for South Africa, and to show that you are able to not just adapt but also excel. Bodes well for the season ahead.
Well, my mind goes back here straight away here. You, the Goldrush Boland team, to lunchtime yesterday, where we were 183 for 3. Apologies, at tea time, he had 180 for 3. And you'll be kicking yourself because you are now looking at, you could have had to establish a greater lead here in that first innings. And we would have been talking about a whole different ball game. But yes, the Knights fought back well. I think for Boland, they certainly contributed to their own demise here. We're not saying it's over, done and dusted a little bit, but they're under the pump for sure. Just get a little bit lower.
Oh, absolutely. And you think about Justin Ogden, the coach, who prided himself on scoring, particularly at this venue, scored big hundreds, both for Boland and for the Cape Cobras as it went along. He knows that once you in on this wicket, you really got to make it count. And those Caplet and Peter Milan departing for 50s shortly after each other really put the skids under Boland yesterday. And that would personally hurt Justin Ogden. Not a man that shows a lot of emotion, but he internalizes and he's somebody that has a work ethic bar none. Remember Justin Ontong when he was the Cobras captain, I think the assistant coach, Fake Davids, must have built a few biceps over the years, and we just by throwing balls at Justin Ontong, and it's that work ethic that translates into a game. And he's wanting to see his batters show a little bit more grit out there, not giving their wickets away.
It's a beautiful shot through extra cover by Forrester. That ball is rolling around to the boundary fence for 4. Exquisite from the left-hander. At the minute, the Goldrush Boland bowlers, they have no answer to these two as the partnership moves to 98. They'll try his best out there, Glenton Stearman. Sure, he's feeling the fatigue now as well into his 11th over. Into from here, where to? What can the Boland team still do here? Come on, Zahir, what can they do? If you were the captain,
I think it's very much damage control at the moment, and that's why I say it's balls in the court of the Knights. Are they a team that is content with we've got ourselves into this position, or are we a side that we now seize the opportunity? And the way I do believe it's going to revolve around Dean Forrester. He's certainly strike rate has raised the tempo of the game. The partnership has been excellent. Just 2 runs away from 100, and he is the one that's possibly going to make the play. You look down the batting line. If you guys have guys like Gian Kluti, he's not going to hang around. He's never been one to sit in his bat. So possibly, do you give him license to say, let's move the game forward when you come in?
if you give him a platform, he can certainly excel on that. That's certainly something that he will have when that time arises. Change of plan here coming over the wicket, but still he is seeing that ball as big as anything. He's young Forrester. Over 48 comes to a close, 169 for 2.
Really do think it's and without really going about it in any spectacular fashion, the Knights have managed to move their run rate along. It's by far the best of the game thus far, 3.6. And once it ticks across to 400, we've got some supporters here. That's lovely on a Saturday afternoon. Get the picnic blanket out. Remember the days when the buckies used to pull in here on a Saturday, open the back, open the boot, and it was very festive on the grass banks.
Tell you, I'm going, there'll be plenty of buckies there, mate. A few of the occupapes and who knows what sort of carrying stuff there. That's lovely. A big game happening down the road, other side of the mountain.
Sounds like a bit of a party.
Oh, that's in the air. That's going to be out. He's been done with the short ball. And finally, they have struck. And that's the end of Tar. He goes for 39.
Keith Dudgeon, you deserve that wicket, mate. You have toiled all day and you've tried the short ball and eventually gained success. Just a little bit of a soft dismissal from Tar. Got cramped up. Didn't quite know whether he should pull or leave, and just offered a comfortable catch to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's played well. He's been out there for a long, long time, and that partnership just falling short of the 100. But it's been a good partnership by those two, Tar and Forrester. He's now departed the scene, gone at Tar, 39 or 79 deliveries, and now we will see that man, Kluti, coming to the crease. And I mean, a lot will tell how he goes about his business as to the thinking, the mindset of his team there, the Knights.
23 overs.
Do feel that Knights, they're still wary of. We've seen wickets falling in clusters here in this match, so they're still a little bit wary about that because Keith Dudgeon, he's ran in all day and finally received the reward.
Wasn't played well, but that is what I'm saying. You've got to make him do something with the short ball. You can't just let him duck and swerve and just simply move out the way. That time the short ball was straight at him. As we look at Kluti making his way, he's averaging about just above 31 there. Has got a handful of 50s, in fact 31 and 1200s as well. So he knows how to bat long, and what he can do as well for his team is bat very quickly at times. So comes to the middle. So we're going to have two left-handers out there. Straight away, the Dudgeon, he's going to be coming around the wicket here to the left-hander. Got done by Stearman with bad bat decision that by Maria Erasmus gave him the affirmative for Stearman. It was done a leg before wicket. Oh, hello. And straight away, Maria Erasmus calls on the physio to come on and have a test. And
Where did that come from? We called it a pancake surface all day, and suddenly it's just walked up. Jen quickly said, "Good afternoon."
straight on the grill again. And
Angry followed him there.
we said earlier, it's not a case that we don't want to see batters hurt, whatever, but we want to see effective short balls. And that was two very effective short balls bowled there by Keith Dudgeon. Just hope Kluter, he's doing okay there. He's been getting the check from the physio.
Jesus, test is always how many fingers am I seeing? Can you see, mate?
This wasn't happening back in Ireland. I tell you, I got hit by a bouncer by Mondes and Deke at the bull ring. It was not funny.
Mondes and Deke was rapid in his day.
And he couldn't see the ball come out of his hand as well at times. And it was the ball. It was the ball before. It was the ball before that sort of done me when he bowled the short ball, and I sort of duck and I sort of made like I'm gonna play the short ball and play a pull shot. And he like looked at me and he says, "Oh, all right."
There we go.
And the next ball sort of hit the side of my temple. I fell backwards. I had to like that. It was against Western Province as well. And Alan Dawson was the first there, nice guy. So he came out there. Herschel Gibbs was playing the game and helmet off. And I mean, on comes the physio and he says, "You all right?" I said, yeah. Gave him the date, told him my name.
ID number.
And then he says to me, like, "Do you want to go off?" I said, "Who's coming in if I go off?" He says, "Gardner Kruger." I said, "No, I'll stay, mate."
I think Garnet was telling you to stay out there. Possibly.
Oh, gee, was
Good times, good times, son. Good times. Good times.
He was, no, it wasn't. It's not good times being hit against the side of your head, mate. Anyway.
Looks like he's all good, and has also seen Boland to ask for the helmet as well. So plenty of helmets coming out.
Well, I'm sure there will be more helmets coming out. I tell you, if that was the first ball there, and that's not going to be the last ball that Kluti's going to get like that. There, here's the follow-up ball. There it is. There it is. Well, folks, let's strap ourselves in here because I think it's going to be a barrage coming here for the next few overs. It was the one that hit him. Sconned him, as they say back in the day. Just glad to be a reporter now, not out there facing this.
Absolutely. Don't even pad up for the Vets games anymore, mate.
Why would you?
A lot easier up here in the comms box, that's for sure. I get so many calls about why did you turn out for the vets in Cape Town? Like,
Which team? Which club?
mate, I've had offers from everybody. I've had offers from everybody. I'm like, nah, but I'm even changing my date of birth already to under 40. I don't qualify. I mean, you got Jock Callis playing there last week for Claremont.
Well,
That was an occasion.
well, that brought out Fake Davids as well in the same game.
In the same game.
Rory
They-
Kleinfeld turning out for Victoria.
Brian Behardy and Ottomans.
I mean, the boys are coming out.
Boys are coming.
I'm happy just to sit on the sideline with Shrevsker and Dilla and just watching the game.
It was hilarious. I was up in Joburg, so they play up on a Wednesday night at the Wanderers Club. Fantastic venue. Wednesday night, hitting the ball on the high felt. Can't it get any better? And watching the game, and who walks out? Elvira Pearson. And he gets 160. I was like, so down in Cape Town, you got to retire at 50, but
Not anymore.
not anymore. Well, that's after that, yeah. So go to Viro after the game, and I said, hey, what are you actually doing here? And he goes, oh, it's a lovely shot there by Dion Forrester. That'll run away for the boundary.
Yeah, ball's running away, and nobody seems to want to chase that. That's well played.
So getting back to Alvaro, so he gets 106. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? You play Test cricket. Why are you wanting to go out here? He's like, mate, these oaks abused me when I was playing. They thought I wasn't good enough. Just showing them now that I can actually play this. What the difference is. I was like, Alvaro, what a ledge.
How competitive is the Vets League?
Mate, Ashwell Prince captain the over 40s, the Western Province. He was dancing there with a trophy after they won in Cape Town like it was the World Cup. So let's not kid ourselves. I think once a sportsman, you don't ever lose that competitive juices, man. Never.
I'll just take mine to the golf course. That's about it. The Vets, well done. I'll go support. I supported them the other day when Victoria were playing Durbanville.
Oh, lovely.
What a scene there. I mean, if you ever have time to go and watch some Vets cricket, there are some moments. A guy got sconned on the head as well while fielding.
And he's going to go back to the office tomorrow. No ways.
He was fielding a ball. He sort of gave it the old knee, hip, shoulder to try and dive for a ball, and then the ball sort of popped and hit him on the old eye, unfortunately.
Also have a rule that when you coach, don't ever let your kids see you play. Don't ever let your kids see you play. So you coach, you teach them whatever they need to do. Don't you go out in the middle and do the direct opposite. That's my theory. So all the kids I coach, they're all asking, Coachy, when you turning out there? Like, not a chance, lads. For you guys to abuse me next week at the training. Gotta be one step ahead, mate. Gotta be one step ahead.
And sometimes when you do take the bat and say, listen, this is how you play it, and if the shot comes off the first time, just say, right, that's it. That's how you play it.
That's hands up.
Oh, playing a miss. Playing a miss there from Klute. So that off stump. I'm gonna have some time to think of some stories for tomorrow and sort of relay them to you, but sort of my time is coming to an end here, and I mean it's sort of always good to reflect, but on this game, I mean it's great to see this game is moving forward here. We're seeing plans in place, and I think both teams have decided, listen, we've got to make something happen. Again, he's in the business area there, Clinton Stearman. Beautiful ball again, asking the questions of the new man. Klute has been hit on his head. These guys
Producers, yeah.
What is he on?
I just give it up there, mate. Giving it up.
I mean, again, well, Boland.
It's a good thing there's no behind the scenes cameras here because the viewers might have a good chuckle at these lads.
We've got to ban certain shirts from being worn, I feel. I mean, it's just shocking. Terrible.
I've seen way too many Arsenal shirts in this
I
dressing
wasn't going to mention any names. Why are you mentioning
I'm
names?
mentioning it because it's rubbish, mate. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Only team to finish third in a two-legged race.
Again, asking the question. Now you can see the frustration on Glenton Stearman. He's still searching for a breakthrough for himself here so he can have a wicket to his name.
Gotta wonder as a seam bowler when you choose to come down to Boland Park. And it is a tough assignment, but you do know that you're in for hard toil.
You told me yesterday that there's been good fast bowlers that come from this neck of the woods. Maybe they thought it was the same, or maybe they had greater skill levels. Who knows? But I mean,
I think
Clinton, he's got great
got plenty
skills.
skills.
Clinton Stearman's got plenty of skills as well. So did Keith Dudgeon. It's on the money again. Well, that's going to be my cue. I'm going to leave in the capable hands here of the Cape Fox, James King, and I bid you farewell and wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. The genie in the bottle, he is out as we look forward to Betway SA20. Season 3 is loading right here from the 9th of January to the 8th of Feb. It is going to be one big party. It is incredible. Betway SA20. Some massive names coming out this year. MI Cape Town. They've got the big one. Ben Stokes. Adil Rashid Khan. They're all going to be down here at Boland Park. Joe Root. Dinesh Karthik. We can go through the list. But it is those lads from Kabeja. They'll play the opening game. The Sunrisers Eastern Cape.
Yeah. Good to be back here with you, Zaire, as well. And Keith Dudgeon getting just reward for really putting in the hard yards in that previous over.
He has certainly toiled. Just before lunch, he had a bit of a burst. Tried to go really short and attack the batters, and it eventually yielded success with Garner Torch getting himself in a bit of a tangle there.
Yeah, it wasn't I don't know quite what he was intending. Didn't take any evasive action, just gloved it or got the top of the maybe the top of the bat, shoulder there, just up into the air. And much jubilation for Goldrush Boland. Say deserved wicket for Keith Dudgeon. Been by far the most economical of the bowlers out there for Goldrush Boland today, but the game is moving on. That partnership of 98 in just 23 overs between Tar and Forrester. Forrester's been the main aggressor. Been really good, hasn't he, Deon Forrester today? I mean, he looked good in the first innings for his 30 that he scored there before he pulled CSA Mahima to Peter Malan out in the deep, and he's looked so much better today. He has pushed the game along, certainly him and Tar in that partnership, which he was the main protagonist in that.
Well, that was just wide of the little short fine leg there.
Yeah, hands on head once again from Dudgeon. To get some news, looking, I had a bit of a break there just in terms of Marcus Ackerman, and apparently a hamstring tear there for him, which meant he didn't come out to bat in that second innings for the Dolphins. And the young Ramashan Pillay, who got a good 60 before he was run out, taking a second run, and took on the arm of John Bird, I believe. So nearly took the Dolphins to what seemed like an unlikely victory. Done really well with this short ball attack, hasn't he? It's been really good stuff. He did that as well, and that session before. That session before lunch that he was also putting his back into it from this end, the Niederberg end, but from the stables end, he's just been so much more effective. It looks like.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Mr. Dudgeon. His first 4-day game for his new team.
A great acquisition for Goldrush Boland, you feel? Just going down into the pitch. We were interested for a short while. Clitter yet to get off the mark. Faced 11 deliveries so far. Have been keeping him quiet. Wickets have fallen in clusters here as well. Just sometimes difficult to get yourself in on this pitch. Once you do, that's what Forrester is doing now. He's got 59. Try and maximize the opportunity you can get. You were talking a bit about the veterans cricket there with Eugene. Wonderful to hear about that, and certainly has become something so much bigger now than it was. And there with the having the over 40s World Cup here, over 50s World Cup this year, which was absolutely fantastic. South Africa doing really well in those two competitions. Ashwell Prince was down to captain that team, and unfortunately had to withdraw.
No, vets have certainly taken a new lease of life. And also, with these Legends tournaments also springing up around the world, we've seen recently in Birmingham, the South African Legends, they participated there. It was quite a bit of a tough assignment for the gentlemen.
They only seemed to get going right towards the end of it, didn't they? They put together 3 wins, I think towards the end.
Once they recruited some younger players in Paarl Elvie and also Jacques Snyman, who currently still play Division 1 cricket.
That's right, yes. Absolutely.
I think they all thought it would be a bit of a laugh and a yarn and catch up with a few mates over golf and beer in between the cricket. And when they arrived there, they saw the Aussies and the Indians and Brett Lee charging in, and suddenly it wasn't quite as funny as they thought it was going to be.
No, it became a lot more serious. Yeah, they were playing there between Edgbaston and Worcester, weren't they?
Edgbaston and Northampton.
Was it Northampton?
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't Worcester. Northampton.
Yeah.
It was really good to see. I saw a couple of the last games that they played, which, as you said, Jacques Snyman and Sorrel Erby are making an impact there. That's short, and it's landed safely in between the two fielders. Wasn't any danger of being caught there. Forrester gets through for the 2. Feel Glenn Stearman's probably coming close to the end of his spell here now. Kamani just doing some warming up. Going to have to go back to spin at some stage, you feel that? Goldrush Boland.
Just back to the Legends. Mate of mine was actually the manager of the side. And he came back and he said he was running around for supplies and resources. Between the physio and himself at one point, he's quite a burly lad, and he was like, he might have to pad up here. So I remember having a chat with him and Micaiah running in for his first delivery, and it was full mustard. The very first delivery was deposited straight onto the Edgbaston West Bank, and Micaiah just turned around and I didn't sign up for this.
But that was what was so good to see. I mean, the batters particularly seem to be having a lot of fun out there in that Legends series.
I think as a batter, you kind of never lose the skill. It's possibly just the eyes that go as the quicker the delivery becomes. But the bowlers, particularly the seam bowlers, they're the ones that struggle. You're not quite as fit.
I was watching Vern trundling.
Vern was quite competitive. He remained
very competitive, and he hasn't lost that skill at all in terms of what he's able to do with the ball. And they may have lost a couple of yards in pace, but they certainly haven't lost that level of skill and the competitiveness. It really was was good to see. that series apparently it's a 5-year deal in terms of that Legends series. So it's
Yeah,
going to be
so
interesting to see that.
yeah, so my he's preparing for next year already.
Yeah.
They're getting ready. I think I had a chat to Dale, and Dale said his first over felt like he's just bowled for the entire test match, bowled for 5 days. So well, that's a nasty one.
Yeah, very good delivery from Stearman there to Clutter, and that's I think that's through for his second run. He's hasn't looked that. Oh, it was a no ball as well, just an effort delivery, and another no ball goes onto the scoreboard. To get through for the single. Clutter hasn't looked that comfortable since he has been out there, but now getting into his work a bit better. Faced the 13 deliveries for his 2. Forrest a really good strike rate, 63 off 82, and he's taken the game that little bit further forward. But yeah, this you're saying the veterans, and it's sort of know how old Jacques Callis is every year because he shares a birthday with me. He's 11 years younger than me, so
She had to get that in there.
yeah, I did.
Cape
Yeah.
Fox just had to slip
Just
that
had
in
to
there.
slip that in. You know.
Fantastic.
And the initials are the same and the birthday is the same.
Oh.
So
Is that your claim to fame?
it must
Cape
be.
Fox?
Must be one of them. Yeah.
Fantastic.
But yeah. So I mean, now he's 49 with his birthday this year, and I was looking at the numbers there. When I was looking at that old scorecard, actually I was we were chatting a bit about Mfuneko and Gum the other day, and the great work that he did at Fort Hare, and how he's his academy has brought a couple of people through to line. One of those being Ayabonga Kaka, the Proteas women bowler, and remember going to watch the first day of that test match against Sri Lanka in Cape Town, the New Year's test, when Sean Pollock took 6 for 30 and Funeko and Gunn took 3 in both innings. In fact, what turned out to be his last test match, very sadly, picking up those injuries. And just then, when I looked at Sean Pollock's profile, then just seeing, from an age point of view now, because I always have on the profile age, just he's sort of into his early 50s now.
Yes.
So still looking quite sprightly.
Time has actually moved on very quickly.
Yeah, it has, yes.
Actually bumped into Sean Pollock on the airport on my way to Dubai. He was on his way to Bangladesh, and he was still looks like he could charge in and run in. And,
absolutely, yeah. Very fit.
Here's a funny story for you, James.
Yeah.
During the Legends, as the players were falling down, Justin Arthur, coach of the Boland side, he was one of them.
Yeah.
He pulled the hamstring early on,
Oh, no.
and he's generally one of the fitter guys around. And Graham Smith was in England, and
Pia Mahima coming in now, change of bowling,
and somebody nudged Jacques Callis and said, "Why don't you give Biff a call? Like he's down in London. Why don't you give him a shout? He can come turn out for us." And I had a chat with Biff about it, and let's just say it was an emphatic no. He's like, not a chance.
Of course, Graham Smith doing fantastic work there with the SA20 commissioner there, and just absolutely has revolutionized the South African domestic cricket scene and the cricket here in South Africa. The early part of the new year, January the 9th to February the 8th. What an occasion that is going to be again this year.
I think Mahima's got a crucial role to play. He struggled a little bit with that first spell of his, went close on 5 runs and over. He just want to draw it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good opportunity here, perhaps against Jean Clutter. He's just trying to find his way and get used to the feel of the pitch. And run rate has slowed a little bit since he has come to the crease. Still Forrester trying to keep that going. It's looked really good, Forrester. Sia Mahima won't mind him going down on one knee and trying to sweep him away. It's sweeping with the spin. He's got those variations. He probably varies where he's delivering from as well. He's close to the stumps, and it's good fielding, backing up the bowler. Is that Peter Milan? And no, Milan's on the boundary. Always wears the cap, Peter Milan.
He's an interesting period of the game. Still,
Yeah.
still got a few overs left in there. 48 overs to be bowled. Interesting to see if they get anything close to completing that.
Yeah, I mean, if they do bowl the spinners, we did see them on the first day after the tea break, managed to complete 40 overs up until that 6 o'clock finish. In fact, they bowled when they bowled the Knights out in the 97th or 98th over. So change of bowling here from this side as well. A double change. Omani coming on from the Niederberg end.
But he was sprightly
Yeah.
in his first spell. Still struggled with the odd no ball, which something that Henry Williams and he will work on as the season progresses. But he does seem to just be a bundle of energy as he approaches the crease.
Yeah,
Things tend to happen.
Yeah, they do. He's certainly just does make things happen, doesn't he? He's that type of cricketer. That's well played by Forrester, just into the gap on the offside. That man once again at deep backward point. And yeah, there's a run every day. There is
exasperating.
It is a bit. And now, especially now, where you've just taken that wicket. I mean, it's 169 it was for 3 after 48 overs. So it's been 5 overs. And they've put on 16 runs.
This is what I don't understand.
Yeah.
You've got a new batter in,
Yeah.
and you've got a deep point. You're literally just giving him one.
You are. You don't want him off strike at all. You want him to stay there. He's looked like he's struggling for his 2 off 17 balls so far.
If he is able to drive the ball through the covers, well done.
Yeah,
well played.
Absolutely, you're right.
Look, I'm big.
Yeah.
You don't. I've got this thing. You don't need to do things for the sake of doing things.
No.
That's sometimes because it dictates that is a new field in position. We've got to get people out there.
It's very much when you look at it, very much how they approach, or the teams approach, sort of the T20
game.
cricket
Yes.
now. You have one player out inside the power play. You've always got the one at back and the deep on the offside and then deep on the leg side. But in 4-day cricket, it's a different game.
I mean, even that one.
Yeah.
Like, you're just allowing him to.
Yeah.
It's not a wicket where somebody's going to come in and blast it away.
No.
It's not going to start throwing hands at it and pulling and all it does is it allows him. You're not able to build any pressure.
No, not at all. And that one went exactly where square leg would have been if he had been next to the umpire. You want to give them the opportunity to try and play that ball maybe over the top on the leg side. Anything could happen.
Yeah. If he's got a game that he's able to pull it through the covers, then well done.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now, I can't agree with you more. And it's not as if only one team was doing this. I mean, we saw it all day yesterday as well from the Knights when they were in the field.
To me, that position is like a hashtag trend.
Yeah,
it's like it's a trend, and everybody goes with it from there. It goes viral. That's how I feel about that position. But we've had enough of that. But
no, we haven't.
Clyde for Danes, he's going to go try and get in there.
Yeah, he's just in that shortish extra cover position. It's also really almost a run-saving position that he's in there.
He's got to get in really tight.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, not necessarily seeing Dean Forrester driving in the air there, unless one sort of stops on him. They did have that short mid-on position right next to the pitch for Gian Kluter. It was nearly successful for them earlier on today. And just to go through a bit of what's happened in the day's play today, was the Knights starting on 1 without loss after 2 overs, and it was a partnership of 67 with the first wicket between Dikhali and Senekwani before Dikhali was trapped LBW by Sean von Berg. And as I said, that was when the score was on 67, and that in the 23rd over of the innings, he was out for 37 of 80 deliveries. And then not too much later, Garnet Tar and the Secho Senekwani involved in a really bad mix-up in the middle, and it was Senekwani who was run out by Clyde Fortain with he scored 25 off 63, or 71 for 2, just the 4 runs added for that wicket. And then an excellent partnership of 98 between Dean Forrester and Garnet Tar in just 23 overs, so batting at over 4 and over in that partnership. Most of that impetus coming from Forrester, who's still at the crease, 66 off 89 deliveries, and Tar it was who was caught by Engelbrecht off the bowling of Keith Dudgeon, and bowled a really good spell, Dudgeon, and just surprised him with one into the body, gloved it, and or rather off the top of the bat of glove, and went up into the air and caught by Engelbrecht running around from his position as keeper, and that was 169 for 3, and they've gone now to 186 for 3 after 54 overs, so just adding the 17 runs in the 6 overs since that wicket fell, and Sia Mahima into his 2nd over of his new spell here. Jean Clutter's come to the crease. He hasn't looked that comfortable yet, has he? So
No, he hasn't. I think when you get rattled against the grill first up, that does tend to just shake you up a little bit.
Yeah, that was on from Keith Dudgeon. He just seemed to take his eye off the ball and pull his head to the side and got hit on the helmet. That just might also have a...
Ooh! Oh, how close was that?
Yeah, my word. That, what did go round the houses before it went down there and nearly took the stumps.
Tickled. Let's have another look. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. Could have been the end of Gian Clute.
My goodness, he was too early on the shot, and it just one of those that goes, glove back, body down on, and yes, could so easily have been his demise. He just 9 minutes before the tea break. You wonder whether he doesn't have that on his mind, that he just wants to not necessarily just survive. I mean, that was a shot played in anger, but he nearly lost his wicket as a result. Mahima been a lot tidier so far in this spell. Just having a chat with the captain. Yeah, 46 overs left in the day, and I think you're right. I definitely don't see them perhaps getting in. They might get about 3 or 4 in before tea. And a big appeal, going for the sweep again of Mahima, and he probably got himself maybe outside the line of the off stump.
Gian Clute is certainly living dangerously. He hasn't said it at all. We thought he might come in and play a few shots, but at the moment he's just struggling here, both against the pace of Dudgeon and also now the spin of Mahima.
Yeah, see how Mahima, given Mahima the chance now to actually get into his work and get those lines and lengths working. He comes down the wicket, still not able to find any kind of gap. This is good for Mahima. Good for Goldrush Boland. They just sense they've dragged it back a bit now. Run rate at one stage was up about 3.6, down now to 3.4. Just wants to try and just get himself off strike. Dean Forrester to face as much of the bowling as possible. Plays that one firmly down to Peter Malan at deep backward square, and he'll keep the strike. Jean Clute at the end of the over. And it's 55 gone, 187 for the loss of 3. A couple of other games taking place around the country. The one game that has ended earlier on today, was betting Western Province winning that match against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins by 51 runs in the end. And it is the Warriors at the moment taking on the Auto Investments. So Daphbet Warriors taking on the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons. And in their second innings, the Warriors are recovering from a terrible start when they were 1 for 2 and 256 for 7 at the moment. So leading by 315. And another very good innings from Matthew de Villiers, 58 from him and 71 from Sinetemba Pechile. And they're looking there to put the Northwest Dragons under a bit of pressure there as they go into the fourth day there as well. So potentially results in all three of the games that started this week. Amani is going to be bowling here to Kluter. 4 of 25 deliveries for Gian Kluter. Just the release ball straight up, is able to get off strike down the leg side. So you were chatting with Eugene a bit earlier on about what would be enough, what would they be looking for? Because at the moment, the way it is going, it doesn't look like they're going to get bowled out necessarily.
Doesn't seem like they're wanting to really push on for the target. It seems that they'll just bat as long as they can and wherever they end up, and and that's what the game to drift like that.
Yeah. But I know you were saying, interestingly, you were saying earlier about it being after this delivery that they coming into this, their first match in the first division after coming back after being out for that season and coming back being promoted, the Tuskers going back down to Division 2, is that they really want to make sure that they don't lose the game first and foremost, probably, and
pick up bonus points, pick up points for a draw.
Absolutely. If they can do that, that would be very good for them. But you sense going for the win is something that they should be looking at. That would really be beneficial for them.
They also feel possible. That's a good signal.
Yeah, it is.
You also feel that they're probably looking at this fixture. This is the one match you don't want to lose.
No.
Boland, they've been struggling as well in 4-day cricket, particularly over the last couple of seasons. So when you look at your fixture list, you're going, got to play the Lions at some point. You got to play the Titans. That's two really strong outfits. You also got to play Western Province and the Dolphins. All the games where we could get points from, and this is, you would think this would be one of them.
Yeah.
So it's well bowled.
Yeah, it's very well bowled.
So this is where you'd like to see Sinekwani and all the skipper along with the coach Jay Patricia to sit there and go, guys, we've got ourselves into a position here. At what point are we safe? At what stage do we feel that we can't lose the game anymore? And that, I would say, probably in about 60 runs time.
Yeah, I would agree with you
50
there.
to 60 runs time.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in a day, I don't see that Goldrush Boland are going to do better than they did in their first innings.
So if we get to about, and I've tried to do a bit of, let's just say, the College of Knowledge, maths is not the forte, but you look at the game situation, you're going 45 overs, put 20 on there at 3 runs and over, that's 60. That takes us to 240.
Yeah.
So 250.
Yeah.
So that takes us to 250 with 20 overs left for the day.
Yeah.
Surely at that point we feel that we cannot lose the game any longer.
Yeah.
And so let's have another dash of 10 overs. It gives us 100 overs to bowl them out. And you got a target of about 280.
Yeah, absolutely. And that target of around that 280, you would feel if it's going to be, if you've given yourself 100 or 110 overs, perhaps. I mean, you got 98 overs in the day tomorrow, and they didn't even bowl anywhere near that yesterday. They bowled just 87 overs, so they might get 90 overs in a day. If they've got 10 extra overs to bowl tonight, 100 overs, as you say. It's unlikely that on this kind of service and the way that the match has been going so far, that team batting fourth is going to be going at 3 and over to get to that target. And if they do, well, good luck to them, because they would have really played well.
And so that's why I just a little bit perplexed at how they want to go about this. Ian Forrester, he's possibly thinking personal milestones.
Yeah.
My first game, I want to get. Can I get 100? What do I need to do to get 100?
I mean, it's highly possible. I mean, just looking at his numbers, I don't think he's got a century yet in first-class cricket. Forrester, oh, sorry, 127. Sorry, he has got 100. Yeah, 127, not out. He's got 200s last season. Thinking of somebody else. And, he'll be looking to get his first century in Division 1 cricket. Certainly got that a huge amount of potential, as we see the off spin of Aviwa Mgajima coming in before the tea interval. Just the 1 over he'll bowl.
I do feel though that all the responsibility shouldn't be on his shoulders as well.
No.
You've got an experienced campaigner, somebody who's actually played for South Africa on the other end as well.
Yeah,
Who
absolutely.
just rotate the strike, just get it moving, not just allowing the bowlers to bowl at you.
And nice to play it again by Forrester. As you say, I mean, Cliff has come in 5 of 29 deliveries is not what his team necessarily needed for him to do at this point in time. They'd done well. They were batting at 4 and over plus in that partnership between Tar and Forrester. And Cliff has eaten up a lot of balls here for that 5 that he's got. And
so what he does is he just creates a lot of pressure on Deon Forrester, who's not now allowed to play. Because you also go through gears while you're batting, and he's just forced Deon to just take a back seat again, and
he's letting the bowling team then perhaps start to dictate terms as that's played.
It's a little bit better.
Yeah,
showing a little bit more intent going down the wicket.
Yeah, absolutely right. Needs to be doing that. I mean, they'll reset at tea, no doubt, and we'll see when they come out that Clutter will probably have more intent. It's not as if they don't have batting to come either here. And Patrick Butt is in next, a very experienced campaigner, scored plenty runs in first-class cricket. So, yeah.
Something that could possibly still be in the back of the mind. We saw Boland suffer a collapse after tea yesterday, so that they could be feeling that might be a problem. That's nicely bowled and finds the outside edge.
Just settled for the 2, and that one, yes, just a little bit of an outside edge, and that will be tea. And a very similar position, as you said, to what Boland were yesterday. 183 for 3 they were, and now it's 193 for the loss of 3 at the tea break, and they go into tea with Forrester on 70 of 96 deliveries, and Jean-Claude 6 of 30. And we're also going to take a bit of a tea break here. We'll be back with you in between 15 and 20 minutes for the final session of the day. Welcome back to Boland Park and the third session of the third day here. And just to remind you, see on your screen there are Proteas women. Amazing tournament that they had for the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, getting to the final there, beating Australia in the semi-final. And they have got the massive tour against England coming up between the 24th of November and the 18th of December. 3 T20 internationals, 3 one-day internationals, including the Black Day, which is taking place at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. I think that's on the 8th of December. And then the test match taking place between the 15th and 18th of December at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. It is going to be an incredible series. And captain there, Laura Wolfart, we are looking forward to that series. Definitely see how the women fare against a team that they are a bit of a bugbear for them most of the time. England, very strong team. And South Africa will be looking to make an impact in most definitely in that series. And red ball cricket for them again, which is going to be wonderful. So here to have them out here and playing a red ball test match.
I think to have England tour a year for all format tour, that is very well done, and kudos to both the ECB and Cricket South Africa. But it also just stipulates the enhanced status of the Proteas women. They were tourists to Australia last year, and now it's getting England on home soil. These are the blue chip tours that you want to see in women's cricket. And with all due respect to the likes of Pakistan and Bangladesh, but just the fact when you're testing yourselves against the best in the world on a regular basis, that's when you raise your game. And interesting to see who the coach is going to be.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who the coach is going to be. I mean, so it's we've had the interim coach and Dylan Dupree, yeah, that's right. I'm trying to Dylan, and his support staff really been incredibly important there. Bakia Abrams, man from the Eastern Cape, and Paul Adams assisting there as well. And they've really done exceptionally well to get themselves right at the top of women's cricket. You just feel they are capable of beating anybody on their day, as it's Ayat Kamani away from us now from the Nederburg end.
It's the fact that you reach 2 successive World Cup finals. I mean, that just puts you on a different level.
Yeah.
Yes, we would have loved to have won one of them at least, particularly the last one against New Zealand. But the fact that that side has now reached semi-finals and 50 over World Cups and finals on consistent basis, it really does elevate the game and attract sponsors.
Absolutely right. I mean, you see that with the Hollywoodbets Pro Series and the women's team themselves having the momentum, being their sponsor. Good delivery from Kamani first up.
I'm really excited by what the women's team is about to. They feel that they shatter glass ceilings on a regular basis at the moment, and provides the youngsters. We've always been worried about the depth and below that starting 11, but there's certain youngsters starting to emerge that is really promising.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking a bit about that yesterday. Oh, in the air and just past the outstretched hand of Ayat Kamani. I don't think that can go down as a chance, but just creating something there. Shion Kluter just trying to find his feet again after the tea interval. We were mentioning yesterday when we were chatting around players like Annerie Dirksen. You've got players like Nadine de Klerk as well, who's really made it on the international scene now. She's got playing in the WBBL as well, which is really fantastic for her. And part of that group of players, including Marizanne Cup, Laura Wolfart and Chloe Tryon, that have gone down to the WBBL. And just seeing this weekend in the domestic Hollywoodbets Pro Series, players like Tasman Brits and Sine Lease playing, which is great to have them there. This time they do go through for the single. It's played down straight past the bowler. Keith Dudgeon does the fielding. Come off the bat cleanly there from Kluter. So it looks very, very, very promising for South African cricket into the future. On the women's side, they certainly have depth in players as well. You've got players that we've seen coming through the under-19 ranks. We spoke a bit about Karabo Meso, players there as well. Kayla Reinecker was the player of the series in the series against Ireland. Some good innings from her, and she's a regular in the Western Province women's team.
Tell you a little story about Kayla Reinecker. She actually down in the CPL played for the Cape Vikings of Ashwell Prince's side, and was coaching the under 15s. I think she was about 16 years old or 15 years old at the time, and she actually missed a couple of the early games because she was drafted into the senior Western Province women's team for the team for the first time. And when she came back, she was brought into the side, and a lot of the boys, under 15, and, a little bit just all over the place at that age, the teenagers, and we'll continue that story now. A couple of these lads who play 15As and provincial cricket at their schools, and wondering, why do we have a girl in the side, coach? That was the that was the question posed to me, like, why do we have a girl? I said, guys, what do you mean? They're like, coach, but like, why? Like, why are we playing with a girl? I said, guys, just leave it. Just give it a chance and let's see what happens. And the first ball, she just blocked, and they were like, coach, what are you talking about? And the next one, she danced down the wicket and hit it 3 that I was behind the side screen, and everyone, okay, now we understand, coach. So so it's definitely changing stereotypes even at that level, and suddenly she earned the respect of of everybody, and it's been really great to see her progress and kick on to really good things.
Brilliant with her being now the captain of that SA under-19 team against Ireland, their preparation for that World Cup in Malaysia and Thailand early in the new year. The under-19 T20 World Cup, and really a good squad coming together there. 2 players already that have played in the senior team, especially Naidu and Karabo Meso. Keith Dudgeon coming in from let's get Keith Dudgeon's going to be opening up after tea from the stables end. Just replacing Sia Mahimu, had a good spell before the tea break. And he's in now to Deon Forrester. And Forrester plays that one down the leg side, and he's got the wicket. Forrester trying to play that one down. Didn't manage to get any of it. Gets the edge of the bats, and his innings comes to an end. Excellent innings of him, of 71 off 89 deliveries, I think that is. And an outstanding innings comes to an end. If you just look at this, it's down the leg side. He goes for him, just maybe gloves it or just gets the edge, and Engelbrecht takes it behind. And that is a big wicket post-tee.
James, it's like history repeats itself every time. Yeah. At Boland Park, we saw the Goldrush Boland side lose their premier batters immediately after tea yesterday, and now it's the chance of the Knights. Deon Forrester, he's played very, very well for that 71, but now he has to depart, and it looks like the Knights, they going to suffer the same fate as Boland yesterday.
Well, certainly only the 2 runs added since the tea interval. And Deon Forrester trying to pull that one from Keith Dudgeon, and just bounced a bit on him, a bit more than he anticipated, and got the edge through to Engelbrecht, the keeper, and the dreaded finger from Marais Erasmus went up. And it is them 4 down now for that 195. So just felt with that partnership as well with Clutch as we look at it again here. So here, and that's just angling across him. He's trying to play it down, and he's had some success with that shot as well during the course of his innings, but just not getting any of it. And that is a good wicket for the Goldrush Boland to get after the tea interval.
I think Keith Dudgeon, he deserves every success that he's getting today. He's really toiled, he's charged in, he's bent his back, and it's not easy to bowl short on this surface, but he's constantly peppered the Knights batters, and he's picked up both wickets in that manner. He's had earlier got gone at tar in all sorts of trouble, cramped up and offered a simple catch, and now he's got the big wicket of caught down the leg side.
Yeah, I think maybe that shot also, he's wanting to continue to keep that acceleration going after the tea interval. They had sort of faltered slightly since Jean-Claude came to the crease, and that partnership of theirs of 26 in 10 overs. So it just goes to show the impact there again that a batter not perhaps pushing on the other side has on you. And you were saying Forrester was the one who's going to have to make all the play. That's a good bouncer from Dudgeon to start off with to Patrick Botha.
Patrick Botha, I think he ducked under that before he even bounced and hardly went over his stumps on that occasion. He wasn't interested at all in trying to play that. Once again, Dudgeon, he's just really working hard. He's got a big engine.
He does indeed.
It's a bit like a diesel engine. It just keeps on going.
Doesn't he? Just keeps running in, doesn't he? He's exactly the kind of player that you want, wholehearted cricketer. And that just to the left of the man at short leg. Hands on heads a bit there. Just into the body. And this is good line of attack. Has been working for Dudgeon, as you said. He's been putting in the hard yards today. And he's reaped the rewards with those 2 wickets, 2 for 23 into his 12th over. Just been economical as well. So he hasn't allowed the batters to get away with anything. Good decision here from the captain post the tea interval to bring his pacemen back on. Sia Mahima had managed to keep it a bit quieter as well before the tea interval. Another one that just ducks underneath. And just talking about women's cricket and just looking at the games that are taking place this weekend, the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 Series and DP World Lions women 141 for 4 after 34 overs, chasing 231, 232 for victory against the Fidelity Titans ladies, and that so means they've got 15 overs to score 90 to win that game, 4 down. And Sinette Low and Khumotso Wapo at the crease there. And the Hollywood Bets Dolphins ladies are doing very well. In fact, they've just lost a wicket there. They were chasing 188 for victory, and they are 146 for the loss of 3 now. Corporate Clerk just losing her wicket, but it's another lady who I'm very impressed with, Alexandra Candler, who plays for Hollywood Bets Dolphins ladies. She's 58 not out of 77. Somebody else who's really knocking on the door in terms of being a top order batter for the Proteas, one feels. There's a couple of those. One thinks of World Sports Betting Western Province's Faye Tunnicliffe as well, who's had a very good T20 season last year.
We hope to see Faye Tunnicliffe. We do. I mean, the top order of South Africa, that opening partnership of Tasman Brits and Laura Wolf are really settled. I'd like to see Faye get it. It's another no ball. Another no ball.
One wrapping the pads of Jean-Claude. It's Patrick Botha is going to come back for an easy 3.
That'll be 4 runs to the total.
4 runs. Oh, yes, it will be 4 runs to the total with the no ball. That really wasn't a very, should we say, fast chase there by Sean von Berg.
We said he does everything in minimalistic fashion.
He does indeed. But yeah, as you say, Faye Tunnicliffe certainly was in very good form last season.
Would
And
love to see her
yeah,
get a go against England. I think
really
she's
good.
really reaching the peak of her career. She was picked for South Africa when she was about 19, 18 years old. I think she's now worked out a game and really could add value to that Protea side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic fielder,
Oh, yeah.
athlete.
Brilliant athlete. And that good delivery from Amani on the bounce to Glenton Stearman, who's at that shortish mid-on position. Yes, she is that other lady who's putting up her hand there. Laura Goodall's put in a couple of good performances, nationally contracted player playing for WSB Western Province and had a couple of good innings this season. It's something that she's also needs to get back into her work and get back into that team. So things looking really positive from that top order batting point of view. And how good was Annika Bosch as well in that match against Australia? Just incredible stuff.
I think Annika Bosch is coming in leaps and bounds. She was seen as a bit of an all-rounder, bowling medium pace, but now she's proper top order batter.
Yeah. And she pulled out all the shots there in that match. And you know, a lot of people said it almost felt like that was South Africa's final, but was a brilliant performance against the Australians team that they had prior to this year not ever beaten in either a T20 or a one-day international or a test match for that matter. And brilliant performance in that semi-final.
Still a battle of attrition,
It is, isn't it? It's
nobody wanting to give an inch, nobody wanting to budge. Whenever somebody looks like they just got their noses in front, it's like, just get back here, pulling in the reins.
And that's exactly what's happened with that wicket going down to 195. Just 2 runs added since the tea break. The wicket, very important wicket of Dean Forrester, 71 off 99. So probably the best strike rate of the innings, or certainly of the innings, in fact, probably of the match so far. It's another no ball from the front foot of Ayad Kamani. He's just not able to get that right. 9 no balls in the innings so far. It's the one wide, so nearly an extra 2 overs that have been bowled. You were speaking about it yesterday as well when the Knights were bowling. Similar situation where they, between the wides and the no balls, had bowled an extra 3 overs. And this is, I know, white clothing and red ball cricket, but you can't afford to be giving away 18 extra runs as well as bowling an extra 3 overs. As the 200 comes up for the men from the Knights, and that has come up, that came up off the previous delivery of the 59 overs and 3 deliveries.
Really feel that no balls are criminal.
Yeah.
Absolutely criminal. I think got to get to the point where you actually start. I know of teams who literally physically find players who've got to give off their money for bowling as many no balls.
And just also it is potentially a pressure release for the batting team. It just gives them the opportunity to score those extra runs off the extra ball, and can prove very, very expensive. We've seen that so many times when a wicket falls or a wicket is potentially going to fall off a no ball, and that is the biggest crime of all, you would think, from a cricketing point of view. The bowler only has himself to blame for that no ball. There's no reason why he should be stretching over the line. It's on the money again there in terms of that nagging line and length. He's just attacking the stumps. Ayad Kamani is doing a very good job of that, has done in this over. 201 for the loss of 4. Shian Klutter on 10. He's just been joined by Patrick Botha man out after Dion Forrester for a very well played 71 off 99 deliveries. And as you're saying, Zahir, as a wicket, I mean, the wicket falls, then you've got the situation again. They've got to try and establish themselves again. They've got to get a feel for the wicket. You know, it's not an easy wicket in which you can just come in and start scoring necessarily.
I think that is the key. That's why the momentum doesn't stay there. Not somewhere you're gonna walk in and that's also why I feel that when you are in, that's when you need to cash in and really just at least try and take the game on. At least try. And when I say take the game on, I'm not saying run down the wicket
No.
and silly things like that. Just be a little bit more proactive, run harder, look for the singles. You see, we haven't seen anybody reverse sweep to the spinners.
Yeah.
Just try and do something a little bit different.
And that was what was so good from Forrester. Looking for a single there that doesn't exist. So well done by the man at mid-on coming around, Glenton Stearman. And that was, say, what was so impressive with Forrester, and in fact with Pangiso in the first innings, was he took the attack to, Pangiso took the attack to the spinners, and certainly Dion Forrester took the attack to the spinners. In fact, hit both Mahima and von Berg out of the attack. It's another short delivery banged in by Keith Dudgeon. He's got some success with that line of attack. Patrick Botha seems to be content just at the moment to get out of the way. 1 of 12 deliveries for him so far. And just that wicket, just as you said, just puts the Knights back a little bit, doesn't it, in terms of their pursuit of where they would want to be by maybe the end of the day's play, or as you say, 10 overs before the end of the day's play. And at the moment, 40 overs left in the day.
If you think about it, 40 overs at the end of the day, just run one run and over takes you to 240.
Yeah.
So you go about this. I don't think it's a wicket where even if you look to play a few shots or look to move it on, you're going to get rolled automatically. Even we've seen the tail of the Knights really wag in the first innings. So it's not a case of we could get bowled out tonight.
No, exactly. I mean, the same situation exactly with Goldrush Boland. I mean, they lost those very quick wickets. I mean, 4 wickets going down in the space of 15 runs. And then that partnership between von Berg and Ayat Kamani of 47 was really important for Goldrush Boland. And that was just grinding it out. It wasn't that they were particularly quick in terms of getting those runs. I mean, that partnership took 17 overs for the 47, but they took time out of the game, which if you look at it in this context now, absolutely crucial. Feel if the Goldrush Boland are going to be able to either bat and get the target that might be set for them, or just to bat out the game. Just the 3 men on the offside. Goes straight to Clyde Fontaine, the captain, who's rubbing the ball vigorously on his forearm, as we see the scorecard there. And those 3 players there really getting a start at the top of the order. Dikhale 37 before he was RBW, going back to one from Sean von Berg. Setho Senekwani run out unnecessarily by Keith Dudgeon, throwing in and Garnet Tar caught behind the one that hit him on the glove at the top of the bat, just looped up in the air. Dudgeon getting the wicket of Dion Forrester. So Forrester the only one going on to make a 50, but it's been a feature of this game that players have got in and got a start and they just haven't been able to go on.
I think that scorecard tells the exact story of the entire game. and everybody getting in and nobody really kicking on. But the fact that everybody gets starts just once again emphasizes our point of it's not a wicket where you're going to run through a batting lineup. You're going to have to toil and really work hard for those wickets. So if the Knights are interested in pushing for that victory, they've got to give them as much time as possible.
Yeah, absolutely right. And give them 20 overs batting at 3 or 4 and over, but that's good delivery from Steerman to Jean Klutter. It just gives them the opportunity. They can get those runs to declare this evening, give themselves a chance to bowl at Goldrush Boland. But you just sense that isn't going to happen.
Absolutely, James. You just feel that it's going to be a case of we're going to bat as long as we can. We'll see where we end up, and that's when we'll have a bowl.
Yeah. And could be that they bat until the end of the day's play today. They'll be reassessing overnight what they would want to do, and could potentially see the declaration overnight, but I'm guessing we won't see it before the close of play this evening, unless they are bowled out by this Boland team. As it's Steerman's going to be trying to do that from the Niederberg end. That's played very nicely backward of point and beats the man, and that region goes to sort of deepish third region for 4. That's very nicely played. A bit wide there and a bit short from Steerman, and Klutter gets his first boundary of the innings, and that after his 40th delivery, gets his first boundary.
That's much better from Gian Klutter. He just was offered a little bit width. He got his hands through it.
Much better. He's now just keeping an eye on where the fielders are on that leg side. They could be getting a short one as well from Steerman. It's again into the offside, and that's a great pickup and throw. And appeal coming from the Goldrush Boland fielders. That's brilliant work done there. And umpire Maria Rasmus says not out. That's Ayat Kamani, is it there? I'm just trying to see who that is that picked up and threw that in from that square leg region. That's excellent work by the fielder. They do get through for an overthrows that hit the stumps. Should it gets through for another 2. Oh, that is in the air for a little line. That's really good work done by the captain here at mid-off. That prevents what would have gone through. Certainly feel for 3 runs there. Cuts that one off. It was Abiwe Mgijima and that previous delivery that hit the stumps. They don't take the run there. That one, so good work done by Clyde Fontaine. Now they've got the wicket. Just wanting to try and see if they can't prize another one out here, Goldrush Boland.
Been tough going for Glenton Steerman today. He's tried his heart out, but just hasn't been able to find the outside edge as he did in the first innings. I had a couple of shouts with a new ball, went past between bat and pad, just missed the off stump. Since then, with the old ball, hasn't really been able to make it reverse or talk in the manner he usually does.
Oh, this time that goes through Mgijima. He'll be really upset. He is really upset with himself that he didn't manage to field that one. It's the end of the over. Klutter will retain the strike. He's moved on to 17. 7 runs for him in that over. And it will be, I should think, Keith Dudgeon to continue. Yes, it is indeed. Has some success from the stable's end, and he'll be continuing the attack, bowling to Jean Klutter. going to keep the man under the helmet, it looks like. Yeah, Gavin Kaplan. It's been a bit cooler today for the Goldrush Boland team out there in the middle. A little bit of breeze blowing. I expect it to be a bit cooler even tomorrow with a bit more overhead conditions, a bit more cloud around tomorrow. Said even a chance of rain perhaps later in the day, which I don't know about that, but
Rain
we hope
in
not.
Boland.
Yeah, rain in the Boland in November, very unlikely. Another one that just goes down the leg side from Keith Dudgeon. He's done a really good job for his team today and running in hard, 2 for 23 in just over 13 overs.
Been really impressed with this young man, and looking forward to seeing him in Betway 20 later this season here at Boland Park as well.
Yeah, it's really going to be an excellent, excellent tournament. This is such a wonderful ground to come and watch the SA20. A couple of bounces down to Gavin Kaplan there. It's a short leg. Just the atmosphere here at Boland Park is absolutely incredible for the SA20 games.
James, you've been down here a couple of times, and when that sun sets,
Oh yeah,
there are a few more beautiful places in the world to watch cricket. It's just so picturesque, and then you get the locals coming in on the banks, and these grass banks just form like a world of their own. They get some life, and you get good old Dale and Oliver on the mic, and it's you know.
It is incredible, absolutely incredible. Oh, that one just bounces in front of the man at short leg, hands on heads again. This line of attack from Keith Dudgeon's proved to be exceptionally successful. Yes, the banks here just I'd say heaving is the word that I use. I mean, it's just so full of life. I mean, you got took a bit of a walk around the ground last year, a couple of times actually, when the SA20 was on, and you've got the games of cricket happening just sort of beyond on the flatter parts of the ground. You've got the youngsters there.
The characters that you meet around the ground.
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
I mean, I remember even back in the old Mzansi Super Leagues, I have a confession. Dale, it was Oliver. For those that don't know, he's a comedian here back down in Cape Town, and got quite a unique style about going about things. And I actually had to deputize for him for a couple of games, and did one at Newlands, and I thought it went all right, and it went okay with the folk down in the southern suburbs of Cape Town. Came out here. And immediately I got asked, "Where's Dalen? Why are you here? What are you doing?" That's asking a few questions, just falling short.
My goodness, that is the second delivery. It's just fallen short of a field, this time short of a viewer, Ngujima, at leg slip. And he certainly is asking questions with this line in to the left-hander, Shian Kluder. He can feel lucky that he's got away with those two. Just one ball left in this over. It's been another outstanding over from Keith Dudgeon. Yeah, and you say, I mean, that they just have, it's like a world of its own, isn't it, here? It just comes to life when the crowd's in. Oh, and that one, I don't know what he was trying there. Maybe he was trying for the Yorker. He does go off the pad or maybe off the bat down to the man at leg slip, and there is no run. Another maiden from Keith Dudgeon, 2 for 23 and 14. And you talk a bit about how beautiful grounds and just the backdrop to this ground is absolutely superb. And when you say that sunsets, it's just sensational. It is.
Absolutely.
I mean, Newlands as well. You get. I think it's a different type of feel though to Newlands than it is here, and you've got as well night games just come alive at Newlands as well. You've got that crowd in.
I was speaking to a Paarl local yesterday about it, and I remember a couple of years ago, they played a day-night test warm-up game against Zimbabwe
Okay.
over here at Boland Park. The new Eurolux lights just went up, and South Africa were trialing it against Zimbabwe. And Dale Steyn actually made a comeback from injury that night, yeah.
Okay.
And the test match was played at St. George's Park a week later.
Oh, that is in the air and over the top of anywhere any slip might have been standing, but don't think that was quite where he intended it to go. Patrick Gordza, let's have a look at this.
Kind of sums up Clinton Steedman's day. He finds
Ah.
a healthy outside edge and it runs away for a boundary. Just back to
Yeah.
the lights, and what an occasion. I've always advocated, we spoke about it, a day and night test match at Boland
Oh
Park
yeah, it would be fantastic, wouldn't
in
it?
December.
Yeah.
Can it get any better?
No.
What is 5 summer nights?
Yeah.
I think you'd fill this place up. It'd be an absolute occasion.
Yeah, I can imagine that. It would be absolutely incredible. Really would be.
And I think Cricket South Africa should really have a look into that.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of visiting Adelaide for the pink ball test there, and James, I can tell you, if you think the New Year test at Cape Town is an occasion,
Yeah.
that is something out of the ordinary. It's amazing, like as it starts during the week. So the Adelaide Oval is in the heart of the city,
Mm.
and it's just a concourse and a bridge that basically takes you to the CBD,
Right.
and everybody just streams from the office straight
Okay.
in,
Oh, incredible.
and it's a wonderful atmosphere. And then over the weekend they have these. So when every pink test match is sold out, and you look at the Adelaide Oval and you're wondering where are the people? Why are there nobody in the stands? Because the concourses, they just have these wonderful activities. I mean, I'm not a man who drinks or anything, but it's just pumps and
Yeah.
champagne
Yeah,
bars,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
it's just a wonderful thing. I actually thought I was at the J&B Met, to be honest.
Wow.
It's-
Amazing, yeah.
I mean, in the build up to the test, opening up the Adelaide Observer, and there's a whole section dedicated to what to do at the cricket when you're not watching the cricket.
Okay. All right. That sounds like a very good thing to have.
Yeah.
Because it is an occasion, isn't it? I
That's
mean, a test match is an occasion. I mean, that's what I think is so fantastic about particularly the New Year's test at Newlands as well. It is an occasion. It's something you want to be at. Good delivery from Stearman this time. It was surprise shorter delivery.
So on the outskirts, there's a bit of a concourse, and they have these little with food stalls and drinks and actually really thought, literally thought, and the ladies come out dressed to their nines, and the guys in their little white suits, and it really felt like you were at the races.
Yeah, fantastic.
It was a wonderful occasion. So I can see that happening here. Boland Park's got all the space. And the weather plays a fantastic part as well. So definitely something that I'd love to see down at Boland Park. We know how festive it gets down in the Western Cape during that period.
And it would be just the perfect backdrop here for a day-night test match.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine going Boxing Day, Boland Park, the
Yeah.
following week in Newlands?
Would be
What a
great.
time to be in Cape Town.
Absolutely right. Now the shorter one from Stearman. He's keeping Jean Clutter honest here. The game at the moment, since that loss, the wicket of Dean Forrest just slowed down a little bit. 18, the partnership in 5 overs and a little bit 5 overs and a couple of balls. In fact, 5 overs and 4 balls. So the game not advancing as quickly as it was certainly when Forrester was there at bat. Just making a couple of changes to the field here. Clyde Fortain chatting with Aviwa Mgajima. Last ball of the over from Stearman. Straight to the man at mid-on. Keith Dudgeon, he does try to go for the wickets at keeper's end. And that may well be, I think it might be the last we see of Stearman from this end for the moment. He does look a tired man. 15 overs, he's been toiling hard. 0 for 51. And it is a change of bowling from the stables end. Sia Mahima is going to come back on. And the helmet's coming out there as well.
I'm just going to take you back a little bit. You spoke earlier about being at the WTC final, the Oval.
Yeah.
And that's another venue that just
Yeah.
lends itself to
Yeah.
being an occasion.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful venue. Yeah.
Have we understood how the game is moved, or at least sport has moved on into, it's not just about what's happening out in the middle, it's everything around it. It's an occasion these days.
Absolutely. And you just, I mean, around the Oval, I mean, you know, the ground as well. I mean, what really struck me is just, and we were talking a bit about the sort of the history of the grounds and how it was, and you've got the Jack Hobbs Gate and you've got the Alex Stewart Gate, and they all around the ground, they recognizing the Surrey and England heroes or heroines, in fact, because Nat Silverbrunt now is, I think, just got a
I
gate.
think she is the
so
superstar.
Absolutely,
absolute superstar.
So it's really fantastic to see how they embrace that, and they just, as you say, create it. It's an occasion. Comes down the wicket there.
I do know that at Newlands, former CEO, Professor Andre Odendaal, he had visions of doing something similar at Newlands in terms of the ends and the stands. And we do understand it's a little bit more complicated in South Africa with our chicken past, but I think we've reached a stage where we've got some heroes that have transcended all boundaries.
Absolutely right. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think the whole initiative at was Betty Newlands in terms of the sort of museum initiative that they've put together there, and what they've done in terms of recognizing the different periods of our cricketing history is very important.
I think if you look at England and James Anderson running in from the James Anderson end,
absolutely right,
at Old Trafford, I think that's that's something special. So hopefully in the future we could possibly see something like that. I think Werner Verland and Dale Steyn might there might be a toss up between which end and they'll get at Newlands.
That's right. Oh, he plays that beautifully. Does Kluter down the ground straight of mid-off and down to the long-off boundary for 4. He's using his feet against Sia Mahima. This is what we saw Forrester doing so well. And Garnet Toll also started to do that. Now Kluter, he's been there long enough now. It's 56 balls now for his 23. He just started to open up a little bit. Sia Mahima back on, and he's not been able to keep it tight here in this over. He's been struggling, hasn't he, in this match, in the second innings particularly. First innings, he was absolutely brilliant, going at a run and ball for his first, run and over, should I say, for his first 10 overs.
Just back onto the names and the stands, and I think in the West Indies, they even take it a little bit further. The Barbados is fantastic. You drive on your way to the ground, and even the roundabouts are named after Walcott and Weeks, and then you really know you're in a cricket town when you start finding out the road names are named after cricketers, let alone the stands.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to give them that recognition.
I think it's also about knowing that the fact that what they've done for the island and what they've done for the people.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, I mean, that is where you get the legends of the game. There, West Indies, you've got so many names that you could think of, and you do see them being celebrated in every single game that you're watching. You're never far away from hearing the name of one of the great West Indian players of the past. And it is something that you feel would be something that could be looked at as well from our point of view, and particularly when you look at the kind of unifying nature of that as well, and what it brings to people. People have their own favorites, don't they?
Absolutely.
And we have got now, and in both our women's and our men's cricket teams that are representing everybody in the country. And I think for me, the women's team particularly has got that going.
On the just a point about the women's team, there's a Mignon Dupree gate at Centurion.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
that's
I-
right.
I
That's
have
right.
been to that.
Remember that.
There is
yes,
a Mignon,
yeah,
and I
yeah.
think there is a Sunay Loose something or the
Yeah,
other, but
yeah.
definitely a Mignon Dupree.
Yeah.
I have actually been through those gates
Yeah,
and also had the pleasure of commentating with
yeah.
Mignon on a few occasions, and what a wonderful ambassador she was for
Yeah.
South African cricket. She actually lives down in the Western Cape
That's
now.
right. She's in Malmesbury.
Malmesbury, yeah.
Lovely, a wonderful lady.
Yeah, plays for the Knights though. Still
Yes,
plays for the Knights.
Yes, she's expecting her first child, I believe
Oh,
now. So
absolutely.
hasn't been playing for them this season
Okay.
yet. So wishing her all the best if somebody is listening.
She's really been a fantastic ambassador. She loved playing for South Africa, gave her absolute minx, as she was called.
Minx, yeah.
Still one of the leading run scorers, most capped. I think though Laura Wolf might haul it in.
She may well.
She may well, but
Laura.
just the time she played in, and when it was really tough, was that the rewards weren't always there, at least the financial ones, and yet they still plugged away and really set the platform for what we enjoying now.
Yeah, absolutely. What a stalwart of women's cricket in South Africa, and just a wonderful person. Absolutely. Had the privilege of meeting and chatting to her last season for the first time. Had seen her play and had actually commentated on a couple of their games. She did play back in 2019, which was really enjoyable. And when I first got to really work a bit with the women's team, and it sort of became something for me from then that I really felt really close to and wanted to continue to do. So it's
I mean, actually doing and just runs away, and
Mahima dives over that one.
he's got to get up and chase it down. Is he going to get there?
And they're going to turn for the third. They won't turn for the fourth, but yeah, it does get there in the end.
Yeah, so during that under 19 World Cup, we commentated together and actually spent quite a bit of time commuting from Potch and Benoni.
Oh, right.
So we really got to know Mignon fairly well, and then just a fantastic ambassador.
Yeah. And you said what she was prior to, I think she was overtaken by Laura Wolf in terms of the top run scorer in one-day internationals. But part of that team really that sets the tone for the team that we have got now, really players like herself and Danefa Nikirk, Lizelle Lee, who was played for the Proteas women for a number of years. We got spin from both ends here at the moment. Sean von Berg back into his work. First time we've seen him from the commentary box or Niederberg end in this particular innings. Still doesn't seem to be getting any kind of assistance off the surface. That's in the air, but it's straight down the ground. It will be cut off by Keith Dudgeon in front of us here, coming around from his position at long on. And they're through for 2. So another over, which is not successful for Sean von Berg. 14 overs, 1 for 55, going at just under 4 and over. Going to be Sia Mahima to continue. And just these 2 overs of spin that we've had so far, but 14 extra runs on the board. The partnership now 32, taking Kluter to 28.
Say it again, James. If you get to 240,
Yeah.
I don't think that you're going to lose from that position.
No, you certainly wouldn't think that, I don't know what the odds are. We don't have the stats here in front of us here, but we probably might have a sort of best chasing score on this ground in 4-day cricket. We'll try and get that information for you, but I would think that 240 as a winning to win a match would be pretty
High up
rare
there.
here. Yeah. Mahima's in again, straight down in the bounce to short leg. So we have got some numbers we're looking at.
So the biggest fourth innings total here has been 373 by the Warriors
Wow.
against the Rocks to chase. So maybe we haven't got it quite. But if you go further down the line, then 304 and 275 were both innings. Both were not enough to chase to win the game. So perhaps there is something in there.
Yeah.
But I do feel that once you get up above that 240 up to 260, it's going to be really hard to chase.
Yeah, I would agree with you, especially where you've got to get in as a batter. You've got to make sure that you can dictate then to the bowlers what's happening. We haven't really seen that happen that much, and where you have had a player, and we did see that with Deon Forrester in this innings as well, who's got into the 70s, not been able to go on and get through to those three figures, which you would have expected we would have seen. All that is and just played down into the leg side. Not too many oohs and ahs from the field. Game now again, just after that wicket, it came 2 runs and added after the tea interval. Game's now meandering a little bit more. Doesn't look like there's anything really in it for the spinners. Haven't seen any kind of evidence of demons in the wicket from a turn point of view.
Just feel that if the Knights just look to go a little bit quicker, yeah, try and add another 30 runs in, what's it, 14 overs?
Yeah, which is, that 2 runs over. They've been going faster than that in the last 3 overs. But yeah, if they could just give themselves at least 10 overs at least to bowl tonight at the opening batters and the Goldrush Boland. They've been out there all day and they'll be tired, no doubt. It's their second day in the field in the last 3 days, and just gives you a chance to get into the top order of Goldrush Boland. Just even the way they're accumulating runs at the moment, another 15 overs is going to give them probably 45. Let's say even if it gives them 30 to 45 runs, you're talking a target in the 260, 270 range, which not something that would have been achieved that often here chasing. If you consider that 275 was it? It was the 3rd highest 4th inning score here, and the team lost. So if you're setting them a target of 270 to win, it's only ever been achieved once in the history of the ground in franchise cricket.
That's where we're going, James. That's exactly on the money. I also feel that anything above 300 might just put Boland into a negative frame of mind, and they might close shop and not look to try and score and just try and bat out the day, batting practice, and umpires shake hand and captain shake hands at 4 p.m. Where if it's about 280, 270, they might just feel like they could get there, and that could create a little bit more opportunities for the bowling side.
Well, exactly the point is that you want to give, if you're the Knights, I mean, are you brave enough to give Boland something that they're going to want to go for?
Absolutely.
That they're going to want to chase?
James, you couldn't have said it any better. Could not have said it any better. But that is only our theories.
Yes, it is.
It is the men in the middle.
And they're playing for the bonus points. They're playing for the win or the draw or whatever it might be that they have in their mind. But it's It's very important for both of these teams. This fixture, we've been talking about this quite a bit today, is really crucial for them to come away with a W next to your name, if you can.
That's, I think we speak about the culture of South African cricket, and we can see what Proteas coach
Yeah.
Shukri Khan is trying to do with the national team, wanting to play a brand where we saw it in the West Indies, lost a lot of
Yeah.
time to reign in that first test match, but they still left it out there and left a target for the West Indies because they knew the value
Yeah.
of the 10 points
Absolutely.
in the WTC table. So continue after this. So you'd like to see, and not wanting a national coach to dictate to the provincial unions because it's their jobs on the line, and if it doesn't go well, and it's not they're the ones who are responsible for it, but you want a message to come across to all the teams and the players about this is how we want South African cricket to move forward.
Yeah.
That looks like a drinks
Yeah,
break.
it is indeed. It'll be the first of the two drinks breaks we're going to be having in this elongated final session. And we will be also taking a little bit of a break to have a bit of a refreshment. And we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. And we'll continue this very interesting discussion about the going for the win or working out what exactly you're going to be doing in these matches. A3. And it is CSA Mahima going to be continuing the attack from the stables end of the ground, and 231 for 4 after 68 overs. So 12 overs to the second new ball, which they may or may not take. We'll see. Just whipped away by Patrick Buerta straight to Gavin Kaplan at square leg.
Let's not be prickly now, James. Let's not
No.
talk about that
You
new
know,
ball.
we won't talk about the new ball yet. So, but carry on the discussion a little bit about the intent that's shown, and you were talking about just the positive attitude and or the way that Shukri Conrad and the test team are approaching that. That's just played quietly to man at short mid wicket.
My focus about that is that you're wanting to produce cricketers who are going to play, who are going on to play for the national side. That's ultimately what the competition's about. And you don't want them to arrive there and it's a whole new education process.
Yeah.
It has to be one that
That's very nicely played by Patrick Buerta over the head of the man at mid-off. And has that gone all the way?
it has gone all the way.
Indeed, and has going to be signalled 4 by umpire Maria Erasmus. Very nice shot there from him.
That's the type of intent that you want to see coming out after the drinks break. So, and that's what we spoke about. You don't want players when they get to the national side, they need to be, it's like a whole new world for them.
Yeah.
That's not what the ideal situation. And you look at the England test side, and I know baseball might be an overused phenomenon and all of that, but you speak to a couple of guys on the county circuit like Rory Cranfeld, who spends a bit of time at Northants, and a couple of the players who've gone over, and the immediate thing that you get back is that all the counties play the same way.
Yeah.
The way England want to play, that's the way the counties play, and because they know that's the only way they're going to get selected for England.
Yeah.
That no matter how much runs Dom Sibley scores for Surrey, if he goes at a strike rate of less than 80, he's not going to get picked. So that's the key. So it's similar to the All Blacks in rugby, that when they were at the most successful, all the Super Rugby sides, the youth teams, they all played in a manner the way the All Blacks play. And that's something that I feel that I'm very, very passionate about, and messages getting across to domestic teams. Yes, once again, you don't want the national team coach dictating to the franchise coaches in where players must bat and how they must bowl, and and all these type of things. But the general style of South African cricket, that is something that needs to be filtered through to all levels of the game.
100% right. I mean, it is very much around having that sort of going forward mindset almost, is that you want the game to progress. You want to make sure, and I think that's why you look at how the bonus point setup is in terms of 4-day cricket. It certainly should be encouraging that. As we see a change here, it's the off spinner Vaviwa Ngujima replacing Sean van Berg on the Niederberg end. And you want the game to be progressing. You want to see run rates in excess of 3.5. You can even get up to maybe 4 and over. That's played into the cover region. Peter Milan will do the fielding. And it just means that the game, you've got so much more time then as a batter to be able to get to those milestones. You're putting them on with a good strike rate. You're pushing your team forward. You're giving the captain a chance then to say, okay, we're going to get to just 350 in our first 100 overs if we can in the first innings. And when it comes to the second innings, we're then going to be able to try and push the game forward, declare if we need to, or even if we get bowled out, we've got a chance then to bowl the other team out.
Yeah, the other thing is also what happens is you're putting bowlers under pressure.
Yeah.
And you're not allowing them just to run in and hit a mark and And that's something that bowlers need to learn, because once you get up to the next level, you are under pressure. You're not going to have the likes of Virat Kohli just pat it back to you. They hit the good balls for boundaries.
Absolutely. I think what's been really good in the South African setup is that we've seen Rob Walter as well, Rob Walter and Shukri Conrad, they've brought players in to the setup and allowed them to be around the team, understanding the team ethos and what's happening there. You think of a player like Mtlali Mpongwana, for example, who was with the one-day team and the test team last season. You mentioned the youngster Nkaba Peter. I mean, he was picked as a rookie for the Paarl Royals last season and playing up there at the Lions. He had a fantastic season for them in the T20. And he's
actually
now
forced the Brash Hamji to be traded up to Joburg Super Kings here, the incumbent. So those are the. So when you have somebody like Kandila Malani as well, he's now spending time with the white ball team, and you have to do that, because it doesn't seem that at domestic level that's the way they want to play. Everybody speaks about being positive and being aggressive, but it's one thing speaking about it, it's another thing going out there and actually doing it. And yes, the surface might not be conducive, but it's all about the mindset. It's about the attitude. It's about the intent.
Absolutely, that's what you want to see. I know it is. It is very difficult in a franchise or situation or the provincial situation. You want to remain obviously you want to remain in Division 1. You want to make sure that's there. You don't want to throw a game away by having sort of a reckless positive intent. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. It's just about how you put your plans into place.
Absolutely. I do feel that both teams might view this game as a double swing.
Yeah.
If we go behind here, we have to play a lot of catch up later in the season.
I mean, you probably would. You would want to come out of here, obviously, with a W next to your name. But if you come out of this game, both teams come out of this game with the 4 points for a draw plus your bonus points, you're not going to feel maybe okay. We've ticked something off in the box, maybe.
I think also you've got to look at the night side. They play the majority of obviously they play their home games at the Mangwana Oval, and it's another high scoring venue. It's hard to get results.
You're right, very hard in that ground. It's the high scoring ground. Is Kluter does a bit of a reverse paddle there to Sean van Berg, who's changed ends. That's why we had Viwa Mngajima bowling his 1 over off spin from this side. He might continue actually, because we've got the two left-handers at the crease. Sean van Berg, I think, has felt pretty more comfortable bowling from the stables end. Yeah, just puff of dust there as it hits the surface, but nothing really on offer for them, is there, the spinners?
It's not turning prodigiously. It's really tough going here for the bowlers.
The wickets held up exceptionally well.
But too well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would think so. We had expected it actually by now. We sort of would have expected it to have started to take a little bit of turn. I'm not talking about a sort of a subcontinent raging turn.
No, Bunsen burners, yeah.
Absolutely, but still, that is the nature of what we expect from the wicket here in Paarl. As we look at those beautiful Drakensberg Mountains off to our left-hand side here, as we commentating from the northern end of the ground, and it's those mountains that pink light of the lowering sun just looks absolutely brilliant when you're here for a day-night game. It really is beautiful. Jima continues, and that's played down the ground and bouncing a bit awkwardly for Dudgeon there. And they're going to be able to get through for 3. Good running by Kluter. showing some positive intent there to come through for the third. 242 now for the loss of 4. The 72nd over.
Certainly feel that the momentum is with the Knights.
Yeah, definitely. Now, again, it's changed that wicket of Forrester. You just felt those first few deliveries, and Butcher was just trying to find his feet, that something might have happened. But now these two have put together a 48-run partnership, and they are going about their business quite easily. Doesn't look very difficult out there at all to bat.
James, and that's once again what it shows, that yes, the initial period is a little bit tough to navigate, but after that it becomes really comfortable.
Oh, and I don't know whether he got something on that. You would think so, because of just how it went through there, and that was a given as by. So in fact, nothing on that one. Just have gone on with the arm. Oh. It's turning away from the left-hander. Maybe some extra turn in that one as it goes through for buys. Must have been something there that hit something that it turned prodigiously away from the left-hander.
He's a few foot marks there.
Yeah, there are.
Outside the left-hander.
Yeah.
Not many left-handers in the Boland lineup though, so
no,
should not concern them too much. Nice little dabble around the corner. Could run away for another boundary.
So,
holding.
Rulofsson, I think, there just managed to come round and pull that one in. But I think another 3 that they've taken there. Yes, indeed. And that takes them up to the 250. Coming up in the 72nd over. So it's been 13 overs for that next 50, 250 or 441 balls, 24 fours, and at 1/6, 71.5 overs. Yeah. So 12 overs and 2 balls for that 50. So we're going at 4 and over. It's partnership 55 now.
Have moved the overall run rate to 3.5. So he's quickest of the 3 days thus far.
Most definitely. They've come out after the drinks break and really shown some good intent. Has been spin operating from both ends for Goldrush Boland as well, and spin has not proved to be very effective for them at all. Just the one Sean van Berg wicket, that one of Isaac de Khale, and you have to say that the batter almost caused his own demise there. Going back to one, it was the ball that the googly came through, hit him on the back pad in front of middle leg stump. Not a difficult decision for umpire Maria Erasmus. That was an expensive previous over from Aviva Ungajima.
11 runs.
Yeah, 11, 7 off the bat and 4 buys.
Looks a little bit simpler for the Knights boys at the moment. A few short deliveries, a few over-pitched deliveries.
And no attacking fielders at all in any position now for the Boland men. Not applying, and not now able to put any pressure on them at all.
Almost like they've conceded as well. They've just allowing the Knights batters to tick it over and wait for the declaration.
Yeah, absolutely. If the batters do make a mistake, then they'll take that opportunity, but not making anything happen here at all, Goldrush Boland. Kluter once again misses that sort of, what is it, a sweep pull type of shot? I'm not sure what it is. It's not really a sweep, is it?
No, I think it's more a bit of a slog sweep.
Yeah. Looking for that gap, but this leg side field very well protected.
That's good work from
Yeah.
Gian Cluty. That's what you want to see. Just batters using their feet or the spinners, getting down to the picture the delivery. Just forces the bowler to think about it a little bit more.
Exactly. It's very important for them to keep this run rate now ticking over. Just down the leg side, Mahima this time does manage to stop that one. It's good work by the big man. We're just trying to get some scores here from the women's cricket that was taking place today.
And that is the end of Gian Cluty. Just run it across the face. We said that, waiting for the mistake, and Gian Cluty just edging it behind. And it's second wicket for Sean van Berg.
Yeah, and as you said, we were just saying there, wait for the mistake to happen, and Jean Clute gets 38, another man that's got into a reasonable position to carry on, and 38 of 81 deliveries, just the 2 fours in that innings, and another wicket goes down for the men from the Knights. As we just see the previous one that was that 4 bars that went through, hoping to be able to show you the replay of that wicket as Van Berg gets his second wicket. And coming out to the crease now is going to be Ruan Cronje. And he also got a start in the first innings, and it's 254 for the loss of 5. So putting on 59 for that partnership, and another partnership that doesn't quite go on. And it didn't look that difficult out there for the batters from the Knights. And as we see this wicket here, looking at it again, it's Van Berg into him. And he just gets the edge of the bats, and well taken behind by Nathan Engelbrecht. And just maybe wasn't, I don't know if he was quite far enough forward to that one. Just was sort of in the middle, wasn't forward to it. He wasn't back at all, just put his foot down the crease. We'll watch this one again.
Just wanting to run it down, that's and getting the outside edge. But Boland keep ticking away. They've got the 5th one now. And that's the big appeal. And that is out. That is exactly what happens here. Wickets falling in clusters. You got one on the other end. And immediately Aviwe Makajima strikes. This is watching rinse and repeat all over again here. Joy for Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, and that one just going on with the arm from Aviwe Ungajima. No turn to speak of at all. And can have a look at that one again, and it is the 6th wicket that goes down now. So wickets falling once again in clusters, and Patrick Botha has to make his way back. 22 for Botha of 45 deliveries.
How many times have you seen that in this match? And whenever a team looks like they are getting ahead and they just haul back by the collar, let's get back here. So as we look at the LBW with the arm, straightens a little bit.
Yeah.
Aviwe Makajima, he goes up and he absolutely loves it.
He does indeed. And yes, I think umpire Olaf Beer there judging that ball probably was straightening a little bit. And Patrick Botha, once again, it's actually quite uncanny actually, because what happened in the first innings was 129 for 5 and was 129 for 6. And now it's 254 for 5, 254 for 6. And it's the same man that's gone, Patrick Botha. He was the 6th wicket in both instances. Aviwe Ungajima now bowling to the new man, the first innings hero, Aaron Pangiso, got that excellent 73 in the first innings. And I'm sure that Goldrush Boland will not want to see a lot of him in this second innings. It's the senior man, the senior bowler now, Ngajima. He's setting his field, making sure everybody's exactly where he wants them. It's amazing what a wicket can do. Just drags that one down a little bit. It's going to be straight out to Amani in the deep. So yeah, the game has advanced a little bit with those 2 wickets. Now you going to be very interesting to see what the Knights are going to do now. Are they going to try and continue this attack? It was definitely what Pangiso did in the first innings. Probably not going to hold back again. The youngster Ruan Cronje, and only his 3rd first-class match. Good 20 in the first innings as well. Shared a partnership with Pangiso of 52 for the 7th wicket. Got away with that one, did Ngajima.
I definitely don't think Pang is going to hang around.
No, he's not. I was
He's
going
not
to
gonna
say exactly the same thing. I think we're going to see intent from Aaron Pangiso. I mean, they've got 256 on the board.
He might have a few sighters, and
he might, but if he can add runs quickly here, which is what we would expect him to do, could either get himself out quickly or he's going to get the runs quickly. Expect to see attack from him.
James, I'm not with you tomorrow, but I think you could be in for a humdinger. Yeah,
we could be. Yeah, we could be in for a really good game tomorrow.
We have seen that Boland Park is very much a pot boiler. It just simmers for 3 days and then suddenly explodes. As we have a look at the wicket again, Navima Makajima striking in that over. And could there be anybody more happier than that all-rounder? But yeah, over the years, it simmers, and like a volcano, just bubbles and waits to erupt on that final day. So yes, we've been asking for intent, we've been asking for positivity, but like we said, it's the boys out in the middle. They're the ones who will make the play.
Absolutely right. And going to see now how Aaron Pangiso is going to make the play against Sean van Berg. He was particularly severe on him in the first innings. Took a liking to him, did start to go down the wicket. Got a bit of cloud cover as well coming over here at the moment, but certainly not too dark out there at the moment. Just goes back and it's easy enough played down to the man at long on. And those 2 wickets have just be interesting to see now, as you say, how do the Knights approach this? The Cronje will be looking to just rotate the strike, you feel? Into the offside. Nothing too much to report there. Cuts that one nicely, but it's straight to Abiwa Ngajima. No, it's Clive Retain. I apologise. In the covers. Very well fielded there by the captain. Von Berg here, you just sense that he's and they want to try and perhaps also set up Ruan Cronje. floats that one up and beats the outside edge of the bats. Engelbrecht takes the bails off, but there's no danger there for the young man. We look at that one. No, we're not going to look at that one again. One just gets the outside edge of the bats and comes down here where Mgajima's going to field, and they go through for 2. Moves Cronje to 3, but that was certainly wasn't in where he was intending that ball to go. 260 for the loss of 6 after 75 overs. And just 25 overs left in the day's play. Say just 25 overs. We're not going to get all those in, even with 2 spinners operating. And it's going to be a change of bowling now, which is completely, as you would expect, the left arm spinner, Mahima, coming in with 2 right-handers at the crease. He's going to be bowling to Aaron Pangisa. Just trying to get to some of the scores from the
We had some
ladies'
excitement.
games. Yeah, we have had some excitement, at least now with those 2 wickets going down. That's just played nicely by Pangisa. As easy as you like, down to long off for the single.
You can see the way the field is set for Aaron Pangisa there. Boundary field, boundary riders right around. So they, at least Boland, have done their homework from the first innings.
Yeah.
And that is another wicket.
And that's brilliantly bowled by Sia Mahima. Ruan Cronje has to go, and it's all starting to fall apart as it has done, as it did for the Goldrush Boland yesterday. 7th wicket down now, 261 for the loss of 7. That's Cronje out for 3 off just the 8 deliveries bowled by Mahima, and very good change of bowling from the captain. Ruan Cronje has to go back. Just the 7 runs in that partnership. So things are progressing now quite quickly with those 3 wickets going down. Sia Mahima getting his first of this innings. And there won't be any heroics from Ruan Cronje together with Aaron Pangisa today. It does look like Malusi Saboto is going to be coming out, and he also shared in a good partnership in that first innings with Pangisa.
And that's why I felt that earlier, that when the Knights had the ascendancy, that was when they really needed to put the foot down, because it's just played straight past it.
Yeah,
Straight
beautiful
past it.
delivery, and did get some purchase there off the surface, and just played down the wrong line. Took the top of off stump. That's a beautiful spinner's wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely classical spin. But it is the 2 veterans here, the 2 Lions old boys that have relocated to Bloemfontein. They will take the task forward now for the Knights.
And no mug with the bat. Malusi Saboto has been around 2,278 runs with a high score of 56, average of 18, 131 matches. And between these 2, just saying they've got some total of approximately 200. 220 first-class matches. So a lot of experience out there. Just played past the man at that short mid-on position. They come through for the single, left-hand, right-hand combination. And Glenn Stearman picks himself up off the ground quite slowly there. And this day, once again, has gone in a very similar fashion, just maybe a few extra runs on the board we've had previously, but very similar fashion to the previous 2 days. Pangisa goes back to Mahima. Plays that to Von Berg in the deep here. I'll be happy that he got that wicket, Sia Mahima. What his team do need him to do now is to try and the spinners to try and get through this lower order of the Knights. The thing then to give themselves as much time as possible to chase down whatever target the Knights may be bowled out for, because I don't think they're going to be declaring at all here.
No, there's declarations off the cards.
Yeah,
James, certainly going to be a case of how much can we get.
yeah.
I think what I'm looking at is they'll hopefully try and get as close to 300 as possible. Probably looking at about 280. That was the one we said from the start. We just didn't know this was the way they were going to go about it.
No, we didn't. It's looking at the history of the ground, you would say 280 should be enough. If they're going to be able, if they bowl well, look at this wicket again. He's bowling to Cronje, and he just goes forward, just plays down completely the wrong line. Goes Ruan Cronje, and that is a classic left arm off spinner's
So this
wicket.
is the question that I'm asking, James. Would you rather be bowled playing a defensive shot, or would you rather be at least trying to score some runs?
I think I would like to be out rather trying to score some runs. Definitely. I mean, just from very bad personal experience with the schoolboy, it was not. I was absolutely useless against spin. I could not read it at all, and most often I would be out prodding forward to the spinner.
Surely it's more fun having a swipe.
Absolutely, yeah.
Then,
absolutely. I mean, it is a lot more fun having a swipe.
Yeah.
So,
At least if you happen to middle it, could go.
yeah, it could
could go somewhere.
Could go somewhere. Yes. But, yeah, just this stage, just maybe trying to. I don't know what he's trying to do here, Pangisa. Maybe just trying to get himself in. At his sighters now, he's faced 8 deliveries, got 5 runs. And it gives that to Samajeo. It's a full toss, just played very quietly out to Peter Malan in the deep. Peter Malan's had a very quietish sort of day out there on the cover boundary. Now, it's going to be Malusi Saboto, the left-hander, facing up to Sean von Berg. And I think we have got, we are going to have the bucket coming out here for Gavin Kaplan. So just the match taking place in Oberge there, the Warriors in their second innings, 375 for 8. And Duan Olifbeer, 51 not out in that match, and batting with Ronaldo Meyer. That is quite something to see. And
it would have been entertaining.
Yeah, would have been very entertaining. That comes on with the arm more than anything else. Saboto plays it off the back foot. Very dusty around the crease there, but still on the sort of areas where the ball is pitching, it still doesn't seem to be anything much in it for the spinners. So they lead there by a significant amount, over 400. I reckon a declaration should be imminent there, you would think, going into the last day of that match. Played the man at deep cover again, just through for the single. So had a bit of a flurry there with those 2 wickets.
And then it all goes quiet again, doesn't it?
3 wickets, yeah. That's all gone very quiet.
Sean van Berg is into his 19th over. He's picked up a couple, toiled away.
Yeah.
Got the first innings.
Yeah, he did. He got
Cleaned the-
yeah, he cleaned the
up the
tail
tail
up. Yeah, he got 3 of those wickets that fell were definitely in the tail. He got 2 of them with the second new ball, and it was Chisaboto that he got first before they took the new ball, and then he got the last. So he took the last 3 wickets to fall. Did Sean von Berg, and they'll be hoping for something similar, I'm sure, from him now. New ball only 3 overs away, and you sense maybe that with the spinners operating, seeing how successful they were with the new ball, even with the spinners in the previous innings, it may be worthwhile them taking it anyway. Just a harder ball, a bit more. Oh, and he's
Not giving it.
not giving it. Andrew Olivier not giving that, and the entire team went up. Nathan Engelbrecht so convinced he didn't even really bother appealing. It looked like both him and Sia Mahima went up. Let's have a look at this again. And comes forward. The ball does turn a bit, and Sean von Berg, Nathan Engelbrecht, Sia Mahima, everybody except the umpire
Thought it was
thought
obvious.
that was out. Yes. Mahima tries again. Oh, that one just darts through and keeps a little bit low. And perhaps some worrying signs here for the Goldrush Boland batters.
See Aaron Pangisa toiling away from this side a little bit later.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. We've had a couple of those today where the players have been absolutely convinced. There was the one bat player, what was the one off
Keith Dudgeon, wasn't it?
Keith Dudgeon took the catch
Yeah.
off Garnet Tar, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That he certainly thought he had the wicket. And we've seen this one now of Aaron Pangisa. And generally, when you see players go up like that, then it seems like it's pretty obvious, but you never know. Umpire Andre Olivier absolutely unmoved. Just on the line of the middle and leg stump, turned nicely around the corner by Saboto. So a little bit of excitement in this over from Sia Mahima. It's the 1 ball to come, and it's 2 overs until the new ball is available. It's just a slow turn. Easy enough for Pangiso.
Brings us to the end of the 78th over. And the Knights just trudging along at 269 for 7. 23 overs remaining in the day.
And just 1 hour in which to bowl those. That is, and there'll be a drinks break in this hour as well. So that is certainly not going to happen, is it?
Thinking of that. And if they do go out
Yeah.
and declare it's another 2 overs for the changeover.
That's right.
So
We're not going to be seeing. We see 15 overs in this hour. I think we'll be lucky.
and that's the big one. That's the one we've been waiting for. Has it gone all the way? No, it hasn't. And it has not gone. Keith Dudgeon is on the boundary. He takes it comfortably. And Sean van Berg, as he did in the first innings, picks up another wicket at the tail. He's got 3. Aaron Pangiso should possibly have been dismissed the over before.
Yeah.
But instead, this time he's on his way.
And so he doesn't repeat his heroics of the first innings and the 8th wicket falls, which gets us closer to potentially having the Knights being bowled out in this innings. Pangisa going for 9 of the 16 deliveries. not able to get a boundary in that innings. He's caught by Dudgeon. Bowled by Van Berg. It was a well-judged catch in the end. He was quite a bit in off the boundary and just went back, kept his eye on the ball and his eye on the boundary rope and managed to take the catch. We're looking at it again now. Goes for the big hit. Clears the front leg. Goes up in the air. High up in the air. And then just in front of the rope. It's well taken by Dudgeon on the boundary. So coming out to the crease now, looks like we have Johan van Dijk, 30 matches, 38 innings, 461 runs, an average of 15, highest score of 58 for Free State versus Northern Cape in 20 or probably the Northern Cape, probably 2019-20 season in Bloemfontein. And he'll be joining Malusi Saboto at the crease. 78 overs and 1 ball. So it was 254 for the loss of 4, now 269 for the loss of 8. So they lost 4 wickets again in the space of 15 runs. Very much the same as what happened to the lower middle order of the Goldrush Boland yesterday.
Does seem like they try and emulate each other, these two teams.
They do, don't they? They do try very hard.
Whatever you can do, I can do better.
That's right.
Doesn't automatically mean that it's the right thing to do, but
necessarily.
whatever you can do, I will certainly try to do a lot better. So, yeah, it's been an interesting 3 days, and I almost feel a little bit that I might miss out on quite a bit tomorrow.
Well, it could be absolutely fascinating if we get a similar situation to what we had in the first innings where they both scored exactly the same number of runs. We could have a tie here tomorrow.
We did say that it was 1-1 at the start of the day.
It's true.
I reckon it's possibly at the moment 2-1 going into extra time.
I think you're right. It is
2-1 or 3-1 right now?
Probably 3-1 actually.
3-1 to the Knights,
I think 3-1 to the Knights.
3-1 to the Knights.
And we are midway through the second half.
Midway through the second half.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, he tries the reverse sweep. Saboto doesn't get any kind of contact. But the intent is there, that's for sure.
Certainly think that going to have to look at guys like Peter Malan, Grant Rulofson, Gavin Kaplan as well. They're going to be the ones to get those 2 goals
That's
to
right.
pull in to get it on level pegging again.
It's very good fielding from the captain.
I do feel that, well, as we said, with Sean Berg doing a wonderful job with the ball, but coming in at 7 does expose that tail.
It does.
We saw them fall away yesterday. So if the Knights can start well with the ball, suddenly 270 looks a very, very long way away.
It does. It's going to take somebody in that Goldrush Boland lineup to get 3 figures, you feel. Oh, it's just played and missed outside the off stump. Van Dijk. That's the end of a successful over for Sean van Berg. Gets the wicket of Aaron Pangiso. It's 271 for 8.
Joe Van Dijk, he's joined Malusi Saboto. Still, none of the batters really looking like they're wanting to push it along and just content with picking up the odd single here or there and just waiting for the demise, basically.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think you said that. It's just almost that they were just waiting for the batters to give it away. And already sensed the same sort of things happening here. It was Gian Klutter that actually started that slide. And once the 1 wicket fell, and we saw that with Goldrush Boland as well, it just, other quick wickets falling after that. Buerta, Cronje, and then Pangiso. Mahima, I think he'll fancy Van Dijk here. puts that one in way too short, though, unfortunately for him.
You can see him just kicking the dust because he knew that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
He just let him off the hook there.
Yeah, he did so well against Cronje. Trying to get the results from the ladies Pro 50 games. I don't have those available as yet. It looked like the Dolphins did win that match against the Knights. So very interesting there. We'll get to that now. Just hitting the ground there outside the off stump. So I'm not sure what the final result was, but the Hollywood Bets Dolphins women did beat the Knights, and then the Titans beat the Lions. It's played out into the point region. They're only going to get a single.
Just speaking about
Yeah.
results, James, and looking across to the football, our production team has gone fairly quiet
Yeah,
today.
very quiet, yeah.
Production team has really gone quiet. They walked in quite Bristol, walked in full regalia this morning with their Arsenal shirts, and it's just gone a bit pear-shaped down there at St. James Park, 1-0 to the Toon. So the Arsenal, definitely our production office has gone quiet, yes, James.
Yeah, they have indeed, and that's coming after that's a run of 3 results where they haven't got a win. That's sending off of Saliba against Bournemouth being very, very severe for them, and the draw against Liverpool, and now the loss against Newcastle. Newcastle coming off a bunch of games that they hadn't won, so a good result for them, and Eddie Howe and his team will be very happy about that.
Absolutely, and unlike our producer, who's still not acknowledging the fact there, he's put on his big earphones, his headphones, he's not interested in this conversation at all.
No, not at all. It's Van Dijk just playing defensively back to Van Berg. And he's in again, Sean Van Berg. Has a full go, does Van Dijk. He doesn't manage to make contact through to Engelbrecht, the keeper.
Thought he might have dragged his foot out the crease there.
Yeah, dropped it again, didn't he, Engelbrecht, unfortunately?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he did. I think he didn't
That's
grasp
a
it
little bit
cleanly.
naughty, that.
Yeah, just paddle that around the leg side. And they're going to get through for 2. Grant Rulofsson doing the work there from deep backward square. In the English Premier League, the round of 5 o'clock games or just started. So
Started, yeah.
2 hours behind now. There we are. From
Clock's gone back.
clocks went back last weekend. Once again through to the wicket keeper. Sense it isn't going to be too long before that could be completely wrong about that, but it's just it has that look about it, as they are going to take their drinks break, and we will also take a bit of a break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes to describe the last 45 minutes of the day's play here. Welcome back to Boland Park as we see the opening batters for Goldrush Boland out there in the middle. Peter Milan taking strike and just looking for his guard there from umpire Maria Erasmus. He's asking for middle stump, please, sir, and he's given him middle. His opening partner, Grant Rulofsson, on the other side, and it is going to be the speedster, Jan van Dijk, is going to be opening. He's got 3 slips, got a point, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man, Sitembi Lelanga, is coming down here to long leg. And Goldrush Boland need 292 to win this match. And that one perhaps not getting up as much as Peter Milan thought. Just dropped his gloves slightly there, fortunately for him. And that one just goes straight through to Jean Kluder.
It's going to be a fascinating session. A really fascinating hour where Joe van Dijk, he knows he's probably going to bowl nothing more than 5 overs tonight.
Not even, yeah.
Not even
maybe,
5.
Maybe 3, 4, yeah.
And he's going to charge in here and really let rip.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tough hour for Peter Milan and Grant Rulofsson.
And the overhead conditions are still good. Light still looks pretty good. Umpire Maria Erasmus is doing his no ball check again, just giving Jan van Dijk an idea of where he's landing. And the idea for these 2 batters tonight, just survive, basically.
It's about to ask. The only priority now for both Rulofsson and Milan is not to come with a small bag tomorrow.
Exactly, exactly, yeah.
That will be the back of the mind. Everything outside the off stump, they'll leave and they'll let go. They won't be playing at anything they don't have to right now.
They'll be keeping a very keen eye on the length as well, you'd think. But and as a bowler, they can target the stumps tonight. I think it's going to be very important for them just to try and see if there is anything out there, anything on offer. Just to make sure they can exploit that. They give away a few runs. I should think they wouldn't mind if they can get a couple of wickets down tonight. That's into the body of Milan, and he's off the mark, just playing that into the mid-wicket region for a single, and Boland are underway. Just a small matter of another 291 runs they need now.
Definitely going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think if you look at the Knights lineup, you know who's got to play a big role for Boland. It has to be these 2 openers,
Yeah.
Milan, Rulofsson, Kaplan, Putain. That's the bulk of the runs are going to have to come from them. But for the Knights, who are the men that Lesego Senekwane will look to get those 10 wickets?
Yeah, I think you're looking at one of them now, most definitely.
Absolutely.
Jan van Dijk, the man standing at first slip, is a man who's going to have a job to play to actually help him in getting those wickets. Rulofsson's trying to get himself run out early on here. Just play that into the offside. And
I think that would be
down the wicket.
If you're wanting to send Justin Ontong over that balcony, that's what needs to happen. One of these 2 need to run themselves out. I think that might just push the Boland coach Justin Ontong over that balcony. He wasn't very happy at lunchtime. He time lost yesterday.
No,
so
I'm sure he wasn't. I mean, that collapse, certainly not what was in their playbook yesterday afternoon.
Good bouncer there.
Yeah, it was a good bouncer. Rulofsson just getting underneath that quite nicely. And the end of the first over, 1 without loss. And we've got 18 days, listen to me, 18 hours. Jeez, I'm not getting anything right, am I? 18 minutes left in the day's play. I went from days to hours to minutes. 18 minutes left in the day's play. And it will be Sitembi Lelanga who's going to be bowling from the Niederberg end of the ground. I was nearly calling it a timeless test there. 18 days left to get the. Yeah, I think. I mean, Aaron Pangiso is going to have a big role to play. can keep one end tied up, it's certainly going to create the pressure. I mean, also got to try and figure out Boland here what their aim will be. I mean, tonight we know the aim is to survive, get to the close of play without losing a wicket. Number of runs tonight is not that important. Important thing is that both of these batters are here tomorrow morning have to face it's a full delivery from Langer. It's played straight back to the bowler. Tomorrow's really where the chase, you would sense, would begin for them, looking to build something, and they'll be taking it in sort of every 15 minutes, half an hour spells. Really, they'll be looking at targets and trying to reassess from there.
Absolutely, you got to try and keep this energy of the seamers up. But it is a little bit of a perfect period for both Langer and Van Dijk. They know they can really charge in, and it's nice and cool. The weather has calmed down a little bit, and can really just run in here and then put the feet up until tomorrow morning again and have another crack with a new ball.
Yeah, it's almost that they've sort of engineered this without actually having intended to engineer it. The Knights working in their favour. It's too straight this time, just taken down the leg side by Peter Malan. He's got to be a bit careful with that, moving across his stump. I see that he took, for Van Dijk, he took a middle stump guard. Just looking here at Willison as well. He's also taking guard there on the middle stump from Andre Olivier. So perhaps there've been somewhere he's taking guard again. Maybe that's the leg stump guard he's taking. It was noticeable in the first innings from Goldrush Boland that Peter Malan, he was trapped going across his crease, trying to prevent that.
It is interesting to see that Langer and Joe van Dijk have swapped ends from the first innings.
That's right.
Langer was coming from the stable end, and Van Dijk from the Nederburg again closest to us. But with Langer particularly getting the ball to tail inwards, but we saw that late as the innings progressed, Van Dijk switched and really caused a little bit of mayhem from the other end. So perhaps they've learned from that.
Yeah, certainly think so. I mean, our resident fast bowling expert, Eugene Molion, was saying that he couldn't understand why Van Dijk didn't open up from the stables end. It seemed to be the natural end with the little bit of a slope here in the wicket. That would be the ideal end for him to bowl from. So seem to have got that right now. They'll want these two bowlers to just come in and give everything they possibly can in these last 12 minutes of the day's play. Willison just plays that one into the backward point area, and he's yet to get off the mark, but that is not important in the context of what's happening this evening. Peter Malan at the other end, and they are going to take, I think, a light reading. It looks like Andre Olivier looking there at the light meter. He did take a reading, I think it was on the first evening. Clearly it seems to be okay for them to continue. So we've got 13 minutes left in the day's play. We're talking, what, 4 overs maybe? 4 or 5 overs? I would think they want to get in as many as they possibly can. Getting into the pads, and it's played into mid-wicket. There's no run.
See the Knights Brent Struss, the JP Trickett, and just walking around the outskirts, just wanting to get a feel of the energy of the boys. Are they up for this final little dash here towards the end?
I was commentating with Eugene earlier on. He was saying when things were not working for Goldrush Boland in terms of that third wicket, second wicket partnership between Tar and Forrester, and he was saying they were doing we saw the three, the brains trust from Goldrush Boland, Justin Ontong, Jude Solomons, and Ezra Pooley walking around the ground. He said that's the wicket walking. They want something to happen.
The wicket walk. It's the wicket walk. Okay.
That's nice energy from Van Dijk. Saw that from him in the first innings. He picked up 4 in the first innings. He really did very well. Probably a little bit quicker, very similar sort of bowler to Keith Dudgeon, it looks like. I mean, maybe a little bit quicker.
I think he does have a little bit, few more yards in him, but Dudgeon really bowled with his heart and passion today. It was tough going for the seamers, but he had a plan and he really stuck to it. He was really aggressive. He charged in, never gave up.
That it was him who got that breakthrough, and he got the wickets of Tar and Forrester, the two probably key wickets for Goldrush Boland. Walking towards that one, Peter Malan, and just playing it out into the offside. He's got a huge role to play, as you were saying, Zahir, in making sure that he's there at the end of the day and that tomorrow he builds an innings, looking to the man who's got so much experience and played on this ground so often. It's down the leg side, and he's got a tickle on it, and they've got the wicket. It's a strangle down the leg side. Peter Malan has to go, and that is a huge wicket for the men from the Knights, and it's Johan van Dijk who gets the wicket. We'll have a look at that one again, but it's down the leg side. He tries to flick it down the leg, and he just gets a tickle on it, and it is the wicket of Peter Malan, and that is exactly what the Knights were looking for tonight. It's 2 for 1.
In reverse, that is an absolute disaster for Goldrush.
Yeah.
Boland, Peter Malan, he is the most experienced batter in the Boland side, and you would have wanted him to spend time at the crease and then to get caught down the leg side. Good little catch there by Gian Kluti. That has the wicket walk has worked.
Yeah, it has
The
worked.
wicket walk has worked. So the Knights, they've got 1 of the 10. 9 to go.
And it's certainly advantage to the Knights. That is a massive wicket. And as you say, it is an absolute disaster. Nothing could have been worse, really, for Goldrush Boland tonight. And to get out in that manner, he'd be absolutely furious with himself.
He will be kicking everything in the dressing room right now. He knew the role he needed to play tomorrow if Boland were going to get any closer to that total. And now it's been left to the newbie, Gavin Kaplan. He batted really well in the first innings, got a half century. The new boys, Grant Rulifson and Gavin Kaplan. Joe van Dijk, he's got his tail up. You can expect the next one just to be 5 yards quicker.
Absolutely right. And they're bringing in a man there to that short leg position. They've got a man as a leg slip. That's a really good position because he's going to be bowling wicket to wicket. They've actually taken out one of the slips. Senequani in their leg slip. That's very well played by Kaplan out through the covers, and I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's a teaser for Ruan Cronje. He is able to cut it off, and they're through for 3. So good shot there, first up, but it is Johan van Dijk that's done the work here for the men from Bloemfontein. Excellent for them. It may not have been the greatest delivery down the leg side, but he got the edge of the bat. That's the face of the bat almost, as it was down the leg side, and just a tickle from Peter Malan, and that is the first wicket to fall.
If the Knights can pick up another one right now,
Yeah.
it'll be cock a hoop in that visitors' dressing room.
Yeah, and you have to say, if they do get another one tonight, it's going to be difficult to see a way back for Goldrush Boland tomorrow. So it would be a record, or not quite be a record chase, it would be the second highest chase in franchise cricket, 4-day franchise cricket and provincial cricket on this ground. And that is a huge ask anyway from these batters. And without Peter Malan, makes it even harder. And Gavin Kaplan just easing that one into the leg side, and they just threw for another single, 6 for loss of 1.
Langa
Yeah.
charging in from the Needham again.
Yeah, just left alone a little bit. Yeah, a bit of
Just died on him.
died. Yeah, a bit low bounce that one outside the off stump. Yeah, we certainly are going to be in for some interesting cricket tomorrow. Just going to be interesting to see what the approach is going to be from the batters from Goldrush Boland.
I have a feeling that this could possibly be Langa's last over. We might just
Yeah.
see Aaron Pangisa come in.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea, actually. That's played very nicely by Rulofsson through the covers. That'll go for 4, just forward of point, and that's a very nice shot. It was short and wide, and it got what it deserved. And even though they are trying to bat out for tonight, that you're not going to miss out on one of those.
Do like the positive intent there from Rulofsson. Fact that they know that they're not going to survive 100 overs. They're going to have to try and at least make an attempt to go for the runs, whether it's today or tomorrow. Good little response there from Langa.
Yeah, he didn't like being hit through the offside for the 4 there. And you're right, I think, Zahir, I don't think, they've got 98 overs tomorrow. Well, I don't think they're going to get through all of those unless got a lot of work done by Cronje and Pangisa, the 2 spinners. It's 98 overs tomorrow. They've got 282 runs they need to score. You're going to have to bat at 3 and over at least, maybe a bit more to win the game. That one, he just squares him up a little bit and gets the outer half of the bat. And you're going to go through for the single. If they don't show any kind of, I mean, the problem with not showing any kind of positive intent is that if they do get bogged down, it'll give the opportunity for the Knights to put players around the bat, be able to really set attacking fields. I mean, not that they will. I mean, they might not do that. You never know, but it's gives them the opportunity. Because once they feel the game is perhaps beyond Boland, it gives them the opportunity to then really attack. Nicely in behind that, Gavin Kaplan. 50 in the first innings, and he certainly will take heart from that. You want to make sure that he does even better than that in the second innings. But for Peter Malan, it's not been a great game. And 28 in the first innings of 89 deliveries. He was caught behind by Klutter there off an inside edge off Van Dijk. And in the second innings, just the 2 that he scored. As we approaching the end of the day's play, I think this will be the last over of the day's play. I'm sure Grant Rulofsson will be doing some gardening, if he can be, to make sure that it is. And You have to say, if you're a Knights, if you're part of the Knights setup, they've achieved what they wanted to tonight. They've taken 1 wicket. Perhaps 2 would be beyond their wildest dreams, but it's possible still with 5 balls left in the over. And we certainly are not going to get another over tonight. It's the scoreboard clocked on 17:58. Good bouncer as well from Van Dijk. He's got the field set to be able to bowl straight at Williamson.
Four balls remaining in the day. Does Joe van Dijk have the golden nugget for the to pick up the second wicket of the evening? He's really tried there.
Yeah.
That is an excellent delivery by the big fast bowler. Grant Williamson needed to do everything to keep that one out. It was honing in on those stumps.
What, most definitely. It was tickled those toes of his on that one. That was really good delivery. Seen him do that once or twice, and did that with Gavin Kaplan in the first innings. He got him really did catch him on the crease, but he managed to survive the LBW appeal. That's a really good shot by Rulofsson down the ground. I think they'll probably turn for 3. Grant Rulofsson be very happy to watch Gavin Kaplan see out the rest of this over, I'm sure, from the bowler's end.
James, I know it's been a day that we've tried to make a few points about moving the game along, but it's, like I said earlier, I do envy you. You are in for a real humdinger tomorrow. Could go any way tomorrow.
Can. All 3 results are still possible, aren't they? So, I mean, judging by how close these 2 teams have been in this match so far, anything is possible on a pitch that has worn a bit, but hasn't shown that much evidence of being worn as Kaplan plays that one into the backward point region. Just gets rise the bounce quite nicely there.
I feel like Gavin Kaplan, he's going to be key tomorrow. Without wanting to put the mockers in with 2 balls remaining, but he just has the ability to also move the game.
Yeah.
The same way that Dean Forrester came in for the Knights. Talented young man is Gavin Kaplan, and he's in a new province, and
That's right.
just wants to get through these 2 balls. Grant Williamson, he's going to sit on his bat. He's not going to take anything.
Not at all. He's not worried. And that is, he's in behind that nicely, is Kaplan. I think that is going to be the close of play. It's 18:01 on the stadium clock on the scoreboard, and that is the end of the day's play here at Boland Park. It is Goldrush Boland 14 for the loss of 1 after 5 overs, after they were set 292 to win this match. They still need 278 runs. They only have 9 wickets in hand. It is Peter Malan, who has been caught down the leg side by Jan Klutter off the bowling of Johan van Dijk. And you feel Van Dijk will have a role to play tomorrow if the Knights are going to win this game. And the 2 batters going off tonight, Rulofsson and Kaplan, are going to be key in the morning for Goldrush Boland. It is going to be a fascinating day's play tomorrow, whichever way the result goes. And we hope you will join us again tomorrow here at 10 a.m. South African Standard Time in the morning. And be the last comment in this game from Zahir Adams. Zahir, great to have you with us for the last couple of days.
Oh, thank you, James, and Eugene is not here, but thank you guys. It's been really, really good fun, and I think we touched on a few topics that hopefully we'll see it play out as the season progresses. Only the first game, and lots of cricket, lots of action to come this summer, and enjoy the final day.
Really good. It's advantage to the Knights as we say good night to you here from Boland Park.
Very much.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Yeah.
Let's do it more often, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. We must, next week we've got a CSA still 1-0. It was 1-0 at half time to Brighton.
Oh shit! It's one of those days.
Yeah, it is one of those days. Norris won the sprint race
Good.
from Piastri and Verstappen. So we'll
Must
see what
admit,
happens
F1
with
is not my forte.
isn't it? Okay, I follow the
Follow
motorsport
quite closely.
as well. But I hope Liverpool come back. Yeah,
Yeah. Keep those other boys.
they're my like my second team.
Well, Leicester's my second.
I love Liverpool.
Yeah.
I mean, fantastic.
Just-
Yeah,
Just
just
the club, what
for
the
me-
club is about.
Yeah, I know. It's
Can't be
yeah, it's